Good evening. Please take your seats. I would like to call to order the July 27, 2021 school board meeting. This evening, the invocation and pledge of allegiance will be led by Member Sanchez.
Good evening. Something that I always would read before I entered into my classroom or would have others read as a classroom teacher was "just a teacher," which I'm sure some of you have heard. I heard you say the other day, "Oh, you're just a teacher anyway. You laugh and play your day away. You're free at 3, have your summers off. You snickered softly and scoffed." I'm sad to say that and of course I know you all see this now, I'm sad to say that you just don't see what being a teacher means to me. Sure, I laugh and play my day away because learning is fun, and that's just my way. If I were free at 3 and had my summers off, I'd too snicker softly and even scoff. Unfortunately, my paycheck does, but I do not. But you see, good sir, ma'am, madam, miss, being just a teacher is much more than this. I just teach your child to read and write, to just explore and question, to just think and be bright. I just dry their tears when they're having a bad day. I'm just there for them each and every day. Your most precious asset just deserves a lot. And being just a teacher, I am not. I dare you to just take a closer look, for being just a teacher doesn't come in a book. It comes from the heart, and it's a passion you see. So being just a teacher is fine by me. Wishing all our teachers, students, and families a wonderful year. Will you please stand for the pledge? Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Please make yourselves comfortable. We seem to have about 5 hours plus of public input without the rest of the meeting, just so you know. We'll probably take breaks every maybe 2 hours, just for 5 minutes, give everybody a little breather. As this meeting commences, please be advised that it is the expectation that every person present or who enters this assembly will conduct themselves with civility, courtesy, and restraint. This meeting will be conducted pursuant to the district policies and procedures as they relate to order and decorum. Disruptive behavior and actions are counterproductive to the advancement of pertinent district business. Therefore, each individual is warned that failure to conduct oneself with civility and propriety may result in removal. We thank you in advance for everyone's adherence and cooperation. Ms. Moramus, do you have any acknowledgement forms? I do not. Thank you very much. Agenda modifications, Superintendent.
The addendum for good cause is marked on our electronic agenda by a green flag named addendum item. And the only modification that I have is a correction for 6J, which was page 555, just to correct the percentages.
Thank you very much. Board members, I'll call you in roll call order. Member Calderon.
None for me, thank you.
Thank you. Member Sanchez.
No modifications, thank you.
Thank you. Member Kraus.
No modifications.
Vice Chair Pennock.
No modifications.
Thank you, and I have no modifications. Is there a motion to approve the agenda outline?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Superintendent recognitions.
Yes, we have our Veteran of the Month, and Mr. Stan McKenzie will come up and introduce him.
Board members and superintendent. Seminole County Veteran of the Month, Mark Silver, graduated from Lake Mary High School in 2008. He then joined the U.S. Army in 2010. Mr. Silver would complete his boot camp training as well as his advanced individual training at Fort Leonard Wood in Missouri. Once Mr. Silver completed his AIT training, he would be stationed in Fort Stewart, Georgia. In 2013, Mr. Silver deployed to Afghanistan for 9 months, just 1 month after marrying his beautiful wife, Allison. While serving his country, Mark was awarded several deployment medals. During his 4 years of active duty in the military, Mark was a heavy equipment mechanic. Serving as a heavy equipment mechanic, Mark's responsibility included maintaining the Army's inventory of trike vehicles, as well as all other heavy equipment. After completion of his active duty, Mark then enrolled in the Army Reserves in June of 2014. He served as a reservist from 2014 until 2020. Wanting to continue the Army's philosophy of selfless service to our community, Mark took on the role as a Seminole County Public Schools transportation mechanic. He has worked with our district since 2018, providing service to our customers. As a mechanic, Mark worked tireless hours to ensure that Seminole County school buses are safe for every student or staff member that will be on that bus. He is joined tonight by his wife of 8 years, Allison. I have to mention his two children that are not here, Andrew and Aria. Congratulations, and thank you, Specialist Mark Silver, for your service to our country and our community.
Good evening. My name is Mike Rice. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of the high schools, and it gives me great pleasure this evening to introduce our newest Assistant Principal at Seminole High School, Mr. Roy DaCosta. If you can come on up, Mr. DaCosta. Roy DaCosta is an educator that has worked for Seminole County Public Schools since 2010, and after graduating from the University of Central Florida, Mr. DaCosta began his SCPS career as a teacher at Hagerty High School. He enjoyed his time in the classroom and always made it a point to balance entertainment and rigor to keep his students engaged. While working to improve his pedagogy, Mr. DaCosta attended the American College of Education, receiving a master's degree in educational leadership. During this time, he was hired as a school administration manager where he dealt with student discipline and school facilities. Mr. DaCosta is looking forward to continuing his growth and is eager to improve student achievement while working with students, teachers, and the community. So congratulations, Mr. DaCosta. And joining him this evening is his son, Roy, and his daughter, Corey, other daughter, Rowan, and he's got his mother and father, Antoinette and Warren, here as well. And I know his supervisors, Mr. Frasca and Dr. Rodriguez as well. So congratulations, Roy DaCosta.
Hi, I'm Derek Jensen, Director of the Department of Teaching and Learning, and I am so excited to announce our new coordinator for K-12 Math and Science curriculum, Tiffany Spradling. Tiffany began her career as a middle school math teacher, most recently at Indian Trails Middle School. Most recently, she supported teachers in our elementary schools as a curriculum specialist for the Department of Teaching and Learning. For the past year, she has developed and facilitated professional development with the Florida Department of Education for the upcoming Best Mathematics Standards. She's a proud Stetson University and University of Hawaii alumna. Her family members in attendance are her husband, Alex, her daughters, Molly and Jillian, and her parents, Amy and Tim. Congratulations.
Hands up.
Good evening, Superintendent Beeman and school board members. I am very excited to introduce our new administrator in the ESOL World Languages Department. I would like to introduce Ibis Navarez. She is our new ESOL program specialist for all our schools from K through 12. Ibis Navarez is from South Florida. She graduated from Florida International University with a bachelor's degree in elementary education. Afterwards, she completed her master's degree in educational leadership at the University of Central Florida. She started her teaching journey here at Seminole County at Spring Lake Elementary in 2011 as an ESOL teacher. Since then, she has taught third grade, second grade dual language, and kindergarten dual language at Layer Elementary. She came to work at the district office for the ESOL World Languages Department over 6 years ago, and she has worked as a testing and compliance specialist as an instructional coach. Her family members in attendance tonight is her husband, Omir Nevares, and her 2 sons, Diego and Jadier Nevares. Congratulations.
Good evening, Superintendent Beeman, Madam Chair, board members. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Cassandra Palmer, Seminole County's most recent appointed program specialist for mental health. Cassandra Palmer is a graduate of the University of Florida, where she earned her bachelor's degree in psychology and master's degree in social work. She is a licensed clinical social worker and has been with Seminole County Public Schools since 2018. She has worked in the community for 11 years, and she is passionate about the work she is doing here in Seminole County and looks forward to working with students and the community and watching and experiencing their growth. Thank you very much. Welcome.
All right, good evening, Chairwoman Almond, school board members, and Ms. Beeman. Tonight, myself, along with members of the ePathways team, will provide you all with an update on our school district's physics initiative. And so, as you all are aware, this is a long-term project for our district. We started back in the 2019-2020 school year with our pilots at 4 of our middle schools, Indian Trails, Markham Woods, Sanford, and South Seminole. Tonight, we'll give you progress for the 2021 school year, our plans for the 21-22 school year, and we're hoping that within the next 4 to 5 years, we will reach our ultimate end goal of increasing high school enrollment in physics. So this past year, we had full implementation of the mechanics curriculum in our 6th grade courses. We began in semester 2 as we had more students return to in-person learning, and so we were able to get the curriculum out to more students who returned to in-person learning in the spring. To make sure that our students who were enrolled in our Seminole Connect option also had the opportunity to engage in those lessons, our digital STEM specialist, Stan Palmer, created Nearpod lessons, so the students, as their in-person classmates were engaged in the physics boxes, they were engaged in some interactive lessons through the Nearpod platform at home. And we also, at 3 middle schools, Markham Woods, Teague, and South Seminole, in the 4th quarter, implemented the optics box pilot. So in this 21-22 school year, our plan is to refine grade 6 mechanics implementation. We implemented some surveys to both students and teachers before the end of the school year, and they gave us some great feedback on how we can refine implementation for our students. And so we will, again, have implementation across 6th grade comprehensive science. We're also engaging in continued training for mechanics and for our new optics implementation. We actually had a training last Thursday with Dr. Glashenko with some of our returning and new 6th grade teachers to get them on board prior to the start of the year. And we'll also be piloting the electricity and magnetism boxes at 3 schools. Childs Middle School, Jackson Heights, and Millwee are the pilot schools for this year. And next we'll have Dr. Gardero.
Good evening. So as you all know, we now have 2 physics buses on the roads of Seminole County, and that is thanks in no small part to all of you, as well as our community and many of our sponsors. In the spring of 2020, we launched the mechanics bus, and that bus, with the support of our schools, made its way out all last year. We had lessons that were also provided. We took the lessons that were done on the bus and we provided those to the teachers so that their students that were at home could also participate in those lessons. We tried to make them so that the students would have it was just an inclined plane, and so they were able to participate as well. And then you all were there for the spring of 2021, the ribbon cutting for our laser optics bus. And so you kind of wonder, how did we do all of this? Did we do all of this? Were we able to meet our goals? Because this little bugger came along in 2020 and decided that it wanted to wreck all of our plans. But we're Seminole County and we don't allow those things to happen. So I had the amazing privilege of getting to work with Faith Whittingham, who has really taken the lead on making sure that your initiative for physics education has really just taken root, and you can see it driving down the road of Seminole County. And so I want Faith just to tell you a little bit about what this year has brought and the lessons learned and how we're going to move forward.
Thank you. I'm happy to report that the mechanics bus actually accomplished our goal for the year. We visited all 37 of our elementary schools, and we did roll out optics, and we thank Winter Springs and Hamilton Elementary for helping us with refining those lessons. I've had the honor of being an observer in most of those visits, and I saw fourth and fifth graders engaged in learning. I saw mathematics being used as we explore physics, and I saw teachers learning as well. I wanted to just share with you some of the feedback that we got. This is partly from faculty, and we were able to do a training where teachers and admin became students on the bus for Power View, and so this is some of the feedback. First one, overall, we had a wonderful experience. My fourth graders are eager to do it again for fifth grade. Second, we are so grateful for this program and cannot wait to have another visit from the physics bus. And third, this was from an admin from our Power View. Such an amazing resource for SCPS schools. So many science concepts, vocabulary, fully immersive hands-on learning. Love the level of theatrics that you employ. We have special teachers. Thank you for a magical science morning. Thank you for your support for this program. Bus 3 is in development. Thank you.
So, and Faith is, of course, very humble, but she spends countless hours and sleepless hours making sure that all of this happens, and so we are just so fortunate to have her on our team. As you can see there at the bottom, we also had several of our Title I schools that were visited multiple times because we know that exposure and vocabulary development are so critical for our students, especially our students that are working in Title I populations. I got a call this summer from Mrs. Cardona about our ELL newcomers that were working at Wicklow Elementary. And so those are students that, have come to the United States sometime in the last year. And those were third, fourth, and fifth graders. And she said, do you think that we can expose these kids to science vocabulary? And they did their entire summer with science, hands-on, amazing. I mean, what a bucket-filling day. And I just captured 9 seconds of just kind of the joy. And if you can see my mouse right here, just watch this kid. Just a cool kid. All right, look at you, an example of a human joke. So that's 9 seconds of enthusiasm that, these are students that are still learning the English language, but exposing them to grade level and beyond science vocabulary is so critical to their success, and we are so honored to have the opportunity to do such things. Hey. Oh, one more time. And so on the horizon, as you know, we launched the mechanics bus in the spring of 2020, laser optics in the spring of 2021, and as Ms. Whittingham indicated, we are right on track with the electricity and magnetism bus to come along in spring of 2022. And as I said earlier, we fund none of this with district funds. There are no taxpayer dollars that are used in this project. We fund this all through private donations or grants that we receive. And so with that, I am never ashamed to ask for money. So if anyone who is sitting out here would like to participate in this fine initiative, getting one of those buses, we have the buses that are getting ready to be surplused from our transportation department, that we take one of those buses that would be surplused. We take the floors out, the seats out, the windows out, we redo the whole thing. And our transportation department is so amazing in working with us on this project, but it still takes about $65,000 to $75,000 to get a bus outfitted. And so if anyone is interested in participating, there is the name for our executive director for the Foundation for Seminole County Public Schools, Jean Van Smith, and she would be happy to work with you to make sure that you get that tax-deductible donation made for our physics buses. So thank you so much for your support of this initiative. It means a ton.
Thank you for your presentation. It was awesome. Any comments, Member Sanchez?
Yes, Dr. Gar-Harold and Faith, thank you so much for allowing our schools to have this, but just for the audience and for everybody that's listening, can you let us know what other school districts or anybody else in the country doing this?
Well, we saw initially there was one other school district that had a physics bus, but when you actually looked at it, it wasn't a physics bus. It wasn't cute, and so we are the ones that are running the only physics buses in the state of Florida and the only physics buses that we're aware of in the United States.
That's correct. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, board members, do you have anything that you would like to discuss at this time before we go to public comment? Member Krause? No?
Are we doing roll call order?
If you have anything you want to bring up now, that's what I'm asking you.
Yes.
Okay.
So I've been spending the last 3 weeks or so in the hospital with my father, and I've noticed that the ERs are a lot busier. In fact, his last admission, there was not even enough chairs at Advent on Rollins, and they were asking patients to wait outside. Where the elephant in the room is we're seeing the numbers of infections of COVID Delta variant increase, and this is before we open our school doors. I would like to address this matter with my fellow board members and guidance from our attorneys. Our students under 12 don't even have the opportunity to be vaccinated, and we can't send them safely to school without sending them with some protective barriers. We own the desk shields already. Most of us have masks, and I'm concerned about band chorus and any mitigation factors that we know worked last year to keep our children safe. I'd like for us to consider requiring masks for those students under 12 who don't have the option of getting a vaccine. I'd like to ask our school board attorney what are our restrictions and requirements for doing so. And for my board members, let's take action.
So from the legal perspective, if you remember last year when the pandemic was first starting, the procedure that we went through, initially there was an enactment of an emergency rule, which is allowed under the Administrative Procedures Act, Chapter 120.54, and there are some certain requirements and elements, and that is the agency has to find an immediate danger to the public health, safety, or welfare that requires emergency action. And upon that finding, the agency may adopt any rule necessitated by the immediate danger. There have to be procedural protections, which would be it should be noticed, opportunity for public comment. The agency has to publish in writing at the time of its action or prior to its action the specific facts and reasons for finding an immediate danger to the public health, safety, or welfare, and its reasons for concluding that the procedure used is fair under the circumstances, and the agency has to take only that action necessary to protect the public interest under the emergency procedure. A rule passed in that manner is only effective for 90 days, in which case it cannot be reenacted. So if you remember last year, what we did is there was the passing of the emergency rule. It was the immediate permanent rulemaking process was started. Permanent rule was enacted mandating masks, and that's the rule that just got rescinded, was it last meeting? That was effective. So I mean, that would be the general procedure and the general elements required to, now, of course, you could go straight to the permanent rulemaking procedure, but of course, there are notice requirements, and you were talking about 2 months out to do that, so.
And is it your belief we meet the qualifications for this emergency order?
So that's a very difficult question. You know, the statute, obviously, that I just read you doesn't define what constitutes an immediate, you know, danger to health and welfare. Last time, if you remember, there was a declared state of emergency by the state. There was also our local Department of Emergency Management had also declared an emergency. Those elements are not present this time. But can I tell you that a finding based upon the current state of affairs is sufficient to withstand a challenge? I can't tell you that for sure. I can't tell you that it doesn't
Can you and
either.
Ms. Cole-Palmer defend us if we decide to do this?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
Can
you.
you defend us if we make this decision? Can you?
Well, we would defend you, of course, certainly.
Okay. So the next step then would be for me to take a motion at this point?
Well, you can't pass an emergency rule tonight. There has to be specific written findings that have to go in. You know, possibly that could be brought back either the next meeting, of course, school would be started by that time, or via a special meeting perhaps. But there would have to be notice. There'd have to be the written agenda item with the proposed rule, with the specific findings that need to go in, that I just read you, justifying the immediate danger to health, welfare, and safety.
Okay. So then I would like to ask for a special meeting to do this.
Well, there currently is not a topic for a special meeting, unless you all are requesting that I set a special meeting for the discussion of masking. Is that the motion?
For masking and mitigating efforts, whether it's, you know, little sock things on our band instruments, or providing masks for those students that don't have them.
Right, and I guess I would just like to clarify from council, at this point, we don't have a topic to explore. Is there an appropriate motion that needs to happen prior to any special meeting based on that topic going forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think there would have to be a motion to set a special meeting with a discussion of, you know, we have to dictate exactly what the special meeting topic's going to be. I guess at the special meeting, there could be a direction to bring back a, you know, proposed rule, emergency rule with the various topics, but, you know, that needs to happen first.
So I would like to make the motion that we have a special meeting with the intent of discussing mitigating factors and path forward for safe opening of our schools.
It wouldn't happen in enough time, though, before school would start, though, correct?
Well, a special meeting can happen.
Emergency meeting.
In a number of days.
Right.
If that is the guidance that you all provide to me, we can have a special meeting prior to the beginning of school.
Point of order, if we may. There's a motion on the floor, but there's been no second. Therefore, the discussion cannot proceed until that time.
I'll second it. It's to discuss everything.
Order, please.
And
Order, please.
it's to discuss everything so we can see who knows what's going to be next week. Every day, everything's changing. Minute by minute, everything is changing. 600% have up our hospitals. Walk into a hospital, my daughter's a nurse, and you can't even get a
Order,
spot.
please.
So it's a discussion. It's not anything but a discussion to share, and it may not even pass from here. So
Abby.
it's,
Folks, please.
Ms. Sanchez.
you know, I'm not going to argue with you.
Ms. Sanchez, we need for discussion, if you have discussion with us.
So basically, it's for, to understand what exactly is going on with the Delta variant, and to see if there is anything that we may need to do or may not need to do. Clearly, I prefer not to have masks. That would be my number one thing. However, with what's going on, I'm scared. Honestly, scared.
I can. Member Calderon, anything?
I'm ready for a vote.
Any other discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion does not pass at this time. I think I'd still like to have, excuse me. If you'd like to remain, you need to please refrain from disrupting.
Madam Chairman, I had
Yes.
one other issue. We all received a letter today asking that our committee, or our work sessions be recorded for those people that couldn't attend. And in the interest of transparency and maybe a raise for Jed, could we consider doing that as a board? Could I bring a motion forward for that, for recording our work sessions?
I'd have to look. I can't remember if that is currently in the bylaws about our work sessions. I don't believe so. So it probably should be something that you consider. I'd have to look at that more.
Shall I table this as a motion then?
I'd suggest let us look at it a little bit more.
Perhaps we can add it to an open discussion work session. I know you touched on it earlier today.
Right.
But to really give us some time to reflect and look at the logistics.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, time for public comment. We'll take in-person comment first. Please be respectful of the 3-minute time limit if you are an individual. Vice Chair Pennock, please read the public input statement.
Public comments related to education, the board agenda, and the district are welcome and encouraged. The public comment opportunity is not, however, an open forum to discuss matters unrelated to education, to support or oppose candidates for public office, or to engage in commercial speech attempting to sell a service or product to the board or to the public. Also, public comment is not a forum to engage in personal attacks against school system employees or board members. To maintain orderly conduct, the public comment section of this meeting may not be used for any other purposes, including presentation of political or campaign issues, matters involving disciplinary actions, pending employee disciplinary matters, or pending claims, complaints, or litigation against the district or district personnel. Participants are required to engage in meaningful but civil communications. The presiding officer of the board and/or parliamentarian may order the removal of any person interfering with the expeditious or orderly process of such meeting, provided such officer has first issued a warning that continued interference with the orderly process of the meeting will result in removal. All statements shall be directed to the presiding officer. No person may address or question a board member individually. Each statement made by a member of the public shall be limited to 3 minutes in duration. A designated group representative will have a maximum of 6 minutes. No speaker may yield his time to another person. This policy does not prohibit the board from maintaining orderly conduct or proper decorum in a public meeting.
Thank you very much. So Haley Donahue, followed by Deborah Donahue, and then Emily O'Ray. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Haley Donahue, stating my name for the record. As of 23 July, the New York Times reported that Seminole County saw an increase of over 1,500 cases of coronavirus. Our neighboring county, Orange County, experienced an increase of over 5,000 cases. All throughout Florida, there was an increase in almost 30,000 roughly making up 1/5 of the total cases of COVID in the United States, stated by the. Even though it is clear to see that we are still in a pandemic with death tolls only rising and hospital beds just filling up, many refuse to get vaccinated or mask up to protect one another. Arguably, the recent surge can be completely applied to those who are unvaccinated, but there is still a major group who cannot yet get vaccinated: children. As a vaccinated teen myself, I stand before you, the Seminole County School Board, and I ask how it is possible for you to even consider removing masks on this grim eve of tragedy. There are many words or phrases I could use, negligible homicide for one and child endangerment for another, but I settle on the word disappointment. For a very long time, I've been angry with what I've seen, how Seminole County took away Seminole Connect, forcing me to return to campus in the fall, and the baccalaureate program isn't offered virtually. I was greatly angry when I heard of cases not being reported at certain schools, and I was angry when I saw that the Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital reported that it has seen more cases in children in the past week than in the entirety of the pandemic. Amongst children in my own age group, 12 to 17, there has been an 84% increase in cases, and in the age group of early middle schoolers, and of course the entirely unvaccinated age group of elementary school children, there was an 87% increase in cases. As the CDC director has said recently, the pandemic is becoming one of the unvaccinated. I ask you now if you understand that children under 12 cannot get vaccinated. I ask you if you care that they very well will die. I ask you if you can live with the weight of their lives on their shoulders. I ask you that when the death reports continue to roll in, that you read every child's name that has perished after contacting COVID in school, and that you understand that your negligence has led to their deaths. Then again, I suppose that some people who might be easily swayed by shouting mobs might not be able to care, and that all my asking will fall on mostly deaf ears. If you have any semblance of dignity or compassion, I beg you to reconsider, or at least ponder the grim outcomes before us of the removal of masks in schools, and that you will hopefully re-implement them. Before I leave for the evening, I do have one last thing to add that stuck with me about the last meeting. After some refuse to recognize June as Pride Month, I would like to remember that the LGBTQ community, that it would very much help if you could recognize it as Pride Month. The discrimination should end now. Thank you for your time, and I do hope you'll listen to what I said. Your negligence could lead to deaths, but it is up to you to determine whether or not you can do anything. Thank you, and congratulations, Superintendent Beeman.
Thank you, Haley. Deborah Donahue.
Hard to get up and speak after her. Good evening, board members. Good evening. In loco parentis, this means administrators and teachers are required to promote care and safety of children in their care. As educators, you are obligated to look out for students' best interest. You have the duty to anticipate foreseeable dangers and take actions, reasonable steps to protect students. COVID-19 is such a danger. The reasonable step is masking and reinstating social distancing. I ask that this board reconsider the mask mandate for elementary students. The American Academy of Pediatrics asking all students K through 12 to be masked. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm here tonight as a dividend, local leader, Seminole County Council PTA board member, but my most important role tonight and always is a parent to a beautiful, vibrant, brilliant, inspiring, hilarious, and brave LGBTQ child. Last board meeting, I sat in the audience and listened to a motion be presented to represent our LGBTQ youth and faculty. I thought to myself, of course, this would pass. This is a no-brainer, and I was disappointed by the decision to table it. Some board members felt like they celebrate all children, therefore we don't need to celebrate this marginalized community. Seminole County Public Schools states that they are committed to an equitable learning and treatment. Equitable learning and treatment towards our LGBTQ youth and faculty is not being fully implemented to the best of its abilities at this time. In the 4th grade, my child confided in a friend that they had a crush on a student that was the same gender. This friend then went and told the rest of the class, and my child was then treated by their peers as if they had the plague. No one wanted to sit near them, no one wanted to even touch their backpack or work with them, and holding your child while they sob about being rejected for who they are is one of the hardest duties you have to perform as a parent. We're gearing up for a new school year with new challenges, and I've had to discuss increased bullying, possible physical or sexual violence, and so many other scary and horrific possible challenges my child will face at school. Unfortunately, I don't get to sugarcoat the world for my child when there are real possible dangers in life. I want to circle back to the notion that caring for all students is simply good enough when it comes to asking for representation and validation of our LGBTQ students. In the 2020 national survey performed by the Trevor Project, 40% of LGBTQ respondents seriously considered attempting suicide in the past 12 months, with more than half of transgender and non-binary youth having seriously considered suicide. This is double compared to their cisgendered and heterosexual peers. 1 in 3 LGBTQ youth reported that they had been physically threatened or harmed in their lifetime due to their identity, and 86% of the LGBTQ youth said that recent politics have negatively impacted their well-being. Transgender and non-binary youth who have reported their pronouns being respected by all or most people in their life attempted suicide at half the rate of those who did not have their pronouns respected. I'm asking that you listen to our story and these statistics and be the change that our students need in our community. Lead the way to representation, equitable learning, and treatment. Tell our LGBTQ students and faculty that you value them, that you see them, that you hear them, that you believe them, and that they are valued. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Gillis, Michelle Burrows, and Cheryl Bryant.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Gillis. My spouse, Scott, and I, and our 3 children reside in the Seminole County area of Winter Park. My husband and I both are United States veterans for the active Army. Our oldest graduated from Oviedo High School in 2019, and our twins are currently seniors at Lake Howell High School. One will graduate a year early, and I will address why here in a minute. I would like to speak on behalf of my family and show our support and advocacy for Seminole County Public Schools to recognize June as Pride Month. 7 years ago, right before our family moved to Florida from Washington, D.C., one of my twins was brave enough to come out as a member of the LGBT community at age 9. They were supported and embraced by not just their family and friends, but by their peers and authoritative figures at their school. When we moved to Seminole County, we chose Seminole County when they were in the 5th grade, and I use they as a singular in this forum, to provide our children with an opportunity for a solid public school education that my husband and I both were awarded in outside of Florida. But once we got here, our family, especially that child, found out that that was not how it was going to be. Shortly, this child started school here in SCPS, and they were ridiculed and snubbed openly and told it was because they were gay. By the time our child, got through middle school and into high school, they went back into the closet and fell into a deep depression that included suicidal thoughts on the regular. I apologize in advance to anyone in the audience that this might trigger something. But I'm going to ask every parent in this room to close their eyes and picture your child smiling. Picture them happy and laughing. Picture that smile, that laugh that gives you that feeling your stomach that makes you so warm. Now picture your child telling you that they no longer want to live, that they hate themselves and they want to die. My husband and I have experienced this. My child's siblings experienced this. This is the biggest heartbreak I've experienced in my life, to include losing fellow soldiers in the Army. We are lucky, though. Our child found support with us and a few others, and they have found themselves again and had the ability to come out of the closet once again and be proud of who they are today. And we are so very proud of them. But everything they endured gave them a very scorned taste for this school system. So much that at the end of junior year this year, they busted ass and started taking 5 classes in 8 weeks over virtual school so they could graduate early from this school system. So in 4 days, one of my twins will graduate an entire year early. And that one of those reasons is due to not feeling supported here within the Seminole County public school system as an LGBTQ student. I bring this up because I wonder if the children that were ridiculing and bullying our child for all those years had an understanding about Pride Month, and maybe our child wouldn't have suffered. Maybe other children going forward won't suffer, and maybe some of those children would still be alive today, and those children that are having suicidal thoughts might think differently.
Please wrap up your comments. There's time.
Thank you. Pride is just a month where the LGBT community is remembering its history. There is no gay agenda, no platform to turn children gay. This is just to support kids who are out, want to be out, and others who want to be allies. But this isn't just about students. We also must support our SCPS staff who identify in the community. We trust in them to give our children the best and want them to protect our children. We must support them and advocate for them as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michelle Burrows, and then Cheryl Bryant and Tina McCleary.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, board members and superintendent. My name is Michelle Burrows. I live in Oviedo, Florida. I just want to point out that the Florida Department of Health still stands firm that children having a normal school year, including mass choice, extracurricular activities, and no need for wide-scale contact tracing, which leads to healthy kids being quarantined and missing important lesson time. I want to thank SCPS for allowing mass choice. However, if children do not have symptoms, they should not be punished. Parents' Bill of Rights clearly states that a parent has the fundamental right to make health care decisions for their minor children. Masks are medical devices and therefore carry risks that are different for everyone, just like vaccines. The so-called rise in cases also includes a wide number of fully vaccinated individuals. The state, per CDC, does not test fully vaccinated individuals unless they are required hospitalization. Not to mention the FDA just pulled the PCR test that we've been using because they were providing false positives. These tests can also not distinguish between the flu, COVID, or the Delta variant. Viruses have seasonal waves, and this was predicted last year. Also, I want to point out that Florida is the top destination for tourists this time of year, which would mean that many of our cases are probably including our tourists. Each family and individual should have the ability to decide for themselves how they want to protect themselves without prejudice or discrimination. Many of the parents for the mandatory mask policy believe that those speaking up for choice intend to bully those who choose to wear one, when I have personally witnessed the exact opposite. It was also brought to my attention that a student in 9th grade at Haggerty High School had talked down and called her friend stupid for not wanting to get the vaccination. Millions of people decide every year not to take the flu shot. Up to 650,000 people die of the flu each year. Yet those that chose not to get the shot have never been blamed for others' deaths. I also want to point out that in 2009, the swine flu killed nearly 575,000 people, yet the vaccine was halted after it caused the death of only 25 people. As of July 26, COVID deaths are about 600,000, and I say this lightly as, one, they are still navigating last year's numbers as to whether they died with COVID or of COVID. Meanwhile, there have been well over 45,000 deaths within 3 days of receiving the COVID vaccines, and yet they are still pushing the emergency use orders on this vaccination. While I stand for medical freedom, informed consent, and the fact that healthy people, especially children, should not be masked up, I have never judged anyone for choosing differently than me. I have raised my children the same way. We all deserve normalcy and the right to make our own medical options and decisions without backlash or the need to disclose our reasons in doing so. This includes the need to expose whether we're vaccinated or not. Teachers or administrators should not be asking children this information. As for celebrating Pride Month, I do not believe the school system should encourage or celebrate sexual preference.
Please wrap up.
Our children deserve to be children. Again, I accept everybody. I have several friends and family members that are part of this group. This should definitely be a family matter. And we have clubs that also support these children.
Thank you. Cheryl Bryant, Tina McCleary, Kim Finnegan. It would be helpful if you would come up as you see the speaker prior to you concluding. Thank you.
The opportunity to speak. I'll be very brief.
Please introduce yourself.
I'm Cheryl Bryant.
Thank you.
And I'll be very brief because I think there might be folks who are more eloquent than I on some of the subjects tonight. And one of the subjects I wanted to get to, I think, is not on the agenda. So I would like to get to that at a different time, in the name of time. So I would just like to say that I think that you guys need to make masks a choice. It should not be a tyrannical edict from the school board. Those who want to wear masks should have the opportunity to wear masks. And they have just not been proven to work. There's no study that has shown that they work. I was at the dentist office yesterday. I had 4.5 hours of work done. And the dental assistant looked at me and said, "This is all theater. I just have this thing on because everybody expects it. It says on the side of the box right here, it doesn't work." So, you have to keep that in mind. If you look at the suicides and the problems that masks and the lockdowns have caused for children, that needs to be considered. The masks are filthy, nasty things. Kids would have to change them every half hour, and they have to breathe. They have to breathe. So it's a ridiculous thing to require children to wear masks. Let them have fresh air. If you guys were really concerned about our health, then I think some of the sugar that's in the school cafeteria wouldn't be there. Some of the carbohydrates wouldn't be there. You would be telling people to take vitamin C, zinc, get out in the sunshine, get exercise. Those are my thoughts on that. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Good evening, Superintendent Beeman and school board members. My name is Tina McClory, and I have been a proud member of this community for 22 plus years. I come to you tonight out of my comfort zone to address an issue which is dear to my heart, our elementary students. The concern to me is not political, but a safety health issue. While we had fewer than normal children on campus last year, our school system experienced over 1,600 cases of COVID. I know the safety of our children is always a top priority in Seminole County. But hearing the current facts about the Delta variant, I think we should reconsider our mask options. While yes, masks are an option for students, in the elementary with vaccines, in the elementary setting, a vaccine is not. Florida State Health data reported today, just in 2 weeks' time, we have doubled our cases because of the variant. Florida is leading the cases in the nation, and the Board of Pediatrics recommends all children who are unvaccinated should wear masks. We all know when we wear masks, it is to protect the ones around us if someone sneezes or coughs on us with the new Delta variant, instead of spreading COVID between maybe 2 or 3 around us, the new strand, it will spread 5 to 8 people around us. Some argue, I want my child to breathe without a mask during the school day. At the elementary setting, children are given the option, like last year, to not wear a mask during PE and recess, and children were also given mask breaks while they were seated in their individual spaces. We all want our children to remain safe. We practice code yellows and we practice code reds in the school system on a regular basis. If comparing our codes to the Delta variant, we have surpassed the code yellow because the community spread, and we may have progressed to a code red because an individual COVID intruder may be on campus, and by not requesting unvaccinated children to wear a mask, we have left some doors unlocked. I know many of you are in our schools, welcoming our students back each year. I have entered the school buses for the past 22 years to welcome our current students, which at my age may also be the children of the past students at my school. I hope as we all look into the sea of the little eyes, which are looking back at us as they are sitting side by side in the school buses, we know within our hearts we have done everything possible to keep our children safe for the new school year.
Please wrap up.
That is the reason I shared with you tonight. Please consider the elementary school mask policy.
Thank you. Kim Finnegan, then Rachel Bittner, and Jeremy Liggett.
Thank you to the board for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Kim Finnegan, and I'm a local high school teacher, and I've lived and taught in Seminole County for over 11 years. I'm here in support of Member Krause's motion to publicly recognize June as Pride Month. Like Black History Month and Hispanic Heritage Month, Pride Month is designated as a time to celebrate the contributions of people from within this marginalized group of Americans. It originally started as a day to remember the Stonewall riots in New York City in 1969. Look it up. It's real. Now it's a month-long celebration of diversity and the freedom to live one's authentic life without fear and discrimination. That being said, Pride Month is no secret. It's in the news. It's all over social media. Marketing companies nearly trip over themselves to represent themselves and their products as allies with the LGBTQ community. So, the SCPS School Board's recognition of Pride Month is not about revealing its existence to students, nor is it about indoctrinating students, the majority of whom aren't even in school during Pride Month, or forcing views on anyone. It's not even about sexual orientation. It's about making sure that all students, including those who are part of the LGBTQ+ community, feel seen, feel safe, and feel supported by their own community, the same as their straight peers. As a teacher, I have witnessed the positive effect that inclusiveness has on young people firsthand within the walls of my own classroom. I make a point to make sure my students are seen and acknowledged, whether I agree with their views or not, whether they're stellar students or not. My classroom is my community, one where I strive to recognize all of my students. This is the least of what we should expect from the board that represents all of the students in our county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rachel Bittner. Rachel Bittner.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Liggett. I'm a U.S.
Excuse me, it's Rachel's turn first.
Oh, sorry.
Rachel Bittner, Longwood. First of all, why are the hospitals full and overrun? Vaccine injuries, guys. Come on. Kidding me, right? So I've been to a few of these school board meetings recently, and I've listened to some very well-researched and reasoned messages delivered calmly and politely for the most part. I've listened to doctors and attorneys give very sound and informative accounts of how the school board's policies have been not only unscientific and unlawful, but damaging and abusive to our children. So I was really surprised to hear Ms. Krause's son, Tyler Krause, say on a public meeting that, quote, "The public comment section of the school board meetings have been dominated by folks that have no desire except to just address the board with all these vile comments, whether they're about Pride Month or masking students or vaccines, all sorts of lunacy," end quote. Like that. I haven't seen that. I actually found it kind of rude. Because COVID's over. Are you not tired of this Groundhog's Day conversation where people state the facts to you over and over again? The science. It's like, are you not hearing us? Do you not understand plain English? Do you not understand science? I don't understand what's going on. I hear people constantly saying, masks don't work, vaccines don't work. Well, actually, you know what they do? But to say that they do, you have to recognize that they're doing exactly what they're designed to do. The vaccines are doing exactly what they're designed to do. Let's address the elephant in the room, shall we? So I'm going to repeat what I said last time, because you didn't freaking listen. Per OSHA, a government agency designed to create safe and healthy working and learning environments, there are no efficacy standards on child-sized masks. I.e., a child-sized mask is a non-FDA approved emergency use authorized device. From a scientific perspective, consider that a single COVID viral particle is between 60 to 140 nanometers, and the pores in any mask are about 200 to 1,000 times larger than that viral particle. Imagine a chain-link fence trying to stop a mosquito, if you will. From an ethical perspective, with the knowledge that the mask is ineffective, we know that the very least of the damage that a mask creates for a child is an increased risk of infection, and a more severe infection at that. Now, since science and ethics appear to be entirely irrelevant to your decision-making process, I'm going to speak to you from a legal perspective.
Your time is up. Please wrap up your last comment.
Promoting the use of a non-FDA approved emergency use authorized mask is unwarranted and illegal. Not only did you promote it, you required it. Misrepresenting a mask as a protective measure against infection is a deceptive practice under the FTC. Let me point out that there is no waiver of liability under deceptive practices, even under a state of emergency. As such, promoting or requiring children to wear masks or any other non-FDA approved emergency use authorized medical product is illegal.
Please share your comments with our clerk.
Experimental non-FDA approved emergency use authorized
Your time is up,
Ma'am, your
please.
comments are over.
Thank you. If you would like us to have your comments, you can share them with the clerk, and she'll share them with us. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you guys? My name is Jeremy Liggett. I'm a U.S. congressional candidate for Florida's 7th District. I'm a United States Army veteran, former law enforcement officer, but more importantly, I'm a father here in this school district, and I live in Longwood. I'm speaking today as a concerned parent. Our country, day by day, is becoming more communist. Every one of you have been elected to represent us without bias, making the best decisions for our children and their future. Communism is not the best decision for anyone's future. Cuba is the latest example. I bring this up because movements that were once on track to enrich lives are now infiltrated by organizations like Antifa. Communist, anarchist, bent on destroying the fabric of our freedom. Christine Krause has a son by the name of Tyler Krause.
Mr. Liggett, please direct your comments to the board. It's inappropriate to make personal conversation.
I didn't ask Ms. Krause a question.
No, I understand that.
My comments are to the board.
Direct your comments to the board,
If the audience
sir.
would please maintain order.
Tyler Krause made it clear in a recent Zoom meeting.
Mr. Liggett, please do not direct personal attacks against the board member.
Tyler Krause.
So we're going to terminate. We're going to terminate your statement.
Tyler Krause made it clear in a recent Zoom meeting that he is using you, a member of the school board, to further the agenda of an organization called Rainbow Syndicate. You want to listen to this?
Board members?
You want to listen to this?
Board members, let's take a 5-minute recess. your seats, please. We're going to reconvene our meeting and resume our public input. Eric Wilson, Michelle Manella, and Nicole Renee Hollis, please. So that first name was Eric Wilson? He's outside? Okay, I'll move him. Michelle Manella? Nicole Renee Hollis, and then Katrina Shaddix.
My name is Michelle Manella. I live in Longwood. We are often hearing that we should follow the science, so I wanted to make sure you are in fact aware of the latest scientific findings. JAMA Pediatrics published a study on June 30th showing definitively that masks cause excessive CO2 buildup. The study showed an average of 6 times and up to 12 times the OSHA limit for CO2 inside children's masks, causing effects such as headaches, dizziness and fatigue, inability to concentrate or think clearly, flushing, and shortness of breath. If you re-implement mask mandates, we will not be sending our students to school, and we will protest daily until you allow for choice and medical freedom. According to your reopening plan, asymptomatic students and staff with positive COVID tests are required to quarantine for 10 days. I am a licensed clinical laboratory scientist who actually performs COVID testing. As of this month, the FDA has found PCR testing so unreliable that labs across the U.S. have been instructed to phase out its usage and find alternative testing methods by the end of the year. Clearly, science is not settled regarding how to test, and there's a tremendous amount of false positives happening. Even according to the World Health Organization, up to 97% of asymptomatic positives on COVID PCR tests are false. Only symptomatic students and staff should be recommended to remain home. Quarantine of those not showing signs of illness will needlessly result in many hours of lost education, not only for that student, but for all close contacts who will also be forced to quarantine, especially at a time when students need to be making up for the losses of last year. SCPS proposed policy regarding potential exposure to COVID calls for quarantine at home for 10 days unless, 1, the individual is fully vaccinated, or 2, individuals who have tested positive in the previous 90 days can be exempt. 90 days is too short. According to articles published this month in both Lancet and Nature, those who have already had COVID demonstrate immunity for 10 or more months, and likely years based on the SARS virus model. I respectfully request that the board amend the reopening guidelines to only symptomatic students and staff, and recommend quarantine to the serious false positives of current testing, and never require quarantine for individuals who had already had COVID. Finally, I'd like to address the possibility of implementing Pride Month or Pride History Month. This type of campaign is inappropriate. We already have bullying policies in place if students are having issues. Stop trying to implement social agendas, whatever their origins, and stick to educational fundamentals like math, science, and language arts. Progressive agenda items do not belong in school. Shaping a student's moral beliefs is the responsibility of each student's individual family. Just as I would not expect my family's religious and moral beliefs to be taught in the classroom, others should not expect their moral beliefs and religion to be inserted into the classroom either. The days of ramming through controversial items are over. We parents are awake and active. Expect organized pushback on agenda items like mandated masking and pride celebrations. I do have the journal articles I cited if you'd like to see them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nicole. This is the first time I have even come to a meeting or spoken, but I'm sorry. Was I supposed to say my name?
You did.
I did, okay, all right. But I have listened to every meeting for the past year, and I can no longer sit quiet, but I feel the need to speak up for the sake of my child. I chose to put my daughter in SCVS last year due to the mask mandate. And while I do believe this program is great for many, this was not the best option for my child in order to learn. She is able to learn more efficiently, excuse me, in a face-to-face setting and surrounded by teachers and her peers. That being said, she also needs and deserves to be able to do so while breathing freely and not being forced to wear a face mask. While having to wear a face mask at the extracurricular activities that she participates in, which did require a mask during exercise, she started having headaches and difficulty breathing. I've decided to speak as there are so many like myself who sat quietly, but our families are not okay with what is going on. So today I'm representing not only myself and my child, but the mothers and fathers who could not be here to speak, but are feeling just as strongly about the subject and seeking the same outcome for their children that I am for mine. One of my concerns is that people like myself have been called anti-maskers and anti-science. This could not be further from the truth. In fact, we are critical thinkers and enjoy freedom of choice, which so many in our great country have given their lives to protect. The freedom we have every right to did not come easy, but it is exactly why we as parents and critical thinkers are now fighting to hang on to. I've been hearing the phrase, "I believe in science," quite often, and I personally feel it is one of the most absurd statements, and let me tell you why. This statement has come to mean that one believes in current scientific consensus or only trusts what is posted in a particular study, such as mask efficacy. It also has come to mean that if you disagree with that study or believe a study with different outcome, that you believe in science in general and your opinion should be disregarded. There is a scientific consensus that DDT on skin, including children, was a great idea, or that Johnson & Johnson had the best baby shampoo, baby powder, and sunscreen, or that Vioxx for arthritis was safe. Yet all these examples have killed and injured thousands of people. So I'm bringing this to your attention because unless science is your religion, it is not meant to be a belief system, but a process. The moment you believe in science, you give up your critical thinking skills because a study is telling you what or how to think. True scientists do not believe in the results, they believe in the process with the knowledge that is always changing. No one will ever know everything on a matter, and when researching, we are often left with more questions when we started, which is why critical thinking is so important.
Please wrap up.
Okay. Science is meant to be considered and not questioned, but not blindly followed. Perfect example is how we often find that science is backed by other source, which income is the driving factor, such as what I named before, allowing long-term effects for efficacy. In closing, I want to specify that we can listen to both sides, believing who's right and who's wrong, but our main job as parents is to raise our children and to protect them in the way that we feel is best, not by what others are telling us. If choice is given to children and families, whether they'd like to wear masks, and some parents choose to, that's okay, that's their business. We need to deserve that, just a choice. And choice to do what's best for our individual children. Please keep mask optional.
Thank you. Katrina Shaddix, Nina Sandberg, Joy Stricker, and Anthony Lacuzzo. Pardon? I can't hear you.
Do I need to give my address?
Not necessarily, if your form's complete.
Okay. Do I speak into here? Okay. Katrina Shaddix, lifelong Seminole County resident and a product of the Seminole County School System. We all know that many thousands of people here every year, every day, because of our school systems and because of our nature. And the reason I'm coming tonight has to do with both of those issues. Like I said, my family moved to Chilliota to Seminole County in 1940. My aunts and uncles and mother went to the school T.W. Lawton when grades K through 12 were all in one building. So I have a lot of heart and soul invested in this county and to the school system. My son graduated from Oviedo High School. I also substitute taught in Seminole County schools, and I was a member of the Dividends volunteer program teaching super scientists, remedial reading, and math superstars. So I can't tell you how much I love this county and how much I love the school system and how much I want y'all's help in improving the safety for our students going to school, as well as for the wildlife that visits our school property. Back in September 2020, I was called by a mom that lives next to Sterling Park Elementary, and one of the gopher tortoises that the students had adopted had died, and its dead body was there right where the children play on the playground. And the school authorities had already barricaded off the gopher tortoise burrow. So everyone knew about this gopher tortoise. They named him Sterling. He was protected. Well, that day he was dead. And come to find out, his burrow and his entire area had been sprayed with a weed killer called Roundup, which contains glyphosate, which is deadly and causes cancer. And I can submit tons of information to y'all online. I just didn't want to waste the paper and the trees to give you all of the studies and the scientific studies that prove this. But anyway, while I was there waiting for the FWC to collect the gopher tortoise's body, the landscaping crew happened to drive up. So I went and talked to them, and sure enough, they admitted they did saturate that gopher tortoise burrow with glyphosate, and it is, I think I gave y'all a picture of it. It was the 2.5-gallon blue bottle of glyphosate. It's industrial. Not only did they spray the fence line where the weeds grow, but they saturated the burrow. It is a federal offense, punishable by 5 years in prison and $5,000 to disturb a gopher tortoise burrow. So obviously when the gopher tortoise came out, he probably ate the grass that was saturated with the liquid, thinking it was water. He died. But the scary part is the landscaping crew told me not only did they spray on the playground, they sprayed in the flower beds right next to the sidewalk where the school offices is, where the school classrooms are. So kids were probably traipsing through this, not knowing it. It's a huge issue. It's very toxic. And I am asking that the school board, I don't know if you can ban glyphosate, but definitely not use any more landscaping companies that use this. And
Your time is up.
Okay.
We'll share that, though. We'll share that with facilities.
Okay. And I'll email you all of the stuff I had before. I emailed it back
That'd
in
be great.
September, but I'll email
Thank
the other
you.
stuff.
Good evening.
Sandberg. And first of all, as an SCPS parent, I don't like political agitator outsiders coming to board meetings to bully the board. It's a historical fact that staff members inside of Tuscaloosa Middle School performed full-blown child abuse on my child. One of my child's main abusers has been promoted when he was supposed to be fired. He was supposed to be fired while he was abusing my child. This man was trying to destroy my child's entire life, education, and reputation at the tender age of 11. He was trying to drive my child to suicide. 4 school board members, 1 superintendent, and 1 school board lawyer refused to stop the abusers from abusing my child inside of that school, no matter how many times I begged them to stop it. It went on for months. They ignored my emails, letters, phone calls, and personal appearances at the school board meetings, begging them to stop the abuse of my child. They gave the abusive staff members a free pass to use my child as a retaliation punching bag at school every single day. 4 persons involved in ignoring this abuse are still sitting in front of me. I am asking the board to address the integrity, ethics, and honesty issues throughout the district and to clean things up and get rid of the abusive mafia gang culture. SCPS adults who should know better have performed all sorts of retaliation and bullying schemes against children, parents, and even fellow employees. They have been so low as to drag children through SCPS dirty internal politics. I am asking the board to forbid employees from performing retaliation, harassment, bullying, targeting, discrimination, and other forms of abuse in SCPS schools. I am asking the board to immediately address any emergency situations where 1 or more employees are performing some type of abuse or mistreatment on a child. Those are emergency situations that you must deal with immediately. You cannot let them go on for weeks or months. These situations must be stopped immediately after they are reported. They may not be ignored, denied, or covered up by any of you. Employees may not threaten to retaliate against the parents or children who report serious school problems. Sometimes it is necessary to fire an abusive employee as opposed to looking the other way and allowing the employee to mistreat children for months or years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joy Stricker, and I live in Sweetwater Oaks. At last month's meeting, Christine Seminole County Schools to formally recognize June as National. I do not oppose this motion. I just ask that an additional motion be made by my local representative, Abby Sanchez, to recognize May as Jewish American Heritage Month. Also, National Bagel Day is January 15th. Finally, National Puppy Day is March 23rd. I don't fault Christine for wearing a rainbow-colored mask at last month's meeting as a show of support for Pride Month, but I do fault her for using her school board member seat to push her own political agendas on her constituents who pay her salary with their property taxes. According to Ballotpedia, the 3 agenda items Christine ran for school board on were school safety, less standardized testing, and education for all. In reality, she doesn't care about any of these. After careful consideration of Christine's 2 recent speeches on George Floyd and the Pulse shooting, I'm calling on her to resign from her position on the school board as soon as possible.
Ma'am, can you please direct your comments to the board?
Since this board didn't hear me last time I spoke, I will repeat myself. Stop shoving your own political agendas down our throats. School board seats in Seminole County are supposed to be nonpartisan. Finally, our new superintendent was recently interviewed by a local magazine. Sarita said, quote, she plans to navigate a safe return to normal learning environments for our students and working environments for our employees, end quote. Christine Krause has been talking about revisiting the mask mandate. I hope that Sarita will tell this board that she wants to keep masks optional for the upcoming year. I hope that she will join me in standing up for parental rights by preserving my ability to make medical decisions for my own children. COVID has confused school boards across America into thinking that they can do a better job of raising our kids than we can. So here's a news flash to put an end to this school board's confusion. My kids will never call any of you mom. Thank you.
After Anthony, Michelle Pettinger.
My name is Anthony Alexander Yakutso, and I'm an alumnus of Lake Brantley High School graduating class of 2018. In my time at Lake Brantley, I served as president of the drama department, Thespian Troop 2888, as well as president of the Gay Straight Alliance. I led our top chamber choir to straight superiors in district and state events. I frequently spoke at meetings for both the Young Republicans Club and the Young Democrats Club. I took 13 advanced placement courses and passed every national exam, and I was an inducted member of the National Honor Society, and I'm queer, and I'm proud of it. Before attending Lake Brantley, I received 9 years of private schooling from Annunciation Catholic Academy.
Order, please.
I received 9 years of private schooling from Annunciation Catholic Academy. I cannot speak to the atrocities to which I was subjected to at ACA, as that is a private school. I will be speaking on my mistreatment and the mistreatment of the LGBTQ+ community by individuals and systems upheld by SCPS during my time at Lake Brantley High School. Tonight, it has become apparent that parents and members of the SCPS community are woefully ignorant of what is actually going down behind the gates of our schools, and I have been only given 3 minutes to enlighten you, so I hope you can keep up. I have heard that political and social agendas have no place in learning institutions, so I will not speak on politics. I will only present facts. I played many sports in middle school, but at Lake Brantley, I never got the chance, as I was told by members of the volleyball and wrestling team that I could not try out because they would not be comfortable with me in their locker rooms. My freshman year, while walking hand in hand with my boyfriend at the time after school, a truck full of students followed us off campus and hurled trash at us from the moving vehicle while calling us faggots. After that incident, I did not return to school for 7 days because I did not feel safe. That same year, a trans woman was elected as homecoming king, not out of solidarity, but as an organized harassment campaign by the popular kids to shame her. The same thing happened to me my senior year. It has been said that it's the parent's job to raise the child and the school's job to teach. My father raised me to hate the skin I live in. My school taught me sexuality is perfectly acceptable when John and Nancy are sucking face and feeling each other up in full view of everyone, in full view of the school in between classes. But when John and James want to walk home hand in hand, they can't. This has nothing to do with our backwards curriculum, which intentionally excludes LGBT history from its books, I'm sure, but we're not talking about that today. We are simply asking that SCPS acknowledge that queer kids exist. They are our children and our neighbors and our friends, and they do not feel safe or supported in our schools. The following statistics come from the Trevor Project's 2019 LGBTQ Youth Mental Health Survey, the largest of its kind. 71% of LGBT youth report feeling hopeless for at least 2 weeks out of the year. 58% of trans and non-binary youth report being actively discouraged and rejected from gendered spaces such as locker rooms. 39% of LGBT youth have seriously considered suicide in the past 12 months. 50% of those who have considered suicide reported having attempted and failed. That speaks nothing of those who attempted and succeeded. I am a part of that 50%. I implore the school board to take the ceremonial action, this first step, to show that you care about students like me, because in my 4 years, the Seminole County public school system had me wholeheartedly convinced that my life did not matter to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, then Rachel Holler, followed by Brittany Nether, I think.
Hi, good evening, Superintendent and school board members. My name is Michelle Pettinger. I'm a Seminole County resident and a proud parent of a Seminole County student. In addition, I have the honor this school year to be the Vice President of Engagement for the Seminole County PTA and the Treasurer at South Seminole Academy PTSA. First, let me request that everyone here and in our county please consider joining your local schools' PTAs and PTSAs, more than one if you can. Student, family, community, and business membership support advocacy and programs for the students and teachers. It comes with no volunteering commitment. If you want to volunteer, then that's of course wonderful, but again, not mandatory. Over the past year or so, I've been watching the school board meetings virtually and have been browsing associated social media content. And I recognize that everyone, or at least close to everyone, has the same positive intent. We all want to keep students, families, teachers, and support staff safe. We just have different thoughts about how that can be achieved. So what are my thoughts? We are still in the midst of a pandemic and a public health crisis, and I ask that the school board follow the CDC guidelines for schools, understanding that Florida is and likely to remain a hotspot for COVID-19. New evidence on the Delta variant, CDC guidelines changed today to include all K-12 students, team members, teachers, staff, and visitors wear masks indoors. We're all in workshops today, and I know you're working very hard for our district, so you may not have seen it. As an update, I would encourage you to review it. Next, I would ask that when the topic of LGBTQ+ recognition comes up, you vote in favor. This simple recognition for both students and staff is critical for their safety and well-being. We in PTA believe that schools should be a safe, supportive, and respectful environment for all students. However, LGBTQ+ students are more likely than their peers to be bullied, feel unsafe in school, and skip school due to safety concerns. 1 in 6 LGBTQ+ youth report being physically assaulted within the past 12 months because of their real or perceived orientation or identity. And LGBTQ+ students are 2 to 4 times more likely, 2 to 4 times more likely to commit suicide than non-LGBTQ+ peers. Most recent Trevor Project survey results using a sample of 35,000 young LGBTQ+ youth shows that 42% of these youngsters seriously considered attempting suicide in the past 12 months, including more than half of transgender and non-binary youth. With 1 in 3 LGBTQ+ students being rejected in their own homes, schools can, for some, be the only safe space open to them. But this is only true if we help keep them safe. Nationwide, according to the survey, only 50% of those students feel safe at school. The recognition being requested is a simple but effective tool to increase that safety even just a little.
Please wrap up, Michelle.
In closing, I want to say thank you for your hard work on behalf of our students and staff, and thank you for the opportunity to
Thank you.
speak this evening.
My name is Rachel Holler. I am a Seminole County resident and a mom of two. My sweet boy and my little firecracker, my daughter. They've both been in Seminole County Public Schools their whole lives. I'm also the Vice President of Operations for Seminole County Council PTA, and that is who I'm here on behalf of tonight. So Superintendent Beeman and our board members, for more than 120 years, PTA has worked towards bettering the lives of every child in education, health, and safety. Throughout the years, PTA has advocated for kindergarten, hot meals, recess, and more. This past year, during the pandemic, our PTAs here in Seminole County continue to support our schools, our staff, and most importantly, our children. This year, we will continue to do everything we can in our schools to keep our children and staff safe. Many of us are ready to forget about COVID-19. We're trying to move forward, but we cannot ignore the infection rates. As guardians, teachers, administrators, and board members are all trying to make the best choices with the information we have. But we are now once again starting a school year with many unanswered questions and a rising concern for our children's safety. As cases continue, we rise to ask you to think of the children. Think of our elementary students, the unvaccinated, those with health conditions, and those with family members at home that are not able to be vaccinated. We ask that you continue to keep our children, families, and staff safe for this upcoming year by following CDC guidelines as they continue to adjust for the Delta variant and impact on our children. Next, we would like to ask you to vote yes on Member Krause's agenda item when it comes up later in this meeting. Our LGBTQ students and staff need to know that they are safe, that they have school board members that value them, and a school district that is safe for them to attend on a daily basis. This is not about sexuality, it's not about politics or anything else. It is just about our kids. We all agree that our schools need to be safe, supportive, and respectful. This environment should be for all of our students. However, our lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, and more, these students are more likely than their peers to be bullied, feel unsafe, and skip school due to safety concerns, as we've heard many say tonight. This is a mental health issue. Our LGBTQ students are 2 to 4 times more likely to commit suicide, as others have said before me. 1 in 6 youth reports being physically assaulted. Think about that for a moment. 1 in 6 children are being physically assaulted just for being who they are. The National Transgender Discrimination Study found that 41% reported attempting suicide compared to 1.6% of the general population. So think about that. That is a massive gap. 41% of those youth are considering it compared to 1.6. Your yes today moves us in the right direction as a district. I cannot say we are supporting children's mental health while ignoring our LGBTQ youth and staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Brittany, then Dan Smith.
Sorry.
You're good.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Beeman. My name is Brittany Nethers, and I live in the Winter Park side of Seminole County, just over the line. And my public comment this evening is regarding 2 items. First, I urge you to continue required use of masks in our public school system. My fiance is an elementary school music teacher at a K-5 school, and the vast majority of his students are unable to get the COVID-19 vaccine. If masks are optional, him and his colleagues do believe that children choosing to wear masks at school will become the target of bullying. My second item today concerns a population that has already been bullied and harassed for decades here in Seminole County. I urge this board to take a vote on and support the recognition of Pride Month in June 2022. It's the right thing to do, and several of our other school districts here in Florida do this annually without blinking an eye. Our LGBTQ teachers, staff, students, and administrators deserve at least this level of respect. And for those naysayers who say that this is about sex, it's not. This motion is about valuing all people, regardless of whether they're gay, straight, bisexual, transgender, or questioning. We should be on the correct side of history and provide a supportive space where students and staff can be themselves without fear. This is not about beliefs. This is the reality here in Seminole County. We have gay teachers, we have gay students, and we have gay staff members. We need to make Seminole County schools safer for all students by promoting respect for everyone. By not publicly showing support in this very, very simple way, we validate and empower those bullies and harassers who continue to torment our loved ones. Please adopt this simple change and show our LGBTQ+ community, our friends, our neighbors, our siblings, our aunts and uncles, and our children that they are respected as human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Smith, you're next. Then Helen Smith and Jen Werrell.
Thank you. My name is Dan Smith. I am a teacher in Seminole County Public Schools. I'm a resident of Seminole County in Longwood, and presently I serve as president of the Seminole Education Association. I want to talk tonight about what we can do for our children here in Seminole County. Just to recap, last meeting, the board had chosen to lift the mask mandate, not really ending mask period, but just the mandate itself, okay? Everything was looking pretty good because we felt we had the pandemic beat. Things were going really, really well, and everybody was walking, very positively. And I thought it would be a relatively peaceful summer, is the fact that the employees and the teachers, all who were available to get the vaccine, had already received it, so I wouldn't be getting the same thing. But I did get some calls from parents who were very concerned because their kids cannot get a vaccine, and they have to attend school by law. They have to be in here. Unlike a year ago where I was concerned about the employees, they're adults and they could work or not work or do what they needed to do, and the district was able to accommodate it. But now that we have children, especially the elementary age in the K through 5, that do not have access to it. In Florida right now, barely 50% of our population is fully vaccinated. Barely 50% is fully vaccinated. That means statistically, but not exactly, that 1 out of every 2 households are going to have a situation where they're going to have somebody who's unvaccinated. Therefore, they could send their child in with the illness, and others can be infected. And I'm hoping that you can do something about that, because you are the only people that are in a position to protect Seminole's children if they choose to come in if they choose to attend school. Now, I guess an option would be for them not to come, to stay home for a year or something, and maybe some could work out. And I will tell you, the children are remarkably resilient, especially the young ones, and they probably could take a year off if necessary. But I'm hoping that wouldn't be the case, okay? You have the interests of the Seminole's children in play under your jurisdiction, rule, charter, whatever it may be, and you can protect these kids. And it might be a very difficult thing. It might be difficult for children who have to wear the masks one more year. But if you're in a situation where you can see what's happening now, how this has turned so quickly and gone from recovery into the next phase, and many are saying is even worse, it could become a problem. The American Pediatrics is saying really they don't think the kids should be going, but if they are going to go, that they think they should be masked. More and more of these are stating that it's just a wrong idea. The Atlanta School District, which is approximately the same size as Seminole County's student population, just went from deciding not to be masked in order to take those preventative measures. I don't know what you would do if you're in a situation where kids get sick and you're thinking that I could have stopped this. All right, I could have stopped this, but we got to get away from the politics for this. We're just talking about a mask, and we're talking about health, but more importantly, we're talking about children. And at this point, we're talking about live children, and we want to keep that. So I'm asking you to please act responsibly, and please, I beg you, get some type of plan, whether it's K through 8 or whether it's at least a minimum K through 5, and get the mask back on them, and let's save these children. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Colleen Smith. Putting on my timer. I'm here to talk about two things. I'm here to talk about truth and masking.
You're Helene.
I'm sorry?
You're Helene Smith?
Helene.
Okay.
Yes. I'm here to talk about truth and masking. I'm going to take this off because I'm 6 feet from people. Okay, first of all, truth and credibility of sources. The people coming in here and quoting statistics and saying what they know and what they believe and asking you to then run with it is ludicrous. You have to do your own research. You have to have it presented by the right sources. I think it would be perhaps in the best interest, it is in the best interest of the school board or somebody who has some influence on the community to maybe help people understand how to find credible sources. There's ways to do it. I went to school to do this. I went to a journalism school. It took me 4 years to understand how to teach it to other people. Journalists have to take an oath. They are credible. Some of them are not. Some of them are not credible. Some people aren't credible, but many journalists are, and they've studied to do this. We're not going to get anywhere unless we start dealing with truth. So now I want to bring that over to masking and children. Take a second here. We're still finding out, COVID's a moving target. We're reintroducing the topic of masking because, as Dan said, things have changed now. And what's happening with Delta is much worse. The longer people go unvaccinated, the more chance there is for variants to crop up in population, and the more possibility that all of us are going to die.
Please do not disrupt the speaker.
And that is science, okay? They're starting to mandate masks and going back in all over the world, and they're starting to mandate it in government offices here. Okay, so when I've heard people in here talk about the rights of their kids, and I'm all for it. I have 2 kids went through Seminole. I'm sorry I didn't say that. And talking about individual liberty, and yes, we want to honor that, but the schools, you guys are there to make sure, are there for the collective to make sure everybody's safe. They can't honor, I'm sorry, I'm telling you guys, that you can't honor individual liberties if it's at the expense of the collective. So if you don't want your child to wear a mask, you have to make other arrangements because it could cause other people to get sick and die. So number one, I want to just go back to the truth thing and say to you, find out, encourage people to find out what the truth is. There was a woman here before, she quoted great sources. I was really happy. She quoted Lancet and things like that. But I went online and I started fact checking it. And there's a way to do it. There's a way to understand what sources are credible.
Time, Ms. Smith.
And that was already, the information that she gave us was already said to have been false. So I
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Jen Worrell, Kathy Savage, Theodore Roper. Hi.
You ready? Jen Worrell at Vito. Tonight, I want to talk about agreements. We all have them. Agreements we've made when we are young for those that raised us. These agreements are passed down from one generation to the next as we reach adulthood. Sometimes we choose to implement new ones or remove old agreements. In my family, we have an agreement that we love all people, regardless of what others may say.
In my family, we also have agreement that our children are not allowed to even entertain dating until they are 16, and even then, they must do it in a small group of friends. In my family, we have learned the deep meaning of sex and that it is to be special and coveted. In my family, we have these agreements and many more, just like every person in this room may have same agreements or different ones. We may not all agree with the agreements that we have, and thankfully, we don't have to. What one of you teaches your children at home is truly not my business or anyone else's. I want to be clear. I am not opposed to others' beliefs. I am not opposed to what other agreements other adults mix in their home, but what I am opposed to is the school attempting to shape the morality of my children. That is not the job of the school. That is the job of the parents. Sex is a topic that is meant to be had with your family. That is why our schools can't legally show our children videos about puberty and the changes our children would go through without a signed permission slip, such as the example of the health videos, as it should be. But somehow, somewhere, this board has decided to allow a website with a social agenda to be put in our classrooms. Our elementary school children are being sent to research on a site called Brain Pop, which has sex-focused informational sections. Our children are stumbling upon social justice topics and sexual orientation, all adult topics. And now some members are pushing the entire month to be dedicated to more than who adults have sex with and what adults do in their bedrooms. And I can tell you, no permission slip was sent home when asking me, my fifth grader could go to a website that she had the ability to research sexual topics for herself. We will not stand back and continue to allow you to put your agreements on our children. Sexual preference has no place being taught in our schools. The only sexual conversations that should be led by schools are about reproduction and the fundamental differences between male and female bodies. What you are doing is focusing on the act of sex. You are trying to teach our children about pleasure, which is not only disturbing, but is not the job of our schools. Teaching our children skills that will help them be contributing members to society is. Teaching them to care for others and never bully anyone based on sexual orientation. But pushing a sexual agenda on agreements that you have does not. Adults are able to stand firm on the agreements that they have been given as children or change them as adults, but it is not the job of Seminole County Public Schools to force their sexual agreements on our children. They are still our children after all. Your consent to pushing the agendas that have no place in our schools has woken a sleeping giant, and we will no longer be silent. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Kathy Savage here? Thank you. And then Theodore Roper and Kenneth Bentley.
Don't hear well.
That's okay.
Waiting for everybody to tell me when it's my turn. Superintendent Beeman and school board members, I'm Kathy Savage from Oviedo. None of us wanted to be facing the decision yet again as to whether we should mandate wearing masks at school, yet here we are. The American Academy of Pediatrics recently stated that they recommend everyone over the age of 2 wear masks regardless of vaccination status. This should not be political. As a science teacher for Seminole County Public Schools, I strive to teach my students the difference between fact and fiction, conspiracy theories and scientific evidence, truth and lies. And we have an obligation to follow the evidence and the recommendation of experts in the field of health and medicine. Your responsibility is, first and foremost, the welfare of the students you serve. It would be negligent to ignore the scientific evidence supporting the use of face masks in reducing the spread of COVID-19. We saw few, if any, cases of COVID-19 spread from student to student on campuses last year, and I believe this was the direct result of your mandate and the efforts of the administration and faculty at each school to ensure strict protocols were in place. You can pat yourselves on the back for a job well done, and whether they want to believe it or not, I think everyone in this audience has you to thank, with children, has you to thank for the safe return of their student at the end of the school year. Due to the recent increase in the spread of COVID-19 and especially the Delta variant in Florida, you must continue to make the right choice for our students, even if that choice is hard and results in criticism. Nobody wants to wear masks, but I can assure you that the students I served last year in my science classroom behaved just as they do every other year despite the mask. Our kids are fine, and we are counting on you to keep it that way. In addition, I would like to take this opportunity to encourage the school board to officially acknowledge June to be LGBTQ Pride Month. As educators, we have a moral obligation to stand up and stand beside each and every one of our students. Help us to let these students know that they are valued and that they are heard. Lastly, I would like to congratulate Superintendent Beeman. I've heard wonderful things about you, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Theo Roper. You guys said Theodore, but Theo's fine. I'm here to talk about why I'm not for it. Start off with me. I was born in 1983 and lived with my mother and my dad. My dad was a truck driver. My mother, she really didn't care for me, so she figured, I want to teach you survival as an infant. She left me in the crib with my own feces and urine as a baby. I ended up becoming sent into the children's home, and I became adopted. So as I was adopted, I lived with my grandparents. My grandparents, they said, you know what, when you turn 18, we're going to break your plate. You know, you're out here, the old-fashioned move, break your plate. So I didn't know what to do then. So I thought, you know what, I do want to go to college because I had a dream of being an engineer, playing video games and all that kind of stuff. Nerd. So I joined the United States Navy. And so as soon as I joined the United States Navy, 9/11 hit, Operation Iraq. Straight to war. Got shot at, you know, all types of stuff. You know, it was just really chaotic. So after I got out there, I said, you know what, I want to go to college. So I just get out of the military to become homeless for 3 years. Homeless war veteran on the street, trying to get food and scrounge while I'm still trying to find a way to attend college and get a degree. So fast forward to that, I had a white friend who found me on the street. He was a white friend. I consider him as my brother. So that's why I don't like CRT once again. I consider him as my brother. He picked me off the street. He says, I believe in you, man. I know that you can do this. You can make it. You can get on your feet. You can do this. I'm going to give you 3 months, bro. I did it in 2. Actually, 1.5. I got on my feet in 1.5, found a great job. Fast forward to that, I found my wife. My wife is white. I'm black. My kids are biracial. So one of my other kids, which comes to my boys, my 2 boys, my oldest boy is 2 years old. He has fair skin, and his hair looks blonde. Think of Mariah Carey, because Mariah Carey looks white. So, yeah, right? She does, doesn't she? Okay. So my oldest son, he looks white. My youngest son, he has black, curly hair, and he is much darker. He's about maybe mid-range of my right here in this area. So the reason why I don't like CRT, it's like, what should I do with my kids? Should I tell my 2-year-old son, hey, you're going to make it, but you should feel ashamed that you're going to make it because your brother is darker than you, and he's not going to be able to make it. He's not going to be able to get on his feet and make it. Should I tell my 1-year-old, my little baby boy, hey, you're not going to make it because as long as your brother has his white, fair skin, he's going to make it. And so I should pin them against each other because they're both mixed. They're both mixed. They're both of my blood and my wife's blood. So I was like, why should I do that? And that's why I'm actually against CRT. It goes against the very core being of us. I mean, like I said, I was homeless. I got on my feet. And then they told me, then someone else told me that, you know, you're in there's a systematic racist thing going on. Well, I said, you know what? Let's say there was. I cracked the code. Why can't you learn from me? I'm willing to teach you how I cracked the code of systematic racism. I'm here right now. I shouldn't have made it. Statistics said that I should not have made it. I was left to die with my mother because my mother did not care about me. I went to war, got shot at. Oh, and by the way, I took the wonderful anthrax vaccine that gave me type 2 diabetes. So I like people that, you know, you're doing vaccines, definitely do your research before you take your vaccines. Because I'm a disabled war veteran with type 2 diabetes from a vaccine. It shows on my medical record. I can share it with you guys if you ever want to see it. But, say again?
Time.
Oh, time. All right, thank you very much. That's all I wanted to say.
If you have anything else to share, give it to the clerk and she'll share it with us.
I'll share it with them later then.
Okay,
That's fine.
thank you.
Yep.
So Mr. Bentley, then Jessica Fend, Belinda Ewan, and Lynn Moira Dichter.
Good evening, Superintendent Beeman, board members. Also welcome our new attorney. I'm here with some things that the Barbershop Conversation and Goldsboro Front Porch Incorporated have been asking for a couple of months. And we're patient and we're fine. But I'm glad I'm here tonight because one thing I do want to make clear. The Barbershop Conversation and Goldsboro Front Porch asks for Black history mandatory in middle and high schools. Let me get something straight tonight. We did not ask for critical race theory. We did not ask for critical race theory. We did not ask for hatred. We asked for African American studies and Black history. So I don't want anybody thinking that Mr. Bentley wants critical race theory. That's not what we asked for. The same Black history I had, Commissioner Williams had, my wife Barbara Bentley had, the same Black history Mr. Blackshear had, that Black history. So let's get it straight. No critical race theory and no classes to promote hatred. Black history and American studies. Just that simple. Also, in 1965, Ingrid Burton Nathan integrated this wonderful school system. I'm not going to go through the hardship that she did in 1965 because the board members are aware of that. And most people in the audience are aware of that. But it was in 1965, her whole life changed, and she also went to college and came back to this great county and did over 30 years as an educator in the same district. She wasn't bitter, she wasn't mad, and it's time to recognize her. That was 1965, and the last time I looked at a calendar, it was 2021. Let's do it while she's still living. Let's do it while her family can come to the celebration. Let's do it while her kids can see it. And let's do it while you all are board members. Once again, the Barbershop Conversation and Goldsboro Front Porch Incorporated, Black history, mandatory in middle and high schools, and we want to celebrate Mrs. Ingrid Burton Nathan. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica?
Superintendent, members of the board. My name is Jessica Fenn. I'm a resident of Seminole County and a concerned. I would like to address Ms. Krause's motion that was tabled from the last board meeting, which was to ceremonially recognize June as LGBTQ+ Pride Month. Ms. Krause mentioned the Pulse nightclub attack as a reason why the school board should promote Pride Month. She also mentioned that she felt that perhaps LGBTQ students don't already feel welcome enough. First of all, the promotion of sexual lifestyles should have no place in the school system whatsoever. The children of Seminole County should be able to go to school to learn reading, writing, math, science, and history without being bombarded with messages about sex and sexual agendas. I am sick of hearing about the sexualization of our children, to be quite honest. It's disgusting. There's a nefarious agenda at work to rob our children of their innocence, starting at the youngest ages possible, and it needs to stop. You might say, it's just a statement of public support from the board. No, it's not. Our children look to you. They pay attention to what you say, your leaders in their schools. You have no right to tell them that they should or should not support any sexual lifestyles. These are topics of conversation that should take place between a parent and their child at the appropriate time. Our children's best interest is what should govern what you do here as board members, not your own personal agenda. The fact that several of you either seek to use or already do use your platform to promote sexual activism is extremely troubling. and something that the people of Seminole County are going to remember in the next election cycle. We are going to defend our children. The acronym LGBTQ+ represents an ever-growing list of sexual lifestyles representing everything but God's plan for the union of one man and one woman. Not only are you promoting what directly...
Order, please.
Not only are you promoting what directly contradicts what God has ordained, you are attempting to lead the children astray in doing so. God gives a strong word of warning to those who seek to lead children into sin, and he uses an analogy to emphasize the severity of it. In Matthew 18:6, he says, "But whosoever causes one of these little ones to sin, it would be better for him to have a great millstone fastened around his neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea." Again, that is an analogy to demonstrate the severity of how God views people who lead children into sin. We are all sinners in need of a Savior, who is Jesus Christ. God tells us all to repent of our sins and to put our faith and trust in him. We here are against domestic terrorism of all forms. I think I would speak on behalf of everyone when I say that.
Your time,
and
please.
Our hearts go out to all those impacted by the Pulse shooting. Our hearts go out to those people and their families. We are also against bullying of all forms, which is why our school system has anti-bullying measures in place already. I saw the kiosk right when I walked in the door tonight.
Your time is up, Ms. Sheehan.
Please vote no against this promotion of sex in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Belinda Ewan, and I live in Oviedo. I have a
Actually,
right to raise my children.
It's Lynn Dichter is supposed to be up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I thought you looked different. And then Jessica Tillman.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Lynn Moira Dichter, resident of Lake Mary in Seminole County, resident for more than 36 years. My two daughters, graduates of Millennium Middle School and Seminole High School pre-IB and IB programs, and went on to get degrees at nationally recognized universities. My eldest daughter returned here to get her master's in mental health counseling from UCF. The Seminole County School District is the shining star across Central Florida. When corporations move here, they may ask about a major league sports franchise or mass transit, but they relocate here because of the Seminole County school system. And you are the stewards of this precious school system. But it's now come to my attention that our school system, our school board has decided whether to whitewash our national, state, and local history by either ignoring or eliminating discussion about the LGBTQ struggle. Now, this has nothing to do with promoting sexual activism, sexual practices, or teaching sexual activities. But American history has many uncomfortable chapters, but we still teach it. We don't ignore it, and we come through it better on the other side. For example, America enslaved other human beings beginning in 1620, but we still teach about slavery. America turned away boatloads of Jewish migrants who were returned to European death camps, but we still teach about the Holocaust. America took away businesses, homes, and resources from Japanese Americans in the 40s and rounded them up and put them in Japanese internment camps, but we still teach about World War II. All ugly chapters in our history, but we teach it nevertheless. And now, this school board is considering not teaching about the Stonewall riots, not teaching about the Pulse massacre, the assassination of elected official like Harvey Milk, or the celebration of June as Pride Month. This rich history, but also the discrimination of millions of Americans based on who they love. Raise your hand if you have or use an iPhone. Well, Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, is gay. Ever use PayPal? You can thank that co-founder, Peter Thiel, also gay. Oscar Wilde and James Baldwin, playwrights and novelists who are gay. If you have anything Gucci, thank creative director Tom Ford, and Michael Kors, that fashion icon, also gay. Entertainment replete with LGBTQ celebrities, from Ellen to Elton John, from Shepard Smith, formerly of Fox, now CNBC, to CNN's Anderson Cooper, to Robin Roberts on Good Morning America, and from Ricky Martin to Neil Patrick Harris, Kate McKinnon to Billie Jean King. All LGBTQ. We have a rich tapestry in this country because of the struggle of African Americans, Jewish Americans, Asian Americans, and yes, LGBTQ Americans. Please recognize this diversity and this struggle of hundreds, if not thousands, of students, teachers, and staff. Please don't sweep this under the rug or look the other way. Seminole County's reputation as a stellar school district hangs in the balance. Now, don't get me wrong. No one is asking you to wear a rainbow pin or go to a drag brunch if that is too much for you. What the citizens of Seminole County, the parents of Seminole County, the students and alum of Seminole County are asking is that you allow our educators to present this lesson to our students.
Please wrap up your comments.
National history actually does have quite a few bumps and bruises. Seminole County should not ignore them. We are better than that. And I respectfully suggest that we are all better when we recognize and celebrate the rainbow of colors, the rainbow of ideas, and the rainbow of those we love in Seminole County. Thank you.
Thank you.
To do the right thing.
What was your name, please? Okay. No, but come on up. I don't know where your form is at this point. I probably said it before. I'll find it. Come on up.
Hey, my name is Belinda Ewan, and I am a resident of Oviedo. I have a right to raise my children according to my beliefs and values. The law recognizes, and the Supreme Court ruled, that parents know best, and that is protected under the U.S. Constitution and the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, as dictated in multiple cases from Wisconsin versus Yoder in 1972 and Troxel versus Granville in 2000. I am not asking you to stop being you or believing what you believe. I don't hate anyone, and I didn't come here to be vilified. I didn't come here to judge you. There are people here on the board and in the audience who know me personally for many years, and what I believe is not what they believe, and they can attest to my good character. I have inalienable rights given by God and protected by the Constitution of the United States, and I have a right to raise my children according to my beliefs. The American Academy of Pediatrics defines sexual education as teaching about, including intimate relationships, human sexual anatomy, reproduction, STDs, sexual activity, sexual orientation, gender identity, abstinence, contraception, and reproductive rights and responsibility. Merriam-Webster's dictionary defines gay as of or relating to or characterized by sexual or romantic attraction to people of one same sex. Transgender is defined as of or relating to or being a person whose gender identity differs from the sex the person has or was identified as having at birth. By definition, that means any celebration or ceremony for Pride Month falls under the category of sexual education. You would be providing sexual education to all the students. As stated under Florida statutes, all health education must be age appropriate, and parents must be able to opt out. Such a ceremony would not be in accordance with current standards according to policy and or the curriculum of Seminole County schools or the Department of Education or the state board adopted standards. Parents rightfully can lead and direct the upbringing of their children, and according to the Supreme Court ruling of Pierce versus Society of Sisters in 1925, the child is not the mere creature of the state. We want to train our children up in the way they should go, according to our faith and traditions. We want to live peaceably in this land. We also have rights. The children in Seminole County, in the Seminole County school system, are minors. We do not want or need the school to celebrate, be it heterosexual or homosexual sex. No ceremonies or celebrations for sex. You are overstepping your boundaries. Children under the age of 18 are minors. We forbid you to sexualize them. No society has ever promoted sexuality to or for children. It's not about taking away your rights. It's about protecting the innocence of minors and the rights of parents in keeping with their values and beliefs, and how we as parents are that gatekeeper. No ceremonies or celebrations pertaining to sex. Our students are minors.
Thank you.
President. As Vice Chair of Moms for Liberty, Seminole County, I am speaking on behalf of our organization. In the 6 weeks since our inception, we now have over 200 members. Our national organization has doubled in the same amount of time. We are in 80 counties, 25 states with over 20,000 members. Our movement is growing and we're not going anywhere. We are Americans. We believe in the Constitution, freedom, free speech, and the pursuit of happiness. We do not need Pride Month or a celebration in Seminole County Public Schools. We would also like to see all public meetings and workshops recorded for transparency and allow more parents to be involved. Something I have started learning about in my research efforts is the school district's treatment of special needs children. It saddens me that such a highly rated school district would be so unfair to such a high-risk population. We would like to remind you that there is not a state of emergency in this state. We thank you for continuing mask choice for next year. There are 10 points in the Nuremberg Code of Ethics requiring informed consent, and it is in place for a reason. According to the American Medical Association, informed consent to medical treatment is fundamental in both ethics and law. Patients have the right to receive information and ask questions about recommended treatments so that they can make well-considered decisions about care. Successful communication in the patient-physician relationship, not educator-student relationship, fosters trust and support in shared decision-making. Blanket mandates by government agencies do not allow for informed consent. All people, children included, have the right to have a say in what is put on their face or injected into them. Last year, there were districts and schools right here in Seminole County that did not have mandates, and their COVID numbers were no different than ours. Do not ignore these facts. Face coverings were also ruled to be presumptively unconstitutional, meaning if you want to force children to wear them again, you must provide data proving they stop viral spread, but you can't because they do not impact viral spread, as the Commissioner of the Florida Department of Education stated in April. The governor has also stated this year needs to be normal, not 50% capacity, not separate protocols for vaccinated versus unvaccinated, normal. And today, he even rejected the new CDC guidelines. If other districts can operate normally, so can Seminole County Public Schools. Why are you, as educators, attempting to control one infectious disease? Why haven't you ever had protocols like this for measles, HIV, flu, hepatitis, or STIs? We are requesting that the student wellness policy be revised to add facial coverings must be a choice based on Nuremberg Code of Ethics, requiring informed consent for students with their physicians. You cannot continue to make medical choices for our students as educators.
Time, Ms. Tillman.
I get 6 minutes for organization?
No. Is it
Excuse me.
Is it a political organization?
No, ma'am. It's Moms for Liberty. We are an organization put together to hold the school boards accountable. This is not a political organization.
Mr. Johnson, 3 or 6?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen the form, but I assume she registered as a spokesperson for her group, and she announced it at the beginning of the meeting, so I think she's entitled to 6 minutes.
It is on my form.
Okay.
Thank you. We do not believe this district has the best interest for our children in mind. When you make deals with the health department, which is tied to the corrupt CDC, it is clearly not about children's health or education. Many children were pulled out of the public school system last year, and more are exiting this upcoming year. And until we can trust you to educate our children and help them grow into a successful, united community, more will follow. Stop dividing this community with masks, separate protocols for vaccinated versus unvaccinated, equity education, and start listening to this community. We are fed up with this propaganda, and you will not continue this charade. We will not comply with masks this year. If you attempt to implement a mask mandate, we will not send our children to school, but we will show up at every school every day in protest until you get rid of it. We, the people, say no.
Thank you. Katie Murphy. Katie Murphy, are you here? And then Melissa Roy and Lisa Covelli.
Okay.
Chairman Almond, school board members, and Superintendent Beeman. I appreciate what you all do. I see you in the schools, I see you in the community, in the meetings, and in the work days. I know your days are filled with serving SCPS, and I thank you. I retired in 1976 from 35 years of teaching, 34 of those in Seminole County Public Schools, and most as an exceptional education teacher. I've stayed involved in Seminole County Public Schools because I believe in the purpose and the goals. I care for our staff, and especially the futures of our students and our country. I firmly believe our job is to keep the students safe first, and second, to help them learn. A brain in stress and fear is not able to learn. I have participated over the years in multitudes of assemblies and events to recognize students, teachers, staff, volunteers, parents, community members, and more. I have ribbons, certificates, pins, and other artifacts recognizing accomplishments from perfect attendance, sports, 4-H, and teaching accomplishments, as I'm sure you all do as well. Each school board meeting also includes a recognition time. I know that some of you are grandparents and all of you are parents. I would venture to guess that somewhere in your house there's a book about your children and your grandchildren, a baby book, a picture album, a digital book. Maybe even you ordered a story that has your child's name inside that book with them. You probably remember your child recognizing themselves in a picture. I cherish those moments with my girls. At one time, I asked a student in my learning disabilities class what he wanted to be, and he said it doesn't matter. So we talked some more, and he said it doesn't matter because I won't grow up. Well, we went on with some more to figure out what he was going, and he said, I won't grow up because there are no grown-ups like me. He thought he wouldn't live to be an adult because he'd never heard of an adult with learning disabilities. My library immediately started growing with books on adults with learning disabilities. Another student from a biracial family was very depressed and withdrawn. Over time, I learned that each of the children in his family had a different skin shade, and he was the lightest. The others picked on him and put him down because of his skin color. So I brought in a picture of my nephew and his 3 biracial children, each with a different skin shade. That was the first time I saw this child smile and his eyes light up, and that picture stayed on my desk the rest of that year. Another student got angry when we talked to families. Through research, I learned he had 2 moms. So I brought in the picture of me, my sister, and her partner, who is now my sister-in-law, and that changed the dynamics for that child. I opened with thanking you, and most of you smiled. You regularly tell the teachers, the staff, and the others that you appreciate us. You recognize people regularly. It's time to recognize a part of our community that has long suffered from discrimination, from being shut out of rights. These students are at some of the highest risk, as you've heard tonight, of homelessness, suicide, and more.
Katie, your time.
1 minute. 1 second. This is your chance to say, I see you and I'm supportive of them, that you want them to be safe and you want them to learn. These are my friends, my family, and me, and we're asking to be seen, be safe, and to have our rights as fellow human beings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
My name is Melissa Roy, and I'm blessed to be a teacher at Lake Brantley High School, and I'm also the sponsor of our school's Gay Straight Alliance. Thank you, board members and Mrs. Beeman, for all you do for us. These are trying times for sure, and we teachers appreciate you all now more than ever. I do appreciate Member Krause's motion last month to officially recognize June as Pride Month. As part of the LGBTQ community myself, that means so much to me. Thank you. Some have stated that this gesture is unnecessary because legal protections now exist for LGBTQ folks here. But I believe it is still necessary, and this is why. I'm worried about our queer kids. I work with them every day. For all the statistics today, queer kids are 2 to 4 times more likely to suffer from mental health challenges, to attempt suicide, to be bullied. It is not easy moving through the world as part of a marginalized community. This from personal experience. There are students and employees in this district who do not feel safe to be themselves in their school buildings. While it is true that they are legally allowed here now,
There's a big difference between being allowed and feeling welcomed. Contrary to what some people believe, our agenda is the same as yours, to love and be loved and to be accepted for who we are. That's it. All we ask from you is this. Can you remind us that despite what those playground bullies told us growing up, despite what those voices say that want us to stay in the closet, that tell us that we're inappropriate, that they don't like our lifestyles, can you remind us that we are loved just the way we are? Can you please show us that we are not just tolerated, but that we belong here? Publicly recognizing Pride Month would be an easy first step in doing that. Our district has operated under a de facto don't ask, don't tell policy for far too long. It's time to spell it out for everyone to see. Seminole County Public Schools is an inclusive place for all. Please, the health and well-being of our LGBTQ kids and staff depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa.
Lisa, hi.
First of all, thank you for giving us still the choice for mask as of now for next year. I believe that both sides should have their choice given. I will not be bullied, nor will my children be bullied to do what they do not feel comfortable with. My child was not comfortable last year in a mask. Despite what people want to say, he came home with headaches. He became very angry when he would come home. My fun-loving kid. I am paying for one of my children to go to a private school next year because I'm not putting her through it because she is borderline having anxiety with it. I am paying a lot of money. That's ridiculous that I have to even worry about that for her as a 13-year-old. As a concerned citizen, I am asking you to continue to honor and respect our right to choose as a parent. Parents are in charge of how to care for their children and their well-being. That is our right. Last month, you all voted to give us it optional. I'm asking that to continue. I request that you stop listening to the voices of the teachers union. They are not working for the best interest of our children. Let's not play politics or power plays. Parents are in charge of their children, and we know what's best for our kid. My kid doesn't do well, you don't know that. You don't know that I pull one out from your district so that they don't have to deal with the stress of a mask. You don't know how 2 of my friends have had their children Baker acted because of suicidal attempts, because of feeling isolated. So please don't play parent. Mask optionals, please do not promote the experimental injection into our children. We know what's best for our children. We make those decisions. We are asking you to be a partner in education. That's what we voted you in for. That's what you're here for. I have spoken to multiple doctors just recently because I've had to go in for different appointments and talk to them about the COVID up in numbers. They said that most people right now going in have waited too long, and that's part of the problem. People are not going into their doctor as soon as they feel sick. A lot of it is a fear that they'll be hospitalized. So that's a serious problem that's not being addressed. Early treatment is key in this. The doctors I've spoken to who are for the mask, who are for COVID, the shot, these aren't some random holistic doctor. These are doctors who do support those treatments. I find it very ironic listening tonight that someone said that during recess and PE, the children are mask-free. Those are the times that those children are touching and hugging on each other, and we're supposed to be masked to protect the spread, but yet during those times they're mask-free. Our children's mental health has suffered. They are not resilient. They have suffered. And I think we need to look at that. We need to take that seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ed Meesom, Michael Foster, Sarah Barber, and Gerald Martin.
Ed Meesom, Winter Park.
I removed my mask so you can hear me better. It's okay, we're 6
Thank
feet
you.
apart.
Yes.
And I've been vaccinated. Last month when I spoke and mentioned the word vaccination, I was rudely interrupted, and I thank the chairwoman for giving my time back.
Thank you.
I also want to congratulate our new superintendent, Madam Superintendent. And reminds me of an old Chinese curse, which roughly translates to, may you live in interesting times. I think we live in interesting times. I think we can all agree with that. As I mentioned, I spoke last month, and I wasn't planning on speaking, but I heard comment after comment of parents coming up and saying, my minor child, they didn't use that part, but should have the choice to wear a mask or not wear a mask. Although I appreciate the pro-choice sentiment, I'm not sure how minor children should be really having such a choice. I listened carefully. I even went back and watched it again online. Talk about nails on a chalkboard. Having been a teacher at university for 14 years, I didn't once hear the word teacher mentioned, just my child, not bus driver, not cafeteria worker, not other child. Therefore, not other child's parents, or other child's grandparents, or aunts and uncles that they may live with. It was just my child. Yes, we live in the land of freedom and liberty. But as U.S. Supreme Court Chief Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes once said, your right to swing your arms stops just short of my nose. So when you do something, you can do what you want, but if it affects other people, you have to be careful of that. You have to take that into account. In other words, this board has the responsibility to look after all the stakeholders here, not just the children, but the teachers, the cafeteria workers, the bus drivers, the other parents. Speaking of vaccines, I want to just mention that Neil deGrasse Tyson once said, you don't have to believe in science, science will prove it to yourself. Let me just mention a couple of facts. 99.7% of all the recent COVID hospitalizations and deaths were unvaccinated people. The other 0.3% were highly immunocompromised. Another fact I looked up right before I spoke last month, Vietnam, the whole country of Vietnam had only 69 COVID deaths. Not that day, not that week, not that month, not this year, since COVID started in last year, beginning of last year. They don't have as good of a healthcare system as we do. They don't have the vaccine. They do have a border with China. Why do they only have 69 deaths in the whole country of 47 million people? They practiced better public health. They feel responsible for other people. They put on a mask on when they have a cold because they don't want other people to get their cold. We should consider that. One last thing. After I got done talking, somebody came up to me and says, I don't believe what you say, but you've got guts to say it. I said, I don't think you need guts to defend truth, justice. And I watched. Everyone in this room stood up, put their hands over their hearts, faced that flag, and pledged. The last words of the pledge, justice for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Beeman and distinguished board members. My name is Michael Foster. I am the director of Sanford Pride. I am also the co-chair for the City of Sanford's Race, Equality, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Board. And one of my most enjoyable positions I hold is that of a retired Seminole County School Board employee. So I'm very happy about that. It is truly an honor to be back here in this illustrious chamber with a history of notable accomplishments and visions. And it is that tradition that I hope will continue here tonight. I come to you, this evening to encourage you to consider and support the initiative of the designation of Pride Month. I realize that there may be various interpretations of what Pride is or what the goal of Pride is, but I'm not here to debate their interpretations. What I would like to do is share with you from our perspective a few of the reasons why it is important to have a designated Pride Month. Let me just start off by saying that history is an amazing teacher. And within the walls of this institution, she has taught us to be our best selves and to grow from our experiences and to make a better way in life. History has taught us of the struggles of a community ridden by hate, bigotry, and injustice. She shares with us the examples of our history that has spurred change, such as the Stonewall riots, and then even our first Pride Parade in New York City. It is these struggles for acceptance and simple human dignity and equality under the law for our LGBT community. And you can see this by the dedicated individuals and allies who have endeavored to create change for the better as we move forward in time. So as we look back in time, we can see that the decades since these events have been ones of struggle and celebration for the LGBT community. And despite the increase of support and acceptance, the LGBTQ young people will still face many challenges, and many without accepting families are more likely to experience homelessness and nearly 5 times more likely to attempt suicide. We know middle and high school students often hear negative remarks about transgendered people in their schools, and more than 70% of our LGBTQ middle and high school students are verbally harassed simply because of who they are. Even our Latinx LGBTQ middle and high school students experience bullying based on their gender identity. And nearly 60% of our Black LGBTQ middle and high school students experience bullying based on these same reasons. We're not here to ask you to change for a change in your curriculum, but what we want is our students to know we hear you and you matter. You are designating a Pride Month, whether it is in June or October, tells LGBT students that we see you and that we care, and that the struggles that you face now can bring about amazing and wonderful changes, just as the history herself has showed us from the years past. Having Pride Month could be the time when we all come together and celebrate our diversity, our individuality, and do it in an open environment without shame or despise. So as I close my statements, I hope tonight your decision will put us on the right side of history, and that history will tell of the great things that you have done here tonight. We appreciate all the work that you have done and that you continue to do for all the children. And we hope that you will consider Sanford Pride a resource and a partner in your endeavors to meet the needs of all the children in Seminole counties. And then on the last personal note, I would also like to say thank you to all the wonderful parents that got up here and stood up for their children. A mother's love is unending and undying. So thank you guys so much for your time tonight.
Hello, I am Sarah Barber from Winter Springs. Thank you very much for allowing my comment today. I stand in solidarity with all historically excluded and marginalized people in our county, and I celebrate our diversity, and I hope that you will allow our schools to do the same. That said, I'm actually here to talk about masks. I would like to request that the school board reinstate mandatory masking in Seminole County schools for fall of 2021. You may be aware that today the CDC revised its recommendations to urge all Americans to wear masks indoors, regardless of vaccination status, if you live in a region like Seminole County with high transmission rates. And these guidelines follow the American Academy of Pediatrics' recent guidance for universal masks. Based on your vote a little bit earlier, I wanted to make an additional request. That this board clarify what criteria it is using to set policy that has profound impacts on the well-being of our students, teachers, staff, and bus drivers. If you are not using the guidance of organizations like the American Academy of Pediatrics and the CDC, whose entire mandate is to assure the health of Americans based on reproducible scientific studies, what criteria are you using? Sorry, I made a lot of notes. It seems like current policy is perhaps being set either by vague notions of personal liberty or by who shouts loudest. As any mom can tell you, who shouts loudest is a bad way to make decisions. I have a 2-year-old, so.
Would you repeat that part?
Whoever shouts
I couldn't hear you.
Whoever shouts loudest is a bad way to make decisions. I have a 2-year-old. I really do. personal liberty is not much better. It can lead to chaos. Some parents prioritize their children's right to attend school without a mask, and I respect that. I absolutely respect that. But what about my prioritization of my child's right to attend school without high risk of exposure to a novel virus? Or the right of an autoimmune compromised child to safely enter their school? These are rights too. We are faced with competing rights. That is why we use mutually observable, reproducible evidence like that on which the CDC and the AAP make their recommendations, because we cannot fairly evaluate among competing rights. But we can all observe an action, put on a mask in a pandemic, and a consequence, lowered infection rates. Please reconsider your decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gerald Martin, Wayne Dichter, Deanna McGee, and Julia Roberts. Okay, thank you. Wayne Dichter.
Laura's was awesome. Laura's was great. My butt's killing me.
Superintendent and board, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I just want to take just a moment on masks, then I'll do the rest. Just 1 year since COVID started. I've lost 9 friends under the age of 60. I have 12 friends and clients who have contracted COVID and have survived. I heard you talk about an emergency mask mandate at the beginning of the meeting. When will it be considered an emergency? How many K through first grade children have to die before? You know, in war, the government knows in advance that many of our 18 to 25-year-olds are going to be collateral damage before we either win the war or leave the war. How many of our children will have to be collateral damage before we determine that it's an emergency and we need to do something to protect them, like body armor, like masks? That being said, I have to follow my wife who spoke before, and living in the same house just goes to prove that you get some of the same information when you do research. You don't share it. I'm a husband, I'm a father, I'm a former 12th grade social studies teacher, I'm a businessman, I'm a staunch ally of the LGBT community. I'm a former board member of the Orlando Gay Chorus and currently an advisor to them. You know, as a social studies teacher many years ago, we seemed to sugarcoat history. My experience was, in looking back, that we really hit the highlights, and it was really stuff that was feel good for us. And it was true, but we left out a lot that we didn't teach our children. You know, there's a national statistic that 1 in 10 people are gay or are related to gay persons or know of a gay person. 1 in 10. I want you to all think about that next season at Thanksgiving dinner. Everybody needs to think about that. When it comes to recognizing people, let's talk a few moments about the LGBTQ community that we all know, the names that we know. Some of them will be repetitious, but there's a saying, tell people what you're going to tell them again, and then tell them what you told them, so we don't forget. So, Peter Thiel, PayPal, Tim Cook, Apple, James Baldwin, writer, Billie Jean King, athlete, Harvey Milk, politician, RuPaul, designer, model, Edith Windsor, winner of the Supreme Court Defense of Marriage Act, Rachel Maddow, Anderson Cooper, Jason Johnson, Robin Roberts, all journalism, all gay, Peter Buttigieg, former mayor in Indianapolis, currently Secretary of Transportation, Tammy Baldwin, U.S. Senator, James Paulus, U.S. Representative from Colorado, Mark Toccato, U.S. Representative from California, Nick Denton, CEO of Gawker, Dan Savage, journalist, Ellen DeGeneres, TV hostess and comedian, Barry Diller, CEO and executive of Expedia Group and founder of Fox Broadcasting, Michael Kors designer, Jane Lynch actor, Andy Cohen, TV producer and talk show host, Don Lemon, news anchor, David Geffen, media mogul, Shepard Smith, news anchor, Kate McKinnon, comedian, Nate Silver, statistician.
Please wrap up your comments. Time.
So how many of these people that we know, these are all very familiar to us, but there are millions of gay people unfamiliar to us that have been suffering from oppression, and recognizing Pride Month would be the board's way of showing growth and the continuity of acceptance or continuance of acceptance of all members of our community. The Seminole County School Board should be the foundation for the growth of our beautiful, diverse children. They are the building blocks of our rich future. They and us and our future is counting on your support.
Thank you.
Please recognize Pride Month.
Thank you. Deanna McGee.
Good evening. My name is Deanna McGee. I'm a mom here in Seminole County, born and raised for over 36 years. Proud resident. I love it here in Seminole County. This school district has been known as one of the best in the state, if not the country, and I'm very proud of that. Unfortunately, I will do everything in my power for my children to never attend Seminole County Public Schools ever. They haven't, and they are preteens and teenagers now, and I'm going to make sure that they won't in the future. However, as a shareholder here in Seminole County, let me address a couple other things real quick. There was a comment by a school board member that they went to the hospital recently and saw that the place was completely packed. I had also been at the Sanford Hospital here within the last couple weeks with somebody who endured a trauma. The place was completely empty, so I guess it depends where you go, when you go, and what you're looking for. I also have one of my closest friends that's a nurse, and out of her 30 COVID positive patients, 29 have been fully vaccinated. But we're not ready for that discussion. COVID is very real. At this point, I'd be surprised if there was anyone in this room that does not know someone who's been affected today in some way by it. There's no doubt that it can be scary and intimidating. We have vaccines for those that opt for that choice. We have masks for those that opt for that. Medical decisions are never a one-size-fits-all and requires informed consent. Some of my favorite people, both beautiful, next topic, both beautiful on the inside and out, including those that are close friends and family members, make different choices in the bedroom than I. The lovely thing is that we have the freedom and safety to do whatever we want behind closed doors. The line here is drawn when somebody wants to discuss, encourage, and expand, or as others here have said, celebrate those activities with minors. And if we're going to celebrate equality, when do we have a straight recognition month and an abstinence recognition month? And just like 15 days to slow the spread, here we are 15 months later, and it's not far-fetched to ask at what point does this stop? They're already claiming pedophilia is a disorder. So in the name of equality and celebration, are we going to encourage that too? We are debating over two things. One, sexual preference recognition, and two, someone who doesn't know my children nor have any medical degree mandating a medical device on my kid. As far as suicide recognition, there are a large number of students that experience these thoughts that have nothing to do with LGBTQ, that actually have to do with masks, social distancing, and the detriment that it has on mental health, as well as completely unrelated things like family issues, home environment, bullying, yes, even straight kids are bullied, etc. Thank you for allowing the parents to decide what's best for their children's health, and I sure hope that the peanut gallery here that is making plenty of comments when they don't agree with what's being said up here is going to have the courage to speak up here.
Thank you. Julia Roberts, Tyler Krause, Stephen Cornia.
Hi, my name is Julia Roberts, a resident of Seminole County, mom to 3 little boys, and I represent a grassroots organization called the Florida Freedom Keepers as a community ambassador, and I indicated it on my form.
We've already had a speaker for your organization for 6 minutes.
It was a different one.
We
Wore
did
a
not?
shirt, but she wasn't speaking on behalf of the organization.
Okay, so then you are the official speaker tonight, okay?
One said Freedom Riders.
We advocate for medical and religious freedom. I appreciate a previous speaker's pursuit of truth. I brought some verified facts. To see all of my sources, please refer to the legal document, America's Frontline Doctors versus the Department of Health and Human Services, Motion for Preliminary Injunction, Civil Action Number 221-CV00702-CLM. And note, for the speaker earlier, that the CDC does not have evidence to support masks. In their official presentation, they admit that they don't have data to support their use. They simply say that masks work because they should work. Also from the CDC, quote, available evidence shows that cloth masks may even increase the risk of infection due to moisture, liquid diffusion, and retention of the virus. Penetration of particles through cloth is reported to be high. Altogether, common fabric cloth masks are not considered protective against respiratory viruses, and their use should not be encouraged. My source is the Center of Disease Control, the 2019 NCOV HCP PPE strategy face masks. The COVID-19 emergency declaration and its multiple renewals are illegal since, in fact, there is no underlying emergency. Assuming the accuracy of the Department of Health and Human Services COVID-19 death data, SARS-CoV-2 has an overall survivability rate of 99.8% globally, which increases to 99.97% for persons under the age of 70, on par with the seasonal flu. However, DHH data is deliberately inflated. On March 24, 2020, they changed the rules applicable to coroners and others responsible for producing death certificates and making cause of death determinations exclusively for COVID-19, making them much more broad. In fact, Department of Health and Human Services statistics show that 95% of deaths classed as COVID-19 deaths involve an average of 4 additional comorbidities, so COVID-19 was not likely the cause of death. Similarly, the actual number of COVID-19 cases is far lower than the reported number. DHHS authorized the emergency use of the PCR test as a diagnostic tool for COVID-19 with disastrous consequences. The PCR tests are themselves experimental products authorized by the FDA under separate emergency use authorizations. Manufacturer inserts furnished with PCR test products include disclaimers stating that the PCR test should not be used to diagnose COVID-19. The way in which PCR tests are administered guarantees an unacceptably high number of false positive results. Virtually all scientists, including Dr. Fauci, agree that any PCR test run at a cycle threshold value of 35 cycles or greater is useless. Despite this, a majority of the PCR tests for COVID-19 deployed under emergency use authorization in the United States are run at 35 to 45 cycles. Further, the Department of Health and Human Services and their counterparts in state governments use the specter of asymptomatic spread, the notion that fundamentally healthy people could cause COVID-19 in others, to justify the purported emergency. But there is no credible scientific evidence that demonstrates that the phenomenon of asymptomatic spread is real. On the contrary, on June 7, 2020, the head of WHO Emerging Disease Zoonosis Unit told a press conference from the known research, asymptomatic spread was, quote, very rare. From the data we have, it seems to be rare that an asymptomatic person actually transmit onward to a secondary individual, end quote. Next, the vaccines do not diagnose, treat, or prevent SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19. CDC data shows that the vaccines are not effective in treating or preventing SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19. According to a study published by the NIH, the absolute risk reduction for the Pfizer vaccine is a mere 0.7%, less than 1%, and the absolute risk reduction for the Moderna vaccine is only 1.1%. The 95% efficacy claim we have heard about is based on relative, not absolute risk, and is extremely misleading. There are several factors that reduce any purported benefit of the COVID-19 vaccine. First, it is important to note that the vaccines were only shown to reduce symptoms, not block transmission. Secondly, the theory of asymptomatic transmission was based solely upon mathematical modeling. This theory had no actual study participants and no peer review. The authors made the unfounded assumption that asymptomatic persons were 75% as infectious as symptomatic persons. But in the real world, healthy false positives turned out to be merely healthy and were never shown to be asymptomatic carriers of anything. Since asymptomatic individuals do not spread COVID-19, they do not need to be vaccinated and they do not need to be masked. Most of what I have just shared is verbatim from America's Frontline Doctors' motion for preliminary injunction against the Department of Health and Human Services to remove the emergency use authorization for the COVID-19 vaccines. Now, the data clearly does not support the claim that shots are safe or effective at preventing infection or transmission, considering none of the vaccine trial studies have proven they prevent infection or transmission, only that they lessen, quote, symptomatic laboratory confirmed cases. The idea that vaccinated persons protect those around them is blatantly irrational. Considering asymptomatic individuals having near zero chance of transmitting the virus, masks for the common good are also blatantly irrational. And now I would like to point out that there is a legal precedent, a recent legal precedent, that mask mandates are presumptively unconstitutional. From the main opinion of the First District Court of Appeals the District Court of Appeals in Greene versus Alachua County, June 11th, 2021, quote, the right of privacy is a fundamental one expressly protected by the Florida Constitution, and any law that implicates it is presumptively unconstitutional. It continues, the Supreme Court has construed this fundamental right to be so broad as to include the complete freedom of a person to control his own body. Under this construction, a person reasonably can expect not to be forced by the government to put something on his own face against his will.
Your time,
Florida's
Ms. Roberts.
Constitution, thank you, right to privacy then necessary is implicated by the nature of the county's mandate. The science is and always has been on our side. The U.S. and Florida constitutions have also always been on our side. Masks should be optional, and no one should be discriminated against or segregated for their choice to mask or vaccinate. Thank you.
Thank you. Tyler Kraus, then Stephen Cornia, and Beth Martin.
Good evening, board members, Madam
evening.
Chair, Superintendent Beeman, congratulations to you. I am Tyler Kraus, I'm from Oviedo, Florida, and as we already heard earlier in this meeting from comments, yes, I am the son of Christine Kraus, and I'm very proud of her every single day. But I'm not here because of that. I'm here because we saw in the last school board meeting a motion to recognize Pride Month. So why am I here? I'm here for the 12-year-old me that didn't know how to come out and was bullied constantly in middle school. I'm here for the queer children in our schools that are bullied to this day. I'm here to bring inclusivity and support for children that might not get it from their homes, from their parents and their families, who might in fact open up and come out to a teacher who might be the first person they ever come out to. And I'm here for my partner of 4 years who's in this audience with me tonight, because I know he comes from a home that does not support who he is. Now, we heard comments earlier this evening of whether or not what the school board is trying to do is support some kind of sexual education or promote some kind of sexual choice. That's not why we're here. We're here because this is a human being issue. This is not a political issue. This is not a partisan issue. This is a humanity issue. Our children deserve our support. They deserve recognition, visibility, love, being embraced for who they are. This is one small gesture, and it's just a gesture. It doesn't carry a lot of weight. You know, it's a recognition. But it is important for those children who do not feel seen. It's one small step for that child who is too afraid to come out to know they are loved and accepted in Seminole County Public Schools. We are a premier school district. I'm a proud alum of Rainbow Elementary, Tuscola Middle School, and Crooms Academy. Loved every moment of that, even despite the bullying I experienced, because I had teachers like my AP Lang teacher who's in the audience with me tonight, who's still a dear friend and supports me and loves me. We are here to support our children so that they don't feel alone. And you know, I've experienced bullying, and I know this board has experienced it as well. We heard it earlier this evening from those attacks that were geared at me. You know, and I was almost not going to speak here tonight because of how afraid I was about that. But I am here to demonstrate to that child who is afraid that you can come out and be heard. We hear you, we see you, and we support you. That is what you would do if you passed and voted yes on this motion. Not promote some kind of radical agenda or changing curriculum. It's a recognition, and it's a first step to tell our children we care about exactly who they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. Stephen Cornia, are you here? Last call. Okay, thank you. Beth Martin. And then Kristen Bruno Beth Martin, are you here? No? Thank you. Kristen Bruno? Thank you. And then Stephanie Fuller, are you here? Okay, thank you.
Please don't touch the podium.
Okay. We like people that follow the
Seminole
rules.
County, right? Home of Dominion voting machines or whatever. Are there any straight people
You
here?
have 3 minutes, and I need you to look at this microphone so we can hear you. Introduce
because
yourself,
the mic's
please.
here?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, actually, a lot of stuff I was going to talk about was already touched upon. Julia, who was talking a little while ago, mentioned a lot of stuff that I was going to mention, but I'll touch upon that also. One of them was the masks. Now, picture, when they say the masks are ineffectual if they're not N95 masks. So the demonstration is picture Texas, the size of Texas. Not baseball. Baseball is the virus. The size of Texas is the hole in these little paper masks you're wearing. Totally ineffectual. Now, if you're really serious about masks, one in this room that's wearing those Halloween masks, one of these, they're $40. Then you will be true to yourself if you believe in masks. Otherwise, you're fooling everybody.
It's like a gas mask.
So we'll start right there with the masks. There was a mention of the numbers used. I have a couple of engineering degrees. I love numbers, and I hate when people get fooled by numbers. When I hear things like, there were this many deaths, this and that. Okay, and then I found out that a person that had cancer for 20 years died. Virus. A person on a motorcycle accident died, but he had the CCP virus. There was a distinction between whether they died with the virus or from the virus. So there were like 400,000 people dead with the virus and about 12,000 people. There's a big difference statistically, however you want to put the numbers out. That's a big difference. The other thing I want to go into is there's never no mention about the people that have had the virus. I had the virus, and it's very contagious. And when you get it, everybody around you gets it. It knocks you out like the flu. If you're in relatively healthy condition, okay? If you're in a certain age group, vaccine, but not, your body can take care of it. And with children, there's no doubt about it. But the thing I want to talk about with the numbers is that I think after the first year, if you could remember every day when they talked about this many people dying, but then they add all those numbers up, the people that had it, and I'm sure some of the tests weren't. 2 weeks later, or 1 week later, they had it already. They don't need the vaccine anyway, whether you like the vaccine or not. So going by that, after the first year, there's a population of about 100 million people in this place that had it, like I had it, and we're alive and well. And you could find, when you say, well, I know somebody that died from the virus, anybody could find it. I know somebody that died from a car accident.
Your time is up, Ms.
A
Bruno.
friend did it. Okay, the point I'm making is the numbers are highly exaggerated, and you have to really be real thinking about all of this stuff, okay?
Thank you. So board members and audience, we have 3 speakers left before we take a break, and it'll be a break until 9 o'clock. Okay, to give everyone enough time if they need to go to the restroom, get a snack, whatever you need to do. Stephanie Fuller, thank you, and then Eric Wilson and Jody.
Welcome, Ms. Beeman. In late summer of 1960, my name is Stephanie Fuller. I have a daughter in high school at Lake Berry High School. Late summer of 1969 in Greenwich, New York, there was an uprising by members of the LGBTQ plus community section to yet another raid on Stonewall Inn and other gay bars for the then crime of simply being gay. We've come far since then. We have LGBTQ people in our everyday culture and every branch and level of government. And the first openly gay cabinet member in Pete Buttigieg, as well as the first openly transgender person in our Assistant Health Secretary, Dr. Rachel Levine. The importance of these role models to our children cannot be overstated. Everyone has heard the story Whoopi Goldberg tells of seeing Nichelle Nichols portraying Lieutenant Uhura on Star Trek. Mama, there's a black lady on television and she ain't no maid. That image of a role model who was like her inspired Goldberg to become an entertainer. Not an average one. She has starred in over 150 films and is one of the few entertainers who has won the EGOT, having won an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony. That is the power of role models. First African-American lead actress, led directly to one of today's most prolific and gifted African-American performers. And you have the chance to be role models today and to recognize and celebrate faculty, staff, and students who may become the role models of our LGBTQ plus grandchildren in the future during National LGBTQ Month. They are valuable members of our community, and they are sometimes endangered simply because of who they are and who they love. They need and deserve your acknowledgement at a minimum. It is not always easy to do the right thing. I acknowledge that. There have been and will continue to be outcries from the intolerant in our community. But the right thing to do is rarely easy. That doesn't mean it's any less right. LGBTQ rights are human rights. Having worked with several of you in my time on various PTAs in Seminole County, I know you all genuinely want to do the right thing by our students. On masks, it's my belief that the CDC rescinded the mask recommendations prematurely. Coronavirus cases of the Delta variant have skyrocketed as a result. Children under 12 can still not be vaccinated. In addition, with the amount of misinformation and vaccine resistance, we must take every measure possible to prevent the further spread of coronavirus before it mutates to a variant that is not addressed by our current vaccines. The people who have come up here speaking about freedom and choice have neglected to acknowledge that the choices they want to be free to make put others at risk.
Fuller, your time's up. If you wrap your comment.
Okay. I spent last year terrified. My mother had stage 4 COPD and lung cancer. We're already losing her. I did not want to be infected or have my daughter become infected with COVID, come home and kill her and lose what little time we had left with her. Lost her in June. I know the pain of losing someone in your life. Thankfully, it wasn't to COVID because we took precautions and we were careful, stayed away from people who weren't. Our children need to go to school. Caution.
Thank you. Eric Wilson, are you here? Okay, thank you. How about Jody? I don't have a last name. Jody on Broadway Street. Okay, board members, I'm going to call a recess. Since we had a few speakers that didn't stay, let's make it, do you want 10 or 15 minutes? 10? Okay, so be back here at 10 till, please. Thank you. Now we're going to do the public input that was submitted electronically. It appears that it will take probably 2 hours, just so you know. Then we'll finish up the meeting after that. Ms. Marimas? Okay, what was the name? You want to fill out a form, and when you're done, at some point, we'll give you an opportunity to speak. So if you'll go ahead and start reading, and then we'll have this young lady tell me when she's ready, okay? Thank you.
So I have 73 comments that have been emailed in this evening of varying lengths, and because my back is to the timer, if you all would let me know when the timer's up, because these comments are also limited to the 3 minutes that those in person are limited to as well. First comment comes from Kathy from Oviedo. Our county is now considered critical for COVID-19. We have seen the results of relaxing mask mandates in the face of new variants. You are all in a position of authority to make a safe choice for our children. The American Pediatric Association has stated that they recommend mask mandates for youth and staff over age 2. Vaccines will not be available until midwinter for youth under age 16. Please use your education and position to protect our children from the unvaccinated. I appreciate your time and attention to this matter. The next comment comes from Heather from Oviedo. Dear SCPS School Board Member, Superintendent Beeman, and staff, I am a concerned parent of 3 students. I have submitted comments before on this issue, and I have written you emails full of updated peer review, medical guidance, and statistics. But today I'm going to tell you about the 3 people in my life. The first is my oldest daughter, who's going to high school in a few weeks. In her short life, she's had to deal with more obstacles than most grown adults. She suffers from social anxiety and ADHD. It was years before she could even speak in a classroom. She also has 2 autoimmune diseases. She's gifted, artistic, and extraordinarily kind. Because of her ADHD focus issues, she learns best with direct instruction that cannot be achieved at SCPS, at Seminole County Virtual School. She also desperately needs social interaction and experience working in a classroom setting to continue and maintain the social and mental health growth she has worked so hard to achieve. She is vaccinated, thankfully, but even mild sickness from a virus with so many unknowns has the potential to exacerbate her autoimmune kidney disease. Connect was a decent option for her, but now that that is gone, she needs to be back in the classroom in order to thrive academically and socially. Universal masking to prevent the slow spread would mitigate the risk COVID presents to her. I also have a son who's going into the 5th grade. He's highly gifted, perceptive, and very empathetic. He also has asthma. He desperately wants to be back in the classroom to learn and see his friends. He also needs to have his gifted needs met and to be in Primes Math, which will not happen if he is in Seminole County Virtual or Florida Virtual. For the past year, I have listened to him learning virtually at home with his peers on Connect. He has also participated in Cub Scouts virtually and played online video games with his friends. Every single time he says goodbye in these interactions, he says, bye, stay safe, stay healthy. When I asked him what he wanted for Christmas and his birthday, he would only say that he wanted his friends and family to be safe and healthy and for no more people to die from COVID. These, of course, are gifts I cannot give him, but I assured him that we are doing everything we could to keep our family safe, and his school was taking precautions and doing everything they could to keep the students and teachers safe. Sadly, that is no longer true. The American Academy of Pediatrics has issued guidance for universal masking this fall that you are ignoring. The CDC has said that all unvaccinated persons should be masked indoors, and you are ignoring that as well. All children under 12 are not eligible for vaccinations, and more than 50% of children under 18 in our community are still not vaccinated. Optional masking will not result in unvaccinated people voluntarily wearing masks. Just look around this room and see proof of this. Around the dinner table on the other night, we told our kids that when they go back to school in a few weeks, that not everyone will have a mask on, but they can wear their own masks. My son immediately said, don't they know that all children under 12 can't get the vaccine yet? My mask protects others more than myself. Why would schools not want to protect us? How do I truthfully answer his question when I don't know the answer myself? Why are our schools not following the overwhelming guidance of scientists and medical professionals and bending on the will of partisan politics and misinformed loud parents? All comments have been electronically forwarded to the school board, so that all board members have all of the comments that I'm reading tonight if I'm cut with time. The next comment comes from Marilyn from Longwood. Dear school board members, in light of the recent rise of COVID-19 Delta variant in Seminole County, as a grandparent and a music teacher in a local elementary school, I believe that school board's action to recently allow students not to wear masks could be detrimental to the health of both our elementary students and staff this fall. The CDC has stated that people who are not vaccinated should wear a mask. Since I teach every student in the school and would not want to be an asymptomatic person passing COVID to young children, I will wear a mask even though I am vaccinated. Children under 12 or anyone not vaccinated should not be exempt from mask mandate until vaccinations are widely available to children. Besides getting ill from COVID and passing it to others in the classroom and community, multi-inflammatory syndrome C after the COVID illness cannot be ignored and puts many children ages 6 to 9 in the hospital with possible long-term effects. The CDC is reporting a recent uptick in cases, even though MISC cases lag behind COVID cases. Keeping everyone safe during the pandemic must be continually revisited at meetings to instill confidence in our public schools that they are leading with science and not simply listening to constituents' personal or political views. Thank you for your continued support and concern for both staff and students. Sincerely, Marilyn. The next comment comes from Megan from Lake Mary. Request to reinstate the mask mandate in school as well as other CDC recommended safety protocols. I am a parent of a 5th grader and a pre-K student both at Heathrow Elementary. As you are aware, my children don't have the ability to get vaccinated at this time. I plead with you on the behalf of all of my children, all children attending SCPS, to follow the recommendations of the CDC. They are the experts. There was an update on July 9th, 2021 that included COVID-19 prevention strategies most important for in-person learning for K-12 schools. This includes, but not limited to, the following. Many schools serve children under the age of 12 who are not eligible for the vaccination at this time. Therefore, this guidance emphasizes implementing layered prevention strategies, that is, using multiple prevention strategies together consistently. To protect people who are not fully vaccinated, including students, teachers, staff, and other members of their household. CDC recommends schools maintain at least 3 feet of physical distance between students within the classroom, combined with indoor mask wearing by people who are not fully vaccinated to reduce the transmission risk. When it is not possible to maintain a physical distance of at least 3 feet, such as when schools cannot fully reopen while maintaining these distances, it is especially important to layer multiple other preventive strategies such as indoor masking, screening, testing, ventilation, hand washing, and respiratory etiquette, staying home when you're sick, getting tested, contact tracing in combination with quarantine and isolation, and cleaning and disinfection are also important layers of prevention to keep schools safe. Masks should be worn indoors by all individuals age 2 and older who are not fully vaccinated. Consistent and correct mask use by people who are not fully vaccinated is especially important indoors and in crowded settings when physical distancing cannot be maintained. In addition, amid Delta COVID variant surges, the CDC is currently having discussions on whether they will recommend that vaccinated persons should go back to wearing masks indoors as well. This is not about the loud, obnoxious, irrational voices that are threatening your jobs. This is not about personal freedoms or the Constitution. This is about the reality that we are in the public health crisis and need to do all we can do to prevent the spread, protection of others, and especially protect the ones who can't protect themselves, our kids. Don't let a child get severely ill or, God forbid, die before you put these protocols back into place. And yes, you are responsible for the safety of our kids when they are attending public schools, despite what those loud voices have tried to convince you and themselves of. You have said previously that you will revisit the rescinding of the mask mandate in the future and would reinstate it if the CDC recommends it. Please be true to your word. Be proactive and preventive. Make the responsible decision to follow the guidance of the CDC. Protect your students, teachers, and staff. Keep our kids safe. Thank you for your time, Megan. The next comment comes from Jinju from Oviedo. Dear Seminole County School Board members, I would like to ask that the board reinstate the mask mandate for students in school this upcoming school year. Florida governor stated Florida would not mandate mask masks for children in school during a recent press conference. However, it is against experts' recommendation. Center for Disease Control and Prevention specifically recommends that masks should be worn indoors by all individuals 2 years old and older who are not fully vaccinated to reduce transmission risk. Currently, COVID-19 vaccines are not available for any children under the age of 12 years, which means that all students at elementary school should wear their mask indoors. Also, any student at middle school or high school who chooses not to be vaccinated should wear their mask indoors. American Academy of Pediatrics has updated recommendations for opening schools in fall of 2021. That includes a recommendation that everyone older than 2 years wear a mask regardless of vaccination status. AAP recommends universal masking because a significant portion of the student population is not yet eligible for vaccines. It is very concerning that a variant called Delta has been surging in many parts of the country, including Florida. Those variants have caused some vaccine breakthrough cases, which put a risk even for vaccinated students as well. There have been COVID-19 outbreaks at summer camps, and child COVID-19 cases are rising according to the news media. I am a healthcare worker and have witnessed several vaccinated people being admitted to the hospital due to COVID-19. We are experiencing another COVID-19 surge at this point. Masking is proven to reduce transmission of the virus and to protect those who are not vaccinated. Many schools will not have a system to monitor vaccine status of students, teachers, and staff. Therefore, I would like to ask the board members to consider reinstating mask mandates in the school to protect our children. Thank you sincerely, Jinju. The next comment comes from Shelby from Oviedo. Superintendent Beeman and school board members, as a mother of 4 elementary-aged children and a critical care nurse, please reconsider your reversal of the mask mandate in at least elementary schools. The AAP and the CDC both recommend masking for unvaccinated individuals, which all elementary school children are. Wearing a mask helps prevent transmission of COVID-19 and saves lives. If you will not do this, SCPS parents should have more options for those that would like to follow the advice of experts, like opt-in classrooms for children that would like to be in classrooms with other children wearing masks. Not only is the health of our children at risk, so is the financial stability of our families in Seminole County. There will inevitably be quarantines for children exposed to COVID-19, which means parents will be out of work for almost 2 weeks. Between our 4 daughters, this could be a significant burden to our family. As a healthcare worker, as many parents are, this will also be further strain on our hospital and care centers. I am begging you to do something for the safety of our children, our family, financial stability, and the health of our community we love. Vaccines are months away, please. I also want to commend SCPS school board for moving forward with discussions about the addition of an awareness month for LGBTQ youth in our schools. Orange County Public Schools is years ahead of us, as are many other places around the county. It's time to move forward with this initiative and show our youth that they matter. They are important. They belong here. They are seen and heard and accepted members of our school and community. Additionally, I want to welcome Superintendent Beeman into her new position. We see you and we support you. Some will choose to be bullies, but when they go low, we go high. We are proud to have you lead SCPS into the future. Thank you. The next comment comes from M. Jones from Oviedo. And this is a 5th grade student. I think we should keep wearing masks in school to protect ourselves and other people in our community. If we don't wear masks, we could get ourselves and other people in our community sick. Thank you, M. Jones. The next comment comes from A. Jones, also a 5th grade student. I want masks to be required to keep everyone safe. If everyone wears masks, we don't have to worry about things like social distancing or staying outside. Plus, when you wear masks, you can buy them in any color or pattern you want, so it makes them almost fun to wear. The next comment comes from Kristen from Oviedo. I have 3 elementary-aged children registered to attend school in Seminole County this school year. I'm extremely concerned about the school board's lack of regard for the safety and well-being of our elementary students who are not eligible for vaccination by your removal of the mask requirement in elementary schools at the June 22nd, 2021 meeting. Since this meeting, the number of cases, including the number of pediatric cases and the Seminole County positivity rate, have drastically increased. Please follow the advice of doctors, American Academy of Pediatrics, and public health experts, CDC, and require masks on all elementary students and any unvaccinated adults in elementary school buildings. It is unacceptable and reckless for the school board to disregard clear recommendations from the American Academy of Pediatrics and put our children's lives and long-term health at risk for the sake of politics. Our children's safety and public schools is a basic expectation and should not be up for debate. One of my children, like many children in our public schools, has asthma. These children have the right to attend public school in person safely with basic mitigation measures in place, like masks for unvaccinated individuals. Our family has done the right thing and followed the advice of medical doctors and public health professionals throughout the pandemic, and it is unacceptable that at this point in the pandemic, the school system is blatantly disregarding the medical advice and putting young children in harm's way. Parents should be able to trust that our schools will follow the advice of medical experts when it comes to public health measures that need to be taken in our schools. Our children deserve to be able to safely attend school in person. This can easily be accomplished with simple mitigation measures like mandatory masks for all elementary students and requiring masks for any unvaccinated adults that come into our elementary school buildings. Please require a mask for our elementary schools where children under 12 are left vulnerable with no access to vaccines to protect themselves. It is completely irresponsible for you to disregard expert opinion in light of the current spread of Delta variant and the significant increases in community spread and high positivity rate as we are currently experiencing in Seminole County. Sincerely, Kristen. The next comment comes from Myra from Castleberry. Good evening. I'm a parent of 3 SCPS students. I am very concerned about the vote made last month regarding masks. Masks at this point should not be optional. It is obvious that COVID is a fluid situation, and at times changes must be made. I just read an article that Advent Health is now in red status and has more admissions with COVID than back in January. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommended in July 19th, 2021, that masks should be worn in the school setting for anyone over age 2, regardless of vaccination status. Currently, with the increase of COVID cases in the Delta variant that is spreading, it is imperative that you reconsider your decision. Plus, it is not wise to place our youngest students, elementary students, in a position of exposure to COVID when they do not have the option to receive the vaccine. I would ask that you reconsider your decision, especially because the vaccine is not available to all students. Why are we not following the recommendations of the doctors and medical professionals? They have forewarned that masks need to be worn to mitigate the spread of COVID. This is just not a wise move to make currently with the COVID numbers rising. The local hospitals have alerted us that we are not going in the right direction at this time. I would ask, as a concerned parent, to please follow the recommendations of the doctors and rescind the mask option decision that was made. Do not risk our children when the evidence says don't do this. Respectfully, Myra. The next comment comes from D from Chuliota. Dear SCPS board members, as a mother of a child with asthma wanting to attend school in person, I sincerely ask and plead for the school to keep up with the safety protocols against the spread of COVID-19. For children that are vulnerable for many different reasons, the unknown of how the virus might affect them is the most fearful for a parent. Even if it's a very small chance, no parent would gamble with their own child's health and safety. For this reason, I hope the school board and other parents with health and more vigilant children can accept some of the inconvenience and constraints needed with wearing a mask in class, keeping social distancing, extra hand washing, and extra cleaning, regardless if you choose to get vaccinated or not. These requests don't cause any harm to anyone, but if it helps prevent a child from getting ill just a little bit, I hope you all feel it'll be worthwhile. Sincerely yours, D. The next comment comes from Melanie from Oviedo. Good afternoon. I'm writing you as a concerned mother and elementary school educator. I believe masks should be mandatory for all children less than 12 years old since they are not being given the opportunity to protect themselves with one of the coronavirus vaccines. As educators, school board members, and superintendent, it is our responsibility to provide fair and equitable opportunities for education. Mandatory masking for those who are VPK through 6th grade will allow all children who would like to be face-to-face the opportunity for a safe and quality learning environment. I have received a letter from Amy Elwood stating that based on the Seminole County Health Advisory information in April, that the county has decided to make masks optional this coming school year. We are in July, and our positivity rate is 16.5% as of today. The Surgeon General has stated that anything above 5% positivity rate is when interventions need to take place to not overwhelm the healthcare system. The majority of the ones infected at this point are children and the unvaccinated. As educational leaders, the problem solvers of our community, how are we going to make a difference and help the situation? We need to make masks mandatory. No one wants to mask, but it is the right thing to do for our children in the healthcare system. I have asked all of my children's doctors, and they say the same thing. If a child or unvaccinated person is inside without ample room to appropriately distance themselves, they need to wear a mask. I have asked my children's pediatrician, nurses, and pulmonologists, why are we not listening to the professionals? We know there will not be enough room to appropriately social distance in a classroom and lunchrooms. Why are we not looking at the data, problem solving, and trying to make the best decision for our children? Instead, we are quoting decisions made in April with data from 4 months ago. We are ignoring current warning signs and going against health professional expert advice. This is crazy. With the pandemic, we need to stay on top of the current data and make appropriate and safe decisions for our community. I do not write to you without a solution for our problem, and it is a simple one. Masks need to be mandatory for grades VPK through 6 for the first semester of school to allow time for all wanting to be vaccinated the opportunity. How do we do this? We make masks mandatory for elementary schools just like last year until we come back from winter break in January. This will allow ample opportunity for those that want to get vaccinated to get it. Middle school is a little tricky because it can be done. Middle school is a little tricky, but it can be done. Make masks mandatory for 6th graders who are not vaccinated for the first semester of school. If a 6th grader does not want to wear a mask and is at the age for vaccination, they have the opportunity to provide documentation that they are vaccinated and not wear one. 7th and 8th graders and high schools can have optional masking since all that wanted the vaccine had the opportunity to get it. In the first wave, we protected our elderly as they were the ones most at risk. Now our children need our help as they have zero protection against this deadly virus. Please make masks mandatory until children have the opportunity to protect themselves with a vaccine. Thank you for your time, Melanie. The next comment comes from Bethany from Oviedo. I'm writing to express first my concern for the reversal of the mask requirement in the schools, and second, for my full support of the Pride Month. Seminole County and the state of Florida are experiencing massive increases in positive COVID tests, hospitalizations, and community spread, primarily among unvaccinated adults and children. Less than 50% of Florida is vaccinated, and we are about to enter the school year with these levels. There are no mitigation strategies being implemented in the schools. I have read through the reopening plan, and it contains vague language that does not tell me exactly what will happen. There are many things that may happen or are deferred to other entities, but that does nothing to make me feel better about my daughter's health and safety or her educational progress as we enter the school year. I have sent in letters to the board meetings in the past about this issue and urged facts, figures, and science. Today, I will appeal to you on the basis of emotion as a mom and a daughter who speak as a mom of a daughter who spent weeks in the NICU fighting to breathe on her own. Every day I worry what will happen to her if she contracts COVID. Will we see a re-emergence of the issue from her infancy? Will she be hospitalized? Will she survive? Without any strategies to address COVID this fall, I am preparing myself for the inevitable, that she will at some point be infected with COVID. However, you can greatly reduce her risk and the risk of all children, staff, and faculty at the schools. Alternative options such as homeschooling or Seminole County Virtual School are not viable solutions for many parents because of the financial implications, health and caretaking issues, etc. People comment that COVID is like the flu, or we do not do the same thing, i.e. masks, for the flu. However, my 7-year-old can get the flu vaccine. She cannot get the COVID vaccine. Please give parents the opportunity to have their children vaccinated before you strip away evidence-based preventative methods. Research supports the mask wearing has no significant adverse health effects for wearers. Wearing a mask is an easy solution for those either refusing vaccination or ineligible for vaccination. Please consider how many children, teachers, and staff will be hospitalized because our schools are not implementing simple measures to prevent the spread of COVID. How many kids will we lose this year or will experience lifelong complications from COVID without adequate measures as recommended by the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics? How long before you implement simple measures to protect SCPS students and staff and their extended families? This is not a political issue. This is a public health issue, a community health issue, and a school health issue. The letter from Corcoran that continues to be noted in response to concerned parents was not a mandate. It asked school districts to consider changing their mask policy. It was also sent months ago when our numbers were not great, but also not nearly as at the urgent level that we are today. Please protect the SCPS population, especially those that are the most vulnerable right now, our unvaccinated kids. Reverse your decision like others are doing across the country. Make masks mandatory until there's an adequate time for students under 12 to have the opportunity to obtain a vaccine, and health indicators are much improved in our community. Finally, I would like to express full support for the implementation of Pride Month in June, recognizing LGBTQ history, people, and culture, support LGBTQ students, educate members of our community on the continued struggles for achieving equity for LGBTQ people. The next comment comes from Autumn from Oviedo. Dear Superintendent Beeman and school board members, thank you for the opportunity to request action on two important topics. First, masks. In order to provide the safest environment in which the Seminole County Public School community can learn and work, please follow the latest science-based guidelines and require masks for all students, faculty, staff, and volunteers in SCPS until such a time as COVID-19 infection rates drop and all members of SCPS community are eligible for vaccinations. Universal masking in schools is an effective common sense measure to prevent the spread of COVID-19. The American Academy of Pediatrics published the following recommendations for schools on July 20th, 2021. American Academy of Pediatrics recommends universal masking because a significant portion of the student population is not yet eligible for vaccines, and masking is proven to reduce transmission of the virus and to protect those who are not vaccinated. Many schools will not have a system to monitor vaccine status of students, teachers, and staff, and some communities overall have low vaccination uptake where the virus may be circulating more prominently. American Academy of Pediatrics emphasized the need for schools and local communities to use science and data to guide decisions with the understanding that policies are intended to lessen but cannot completely eliminate the risk. Number two, Pride Month, in a symbolic gesture to acknowledge and support the members of the SCPS community who identify as LGBTQ. Please recognize June as Pride Month, starting with the 2021-22 school year. While LGBTQ students, faculty, and staff are a minority of our school population, studies have repeatedly shown that this group disproportionately suffers from discrimination, hopelessness, and homelessness. In 2021, the Trevor Project, a national nonprofit committed to providing resources for LGBTQ youth, surveyed young people identifying as LGBTQ and learned that within this past year, 42% contemplated suicide and many attempted to end their lives. Recognizing June as Pride Month is a simple action to let our LGBTQ students, faculty, and staff know we see you and you are valuable. I would have preferred to address you in person, but given the prevalence of COVID-19 and without a mask mandate in place, I did not want to contribute to the spread of the virus. Sincerely, Autumn. The next comment comes from Mindy from Oviedo. Dear Superintendent Beeman and school board members, as a mother of two elementary-aged children at Parton, I would ask that you make adjustments to the school this coming year for schools for children's safety. First, I would ask that you please reconsider the mask mandate in elementary schools. The AAP and CDC both recommend masking for unvaccinated individuals, which all elementary school children are. I understand that some may not want their children wearing masks. However, for those of us who are adamant that our children are safe in schools, we want to opt in classrooms where all the children are wearing masks in the classroom. If someone does not wish their child to be masked, then they can be placed in a different classroom. This is not discrimination, as all parents would have the choice whether to opt in or not. Second, I would ask that children in elementary school be spaced out. I understand that this may be difficult due to class size, but if there is a way, that would be appreciated. Lastly, I would ask that you explain in detail the policy for contact tracing. I have heard that if a student is masked and with someone that tests positive for COVID, that the masked student's family may not be contacted because they are protected with the mask. If a child or teacher in the classroom, whether masked or not, tests positive, that everyone should be alerted of the possible exposure. I'm begging you to do something for the safety of our children besides just wiping down tables and chairs. Thank you, Mindy. The next comment comes from Kristen in Sanford. Dear Superintendent Beeman and school board members, first I want to say welcome to Superintendent. We see you and support you. I understand that you are coming in at a very difficult time, but we know that you are fully capable to lead SCPS and proud to have you do so. I am writing this today as a parent to a child who is entering your school system for the first time. I am a parent that is putting trust into you to keep my child safe 5 days a week. With that being said, I am pleading with you to please re-implement the mask mandate. I understand in April that the guidelines were updated. However, a lot has changed in the last 3 months. Florida numbers are increasing again. Hospitalizations among children with COVID are increasing across the country. They are now calling this a pandemic of the unvaccinated. And who is unvaccinated? Our children. The CDC and more importantly, the AAP are recommending that anyone unvaccinated wear a mask in public. The AAP specifically recommends that all individuals in schools are masked. Cities like Atlanta, Boston, Chicago are all realizing the importance of this and following these recommendations. It is time that we do too. You may say your child has the choice to wear a mask, but we know that science shows it is not as effective if both parties are not wearing them. This is also asking to cause division in our classrooms. We have spent the last school year following science. Why are we changing this now? When the ability for our young children to receive vaccines isn't upon us yet, but it is so close. We are almost there. Yes, most kids who are infected typically don't become as sick as adults, but we are saying most here, not all. Why risk the life and health of even one child? Let's continue to listen to the science. Let's continue to take the advice of medical professionals. Let's continue to keep our kids safe. Please reinstate masks. Thank you. The next comment comes from Colleen from Oviedo. Dear Superintendent Beeman and members of the school board, in response to the recent increase of COVID-19 cases in our area, I urge you to reinstate mandatory masks in SCPS for this coming school year. This is particularly crucial for elementary school children who are all unvaccinated. Protections need to be put in place in order to give our children the best chance of success in the school system this year. In order to determine these appropriate protections, it is only reasonable to refer to the experts in the medical field to guide us on the best practices and procedures. The AAP updated the guidance last week to incorporate wearing masks for children 2 and up in school settings. In addition, the CDC recommends masking for all those who are indoors and unvaccinated, which again would be all elementary school students. When the decision was made to remove the mask mandate for SCPS, the community spread in our area was substantially less than it is today. As a result, I beseech you to follow the guidance of the AAP and require masks for all SCPS students at the very least, follow CDC guidelines and require masks for all those who are unvaccinated. Thank you for your time, Colleen. The next comment comes from Rachel from Altamont Springs. Dear Superintendent Beeman and members of the school board, I am writing to urge you to reinstate mandatory masks in Seminole County Public Schools for the fall 2021 semester. Since the date of the last meeting, COVID-19 cases in Seminole County have increased nearly 600% from 1.8 per 100,000 to 47.8 per 100,000, covidactnow.org. Last week, Seminole County reported 1,618 new cases, the highest number since January, when masking was required in schools. Data from the Florida Department of Health and covidactnow.org. Furthermore, the American Academy of Pediatrics Guidance for Safe Schools, updated July 19, 2021, recommends universal masking for everyone over 2 in educational setting. All reputable medical organizations in the United States and worldwide make similar recommendations. The World Health Organization currently recommends masks for everyone indoors. The U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention recommends masks for all unvaccinated people indoors, which includes all children under the age of 12. And the American Medical Association and the American Heart Association and the American Nurses Association together have asked that the American public follow the science when making decisions about COVID. Making masks voluntary during the 21-22 school year does not follow the science. Instead, it puts our children and the adults who are responsible for their education at greatly increased risk for COVID-19 illness. The new policy also has the potential to cause disruptions to students' education when they, their teachers, and the support staff are absent due to COVID-19 infection or exposure. A voluntary mask policy will have the most serious impact on our youngest and most vulnerable students, those who cannot get vaccinated due to their age or underlying health conditions. Please reconsider your decision to make masks voluntary. Last school year, Seminole County Public Schools was a model of how to keep kids in the classroom and safe from the COVID-19. Let's not reverse that trend now. Follow the guidelines set by AAP and the WHO and the CDC to keep our community safe. Sincerely, Rachel. The next comment comes from Lucinda from Sanford. Dear school board members, I am greatly concerned about the lack of mask mandate in the school this fall. I'd like the school board to vote as soon as possible on options to keep safe at risk children who opt in. The American Academy of Pediatrics has released a statement saying that children should be wearing masks this fall regardless of their vaccinated status. The CDC is recommending that unvaccinated children continue to wear masks and socially distance. What you have in place goes directly against guidelines designed to avert the public health crisis in this state and the country. Our children are entitled to getting a safe education. I ask that you reconsider your stance on this issue. Thank you for your time and consideration. The next comment comes from Susil from Altamont Springs. Oh, and she simply states, I would like to support the motion brought up by Board Member Christine Krause. Community visibility and support are of main importance for the LGBTQ youth, staff, and families, and likely to reduce hate and prejudice for self and others. The next comment comes from, I'm not sure I can pronounce the first name, Yan from Oviedo. Sorry if I did not pronounce your name correctly. Dear Superintendent Beeman and school board members, I am writing to urge you to reinstitute mandatory masking in Seminole County Public Schools for the fall 21 semester. Since the date of the last meeting, COVID-19 cases in Seminole County have increased nearly 600%. I just read this. I just read this comment. This is the exact same comment that I read.
One that submitted it twice is probably.
Okay, so this is a submit, yeah, I was going to say, this is the exact same comment I just read. Sorry. When you're dealing with 73 comments, sometimes there's a little crossover. The next comment comes from Evelyn from Oviedo. I am greatly concerned about the lack of mask mandate in our schools this fall. I'd like the school board to vote as soon as possible on options to keep at-risk students to opt in for safety. Many children have autoimmune disorders and other various pre-existing conditions that make them highly vulnerable to COVID. If others are not wearing masks and socially distancing, they will not be safe at schools, even if they are wearing masks. If the school board does not make accommodations for students with disabilities who can get sick if they are around others who don't mask, they are not being inclusive of all students. Vulnerable student populations should not be excluded from in-person school and forced to complete school at home simply because the school refuses to make reasonable accommodations for them. I implore you to consider the need for the entire student body, especially the vulnerable children who have no one to speak for them. Here are my requests. Number one, offer Save My Seat for FCVS students for the 21-22 school year again. If parents must decide to keep their kids home for a second year because they are not vaccinated yet, they should not be punished for the decision by being kicked out of their current lottery magnet school. No elementary school children will be vaccinated yet by the start of the school year. And with no masks or social distancing in place, schools will not be a safe place for them. They shouldn't be punished for asking to stay safe from COVID. Number two, at the elementary level, offer mask classes that are opt-in. Designate one class per grade level, K through 5, that require masks for everyone. Parents opt into these classes and agree to keep their kids masked. They would have to agree to stay in this class for at least the remainder of the semester and not asked to switch halfway through. These classes will not join with other classes for recess, specials, or lunch so that they are always around other masked children. I suggest that these opt-in mask classes are scheduled to eat in the cafeteria at the same time rather than at their grade level. They can also be scheduled at the same time for recess rather than with their grade level. For specials, they would need to be sent with their own class only or have a combined grade level class with K1 or 4-5, for example, that combines only math classes. Specials teachers could create lessons plans that level learning, same content standards taught, but a slightly harder task for the older grade levels. This plan would be especially important to execute at large elementary schools like Wilson that have over 1,000 students. These large schools put young children at very high risk for COVID spread without any masks. Since no elementary student will be vaccinated yet in the fall, they will be at a greater risk for COVID than middle and high school students. Thank you. The next comment comes from Christina from Altamont Springs. Dear Superintendent Beeman and members of the school board, I am writing to urge you to reinstore mandatory mask mandates in Seminole County Public Schools for the fall 2021. I see what's happening here. This is a form letter, so my apologies to the person that I cut short, but there, I will read this in its entirety, and again, all comments were sent to the school board. Since the date of the last meeting, COVID-19 cases in Seminole County have increased nearly 600%. from 8.1 per 100,000 to 47.8 per 100,000. Last week, Seminole County reported 1,618 new cases, the highest number since January when masking was required in schools. Furthermore, the American Academy of Pediatric Guidance for Safe Schools, updated July 19th, recommends that universal masking for everyone over age 2 in educational settings. All reputable medical organizations in the United States and worldwide make similar recommendations. The World Health Organization currently recommends masks for everyone indoors. The U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention recommends masks for unvaccinated people indoors, which includes all children under the age of 12. And the American Medical Association, the American Heart Association, the American Nurses Association together have asked the American public to follow the science when making decisions about COVID. Making masks voluntary during the 2021 school year does not follow the science. Instead, it puts our children at risk and adults who are responsible for their education at greatly increased risk of COVID-19 illness. The new policy also has the potential to cause disruption to students' education when they, their teachers, and support staff are absent due to COVID-19 infection and exposure. A voluntary mask policy will have the most serious impact on our youngest, most vulnerable students, those who cannot get vaccinated due to their age or underlying health conditions. Please reconsider your decision to make masks voluntary. Last school year, Seminole County Public Schools was a model of how to keep kids safe in the classroom from COVID-19. Let's not reverse that trend now. Follow the guidelines set by the AAP, WHO, and CDC to keep our kids safe. Sincerely, Kristen. The next comment comes from Rebecca from Oviedo. Good evening, Superintendent and school board members. First, thank you, Jill Moravis, for spending the last several months reading these public comments. It doesn't go without notice or appreciation. Second, I am a Seminole County resident. My child attends school in the district. I am not an infiltrator from another county, Volusia, Orange, et cetera, like others who come to these meetings simply to make trouble and get free publicity for their social media accounts. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there tonight, but to Superintendent Sarita Beeman and to the school board members, I say thank you. Thank you for navigating with logic and grace through this incredibly difficult, bizarre period of time. Thank you for your sound judgment, your adherence to rules and procedures, and for following the science to ensure our children, staff, and teachers remain safe during the never-ending pandemic. I hope that despite harassment and pressure from the dangerously ill-informed, you will not abandon your responsibility to keep children safe. I also want to say to the anti-maskers, anti-vaccine, anti-everything crowd who attend these meetings, finally, I'd like to urge the school board to resist this small but loud band of Fox News loving conspiracy theorists and their risky death cult rhetoric and absurd disinformation campaign. Not getting a vaccine at this point is a death sentence. The Delta variant is running wild. Our hospitals are overrun. COVID positivity rates are higher than this time last year. In order to permit students access to the right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, it seems that it's time to reinstate the mask mandate. My child and the thousands of others who attend schools in the district deserve that, and will kindly thank you. Thank you, Rebecca. The next comment comes from Grace from Oviedo. Hi, my name is Grace, and I'm a 7th grader at Jackson Heights, and I would like to say why I think we should keep the mask mandate at school. Last year, everyone at school wore a mask, and that made me, and I am sure a lot of other people, feel safe. I never got sick the whole year wearing a mask, and now, with the new year coming up, I feel like I already know without the mandate, many kids won't be wearing the mask. Also, you can't prove they are vaccinated, and even if you're vaccinated, you can still get COVID. I know wearing a mask can get hot and hard to breathe sometimes, but it's not like you can't take it off real quick to get a drink or ask for a breather. It's not that difficult to wear your mask for a little longer, so COVID won't be ending anytime soon if you don't do your part. Please enforce wearing a mask this year. The next comment comes from Barbara Baker from Oviedo. I wish to make a statement during the time provided. I live in Seminole County and have a child who attends Seminole County Public Schools. I am concerned about the lack of support for students who identify as LGBTQ. These students are 4 times more likely to commit suicide than other students. Many of these students are facing anti-gay language within the schools, not only from their peers, but from teachers as well. Last year, my child was in a class where the teacher berated a female student who mentioned her girlfriend. She spent class time to address that it is wrong for 2 females to date each other. My child, having never been exposed to any indication that homosexuality is wrong, was confused and concerned about what had transpired. I'm very concerned about the safety of that student, my child, and any other student who overheard that conversation and identifies as LGBTQ. These students are receiving messages from within the school that there is something inherently wrong with them. This cannot continue. I urge Seminole County to appoint a committee to make a recommendation to foster acceptance and safety within the school for these students. We must do better to stop the tragedy of losing these young people. The next comment comes from Julie from Geneva. To the Seminole County School Board members, I urge the board to vote today to formally recognize the past June and every June to follow as LGBTQ Pride Month. As board member Christine Krause stated that when she offered the motion to recognize June Pride Month on June 22nd, our SCPS students, teachers, and staff who identify as LGBTQ should know that in the school system of Seminole County, we see you, we hear you, and we accept you. And recognizing June as Pride Month, Seminole County Public Schools will be joining in with so many other organizations, businesses, and community leaders which celebrate June as Pride Month, now including Orange County Public Schools, every public college and university in the state of Florida, and our President Joseph R. Biden in this proclamation on lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer Pride Month 2021. Our president expressed to all Americans during LGBTQ+ Pride Month, we recognize the resilience and determination of the many individuals who are fighting to live freely and authentically. In doing so, they are opening hearts and minds and laying the foundation for a more just and equitable America. This Pride Month, we affirm our obligation to uphold the dignity of all people and to dedicate ourselves to protecting the most vulnerable among us. I call upon the people of the United States to recognize the achievements of the LGBTQ+ community, to celebrate the great diversity of the American people, to wave their flags of pride high. I hope that the board will similarly guide our Seminole County community to approve formal recognition of each June as Pride Month for Seminole County Public Schools. The next comment comes from Joanne from Oviedo. I am sure that this is a repeat of what others have said, but I am asking that the board reconsider a mask mandate at school following the recent significant increase in COVID-19 positivity cases in Seminole County and in Florida as a whole. In addition, we should be following CDC guidance when it comes to the health and safety of our kids in a public environment. My daughter will be attending elementary school in a few weeks, and children that age cannot make a decision for themselves whether or not to wear a mask. We must make that decision for them to keep everyone safe while COVID cases remain high and while there is no vaccine available to them. Mandating a mask is the same as mandating the other necessary vaccines which are required, as well as the appropriate dress code which makes schools safe, suitable to send our kids to. Thank you from a very concerned parent. The next comment comes from Mary from Sanford. Hello, as we approach the start of the school year, the cases of coronavirus are skyrocketing in our community. I ask that you please reinstate all mitigation measures previously in place in our schools. This includes requiring masks for students, staff, and physical distancing, routine disinfections, and limiting students' interaction as much as possible. The health of not only our children, but our families and community depend on us as a whole to work together to control the spread of this virus. As a mother of 4 children who are not yet old enough to receive the vaccine, I am torn between protecting my children and being required to send them back to school so that they do not lose their seat. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Next comment comes from Melissa from Oviedo. I am writing this letter with deep concern as well as disappointment that mask mandates were rescinded at the beginning of the summer against CDC guidelines that masks should be worn by all unvaccinated individuals. Not only was it premature, but over the summer, our community has had another surge and vast increases in pediatric cases. As members of the board, you are representing education. I am concerned that we are not following recommendations by those educated experts of their field, especially for elementary age children that are not even eligible to receive the vaccine yet. I'm a physical therapist with my master's degree and 17-year experience in the hospital. My last year and a half of treating COVID-19 virus and its devastation should be considered. I am one with education, experience, and knowledge and perspective. The scope of this virus has changed this summer, and with 7 variants, including the more virulent Delta variant, is a great concern for all, including the children of our community. Many families have made sacrifices during the pandemic to protect their children and families safe during the pandemic, and not to have their efforts deflated with removal of mask mandate prior to their children being eligible for the vaccination. Due to the surge nationally, it has been recommended by the American Pediatric Association, that all children should be masked for the fall school year. Again, another educated group of experts recommending safety protocols that I hope will not be ignored again by the board. You are the board representing education. What is the value of professionals that have dedicated their lives to education in their field for it to go ignored or condemned on no basis other than opinion? I implore you, the board, to follow the knowledge of our medical professionals and their recommendations. It is truly a period of time that will be reflected on us for years to come, and I hope you will understand that your choices today will stick your choices today will stick on your conscience. Just as I have tried to do everything to keep my family and my patients safe, it is my responsibility to help my patients strengthen and recover physically from the virus that has devastated their bodies, just as it is your responsibility to do everything in your power to follow the advice from educated medical professionals to keep the children of our community at the safest we can. Thank you for your time and consideration, Melissa. The next comment comes from Callie from Geneva. I want to thank you for discussing the addition of the LGBTQ+ Awareness Month. It is something that I dreamt of as a high school student when a group of fellow students and I together started the Gay Straight Alliance at Oviedo High School back around 2005. As an early childhood development and education professional, I can tell you just how important it is for the mental health and well-being of children and youth of marginalized communities to be accepted and respected for their identities and self-expression. It empowers a child, motivates them, and they feel happier and less stress, pressure, and negativity. This can only improve their academic success and growth as a future citizen. As a member of the LGBTQ+ community and a mom who grew up attending Seminole County schools, it makes my heart so happy to know that our community might add recognition and respect to the community by adding a month of awareness for students. Please move forward with the discussion, and I hope to see this decision made to add LGBTQ+ Awareness Month to the school calendar. I would like to use this moment now to add that I strongly urge superintendent and school board to make a solid and logical plan for the 21-22 school year to accommodate children's health and masking in schools. The CDC and American Academy of Pediatrics have recently released statements saying that until vaccines are available to all children, schools should mandate masking indoors. The science behind the decision of these experts is peer-reviewed and more credible than any Google search result that some of the local parents have been throwing out there in school board meetings as of late. I withdrew my elementary-aged child from SCPS last year and have been homeschooling her with the intention of it lasting for at least 1 year, not out of lack of faith in the schools, but because of the concerning amount of anti-science parents that send their children to the same school as my child is zoned for. If there isn't at least the option of mask-only classes or voluntary mask classes, I have no problem continuing to homeschool for another year, or perhaps not even returning to SCPS at all. It empowers me as a homeschooling mom to know that I can successfully educate my child, but yet, as an alumna of Seminole County schools, it saddens me a bit that they won't have the same experience with this great school district due to its lack of planning and science-backed practices. I sure hope to see this board change direction and make a plan to offer options for parents to have peace of mind in sending their children back to school. Sincerely, Callie. The next comment comes from Kelsey from Oviedo. Your school board members, Superintendent Beeman, and the SCPS community. I'm sure most of us remember the days when smoking was allowed in restaurants, schools, and shopping malls. In 2003, Florida passed a Clean Air Act, which meant that we were entitled to work in smoke-free environments. It meant the majority of locations prohibited smoking inside buildings. It also ensured that there was a designated smoking section away from entrances of buildings so that people could enter without being subjected to secondhand smoke and airborne pollutants. As a child with asthma, this was life-changing for me, as secondhand smoke was a trigger to my lungs to overreact and cause me to be hospitalized. The Clean Air Act did not take away anyone's right to smoke. It simply protected people's right to breathe naturally clean air and not be forced to breathe secondhand smoke. This is akin to COVID, an airborne pollutant. People 12 and up have the right to choose not to be vaccinated at this point in time. But just like with secondhand smoke, my child has the right to breathe unaffected air. As my children are too young to be vaccinated, there is only one other way to reduce the exposure to COVID at school: mandatory masks. Masks work. Along with social distancing, it reduces the exposure and mostly contains the virus to the infected person, ensuring that those surrounding them will be less likely to contract the virus. Mandatory masking for the majority of the school population will also protect those individuals, special cases of students who cannot utilize them due to sensory issues or other diagnosis. And this will be transformative for not only my children, but thousands of other SCPS children as well. The American Academy of Pediatrics and the CDC strongly recommend that masks for all unvaccinated people. It is stated that the SCPS board follow the guidelines of the CDC. They never removed the recommendation for unvaccinated people to mask. Our state constitution mandates that you provide a safe place for children to attend school. Safety is inclusive of health measures. Until all of our children are given the opportunity to be vaccinated, please reinstate the mask mandate to provide our students a safe learning environment. Thank you, Kelsey. The next comment comes from Isle from Winter Springs. I am writing to you over the mask optional policy that is going into effect for all students for the 21-22 school year. My child will be entering third grade at Galileo School for the Gifted in August, which is a public charter school under the guise of the Seminole County Public School System. My concern is that the policy will be in effect in mitigating infection rates to our unvaccinated populations in the Seminole County school system, specifically our K-5 classrooms. As you may know, vaccinations are not available for this population, and mask option policy for the population that has no access to a vaccine to curb transmission with a new highly contagious COVID variant is opening the potential for greater spread of the infection for the school year. The CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics of America has highly recommended that unvaccinated children in classrooms should be utilizing face coverings for the 21-22 school year, considering the dangers of the new COVID variant. Below are links for your guidance. I do believe that in-classroom learning is more effective than virtual schooling, but a mask optional policy for this population at this time is inviting a high probability of greater infections and possible interruptions to effectively teach students. The interim benefit of mask mandates for the next 3 or 4 months would, one, highly contain the infection spread in K-5 classrooms to individual levels versus a group, therefore lowering the amount of possible infection in a classroom. 2, children are less likely to contract the virus and accidentally spread it to their immediate family, therefore resulting in less complicated efforts for parents and guardians to get kids to school. And 3, greatly reduce stress and anxiety among K-5 population between kids who are masked and unmasked, also limits other possible behaviors such as confusion on why some kids are masked and others are not, increased aggression, possible bullying between 2 groups of kids. 4, parents are less likely to put children in in-person classroom environments. I am highly suggesting that Seminole County schools should modify their mask policy for all K-5 students, should be required before the beginning of the 21-20 school year, at least for their K-5 population that do not have a vaccine option. Present CDC NIH reports state that the vaccine is available for children 6 through 11 would be around the October-November timeframe. Once a vaccine option is available where parents have an option to vaccinate children in this age range, then Seminole County can reevaluate at that time to transitioning to a mask optional environment. Thank you for your consideration of this very important matter. The next public comment comes from Lauren from Longwood. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to be heard. As we all know, COVID cases are on the rise, and unlike with the original virus strain, we see that children are getting more ill with the new Delta variant. American Academy of Pediatrics, CDC, WHO, and other leading medical agencies have released strong language advocating for masks to be worn in schools, especially for the unvaccinated age group of under 12. We love our children. We all want to keep them safe and provide them with the best childhood experiences that we can. We strive to instill values that will shape them into good citizens and stewards. We want children that love their neighbors and help those that are in need, that need it. We want to know that we did what we could to make the next generation a group of all-around good people. We have a real opportunity here to do that. Children are born with the desire to help and do good. Children want to be included, especially when they know that they are helping others. If you explain to a child that they could save a life and help the whole world by wearing a mask, they will gladly be and eagerly do it. Even if you don't truly believe this to be so, why take a good deed away from a child? When the child picks up a litter and says, look, I cleaned, when a child picks up litter and says, look, I cleaned the planet, we pat them on the back and tell them, great job helping. We don't tell them that didn't work, don't bother, that this doesn't work, don't bother. We foster their sense of community and responsibility. This is the same type of opportunity. This whole pandemic has been mostly beyond our control. This is one aspect that we can control. We can allow our children to feel a sense of pride, togetherness, and helpfulness. We can all do our part, whether you think it is helping reduce the risk of transmission or whether you are helping your child to put valuable lessons based on all of our religions and beliefs into real life practice. This is real teamwork, real love for others exemplified. It is our job as parents and as a community to do what we can to keep our little ones safe and healthy. The most vulnerable population is the unvaccinated. Please, you must reinstate the mask policy, at least until this population has the opportunity to be vaccinated against it. Thank you for your time. The next comment comes from Claudia from Oviedo. Your school board members of Seminole County, my name is Natalie. I'm going to start 6th grade in 2 weeks. I am really excited because I have been in virtual school for over a year, but me and my family and I am sure a numerous amount of other families are worried about going back to school because people aren't wearing masks because it is not mandatory anymore. But this is just making it more dangerous, not only for students, but the teachers and the kids' relatives that haven't been vaccinated yet. I am 11, so in a few months I am going to be able to get a vaccine, but my little brother is 8 and not going to be able to get the vaccine anytime soon. And other younger kids too are in danger of getting COVID and maybe die if people don't start thinking and start wearing masks. So I ask you again, along with other families and people, that you please make mandatory the use of masks, and you will save countless lives with this one act. Thank you for hearing me out, and please, I trust you to make the right choice. P.S. I want to welcome the Superintendent Beeman. The next comment comes from Ning from Oviedo. Our kids need to breathe safely. Children are also vulnerable to the Delta variant. It just killed a 5-year-old boy in Georgia. Don't wait until it takes more young lives or leaves more permanent damages. Please, please, please reinstate universal mask mandates per AAP recommendation. Life can be normal despite a tiny little inconvenience with a mask on. Life can never be normal to the families who lost their loved ones to COVID or those who suffer from COVID long-term side effects for the rest of their lives. The next comment comes from Sarah from Rockledge. I hope everyone is looking forward to the start of a great school year. As my family and I have moved to another county, we still have a vested interest in Seminole. I'm writing as a concerned parent, Seminole State College student, taxpayer, voter, and concerned citizen. I'm also blessed to have a lot of friends and family who live in Seminole County. As people are concerned with rising cases of COVID again, I urge you to keep in mind how damaging the masks are physically and mentally to the children. I implore you to continue to keep masks optional and the medical status of minors private. Do not quarantine healthy children with a different medical status than their peers. That is creating more division and not unity or equity in our community. After the past year of our school community needs unity and healing. That's why medical choices for minors need to remain private, and masks need to be optional. To stop the division in Seminole County in the SCPS community and start to bring people and parents from all different points of view together. That is the future, to learn from our differences and each other. Continue to keep in mind that mental health is just as important as physical health. As my family and I do not discriminate against anyone or any consenting adult and how they choose to live their life, I find it highly inappropriate that a highly partisan political LGBTQ event was pushed and sponsored by SCPS back in April that included targeted and marketed to minors, as minors cannot consent sexually to anything, which is proven over and over again in developmental psychology. Why is this agenda being pushed on minors without parents knowing and without their consent? I personally take offense that this was sent to my minor son's SCPS email without mine or his dad's consent, as we have strict rules on what comes across our family's electronic devices, and that rule extends to other digital platforms. That would include, but not limited to, the content they are exposed to at SCPS property or the events sponsored by SCPS. I was hoping you would have better information, security policy plans in place to protect these minors you are responsible for through your SCPS platform. I share this with love and respect for all, along with asking for my parental rights to be respected. With the new Florida Parent Bill of Rights that was just passed, how do you plan on implementing this with your current school policies? I also ask that the board keep their equity committee a board committee and not a superintendent committee. Thank you, Sarah. Next comment comes from Kristen from Oviedo. Hello, school board members. I am writing in reference to implementing masks back into school, at least at the elementary school level. I just want to share my story. My daughter, who is 10, recently contracted COVID-19 and then passed it on to me, who is fully vaccinated. Many of her friends the same age have contracted the virus also. The Delta variant is highly contagious and is spreading rapidly. We have no idea how we contracted the virus, as we are very careful. If masks are not put back into schools, we will have many interruptions in learning, as there will be multiple quarantines throughout the school year. These children are unable to get vaccinated and have no protection against this highly contagious variant. Please do the right thing and think of our children. Our goal is to get them back in school safely and keep them in school. Masks will help us do that. Thank you for your time, Kristen. The next comment comes from L from Sanford. I am writing to you to speak about supporting the LGBTQ community. I am currently a student in Seminole County. I can't speak for all LGBTQ plus youth, but seeing my school system showing support would make me very happy. It would make me feel welcomed and wanted in the school, even though I'm a part of the community. I think it would be a lovely idea to celebrate Pride in some sort of way. According to Facts About Suicide, the Trevor Project, LGBTQ plus youth is 5 times more likely to have attempted suicide compared to heterosexual youth. Suicide attempts by LGBTQ plus and questioning youth are 4 to 6 times more likely to result in injury, poisoning, or overdose that requires treatment from a doctor or nurse, compared to their straight peers. For more information on the topic, visit Facts About Suicide, the Trevor Project. The reasons these statistics are so high is because people abuse them physically and verbally, because these people who abuse them may believe it's unnatural to be homosexual, even though the science has provided that this is untrue. The statistics are also high because some people don't accept LGBTQ people for who they are. I've had some good and bad experiences because of me being part of LGBTQ community. Some bad ones are I've been called the F slur by students, which made me feel bad for being me, which no one should have to feel bad about. I've also been told it's gross to like your own gender. Some good things are, I had a teacher who listened and supported me. I love that teacher so much because they are the best teacher I've ever had. I felt needed, valid, safe, and important when I was around them. I felt that way because they supported me. Imagine how other kids that are in the LGBTQ community will feel when they are supported like I was. In a quote by L. Lawliet, they state, no matter how gifted you are, you alone cannot change the world. This means we need all supporters to speak in support of our LGBTQ students like me, celebrate us, and let us know you care, because we might not get that message in our schools or our everyday life. Thank you, Al. Next comment comes from Megan from Maitland. Seminole County School Board members, thank you for your commitment to planning for the educational needs of our county's students. As a parent of 3 youth, I appreciate your commitment to our young people. As you determine plans for the return of the school year, I urge you to maintain a high level of public health precautions, including requiring mask wearing for all students and staff. The rapid increase of COVID cases over the past month demonstrate the need for a return to increased vigilance. Many of our teachers, other staff, and children are in vulnerable populations, and it is incumbent upon us to protect the common good and the well-being of each person in our community. Please implement the recommendations of the American Academy of Pediatrics, which advocates that all policy considerations for school COVID-19 plans should start with the goal of keeping students safe and physically present in school, and asserts that in order to safely accomplish this, mask wearing by all is necessary. This is a public health and well-being measure rather than a political or partisan issue. While having all eligible individuals vaccinated is a laudable public health goal, our community is not in a position to reach that at this time. Many of our students are not expected to be eligible for vaccines until very late in the year, and expecting school staff to be able to accurately track vaccination status and mask wearing for subsets of students is not feasible. While health professionals and our governor are urging COVID vaccines for all eligible people, this is highly unlikely to be accomplished during the first half of the school year. Further, with the rapid spread of a high transmissibility of the Delta strain, universal masking will achieve far greater safety than optional measures. With few exceptions, having all students and staff wearing masks will allow for the return of classroom learning without placing undue burdens on teachers or other staff to act as public health wardens. The CDC states in its May guidance that universal and correct use of masks and physical distancing is the appropriate pathway to provide in-person instruction safely. Although earlier this month there appeared to be consideration that vaccinated individuals may not need to wear a mask, however, since that time, the improvements in COVID spread that seemed to be occurring in June have been reversed, and COVID cases, hospitalizations, and death have increased dramatically nationally, and particularly in Florida, which accounts for 20% of the cases nationwide. Thus, the CDC updated guidance being released today, July 27th, is also that everyone in K-12 wear a mask regardless of their vaccination status. I know that Seminole County School Board wishes to implement strategies that will provide a safe environment and reduce additional disruptions to learning from COVID spread. Please implement a strong safe policy that includes universal mask wearing in our schools as we enter into the new school year. Thank you for your commitment to serving our children in our community. Please require a mask this year as a commitment to public health. Sincerely, Megan. The next comment is comment number 41 from Lisa in Oviedo. I am urging you to reinstitute mandatory masks in Seminole County Public Schools for the fall 2021 semester. Since the date of the last meeting, COVID-19 cases in Seminole County have increased nearly 600% from 8.1 per 100,000 to 47.8 per 100,000. Last week, Seminole County reported 1,618 new cases, the highest number since January, when masking was required in schools. Furthermore, the American Academy of Pediatric Guidance for the Safe Schools, updated July 19, 2021, recommends universal masking for everyone over age 2 in educational settings. All reputable medical organizations in the United States and worldwide make similar recommendations. The World Health Organization currently recommends masks for everyone indoors. The U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention recommends masks for all unvaccinated people indoors, which includes all children under the age of 12. And the American Medical Association, the American Heart Association, the American Nurses Association together have asked that the American public follow the science when making decisions about COVID. Making masks voluntary for the 21-22 school year does not follow the science. Instead, it puts our children and adults who are responsible for their education at greatly increased risk of COVID-19 illness. The new policy also has the potential to cause disruption to student education when they, their teachers, and support staff are absent due to COVID-19 infection and exposure. It is further concerning that Governor DeSantis held an unannounced meeting with medical professionals just today to underline his opposition to mask mandates for K-12 students. He also stated the possibility of holding a special legislative session to ensure mask mandates do not occur in K-12 system. Our governor appears to be running the early portion of his presidential campaign on the backs of our children as he panders to what is assumed to be the desires of his electoral base. A voluntary mask policy by SCPS will have the most serious impact on our youngest and most vulnerable students, those who cannot be vaccinated due to their age or underlying health conditions. Please reconsider your decision to make masks voluntary and keep our youngest students safe. I felt very safe with my children in the SCPS traditional classroom last year because of the mask requirements. Last school year, Seminole County Public Schools was a model of how to keep kids safe in the classroom and safe from COVID-19. Let's not reverse that trend now. Follow the guidelines set by AAP, the WHO, and CDC to keep our community safe.
Want to take a breath?
Oh, I would love to.
Please. Did you complete a form? Please come up. I didn't realize you filled it out. Bring it up here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Absolutely. You're good? Yeah, and when you start talking, I will, I'll hit the timer. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
There you go.
My name is Alison Holmes. I have 2 kids in Seminole County schools. I'm hoping that you'll think you said about 73 messages, and out of 40 or 50 that I've heard, only 1 so far is saying keep it without masks. I think it's important. My son uses a communication device. He types with his nose, so he can't wear a mask. There's so-called freedom fighters coming in here, and they don't speak for the majority of people in Seminole County. They are talking about their rights, not for my kids, not for other people's kids. They don't care about the welfare of our students in Seminole County. They don't care about the welfare of the teachers. They don't care about the welfare of the staff working in the district. And last time, the last meeting, when the SEEA president was speaking, they couldn't even keep quiet whilst he was speaking, and somebody got thrown out. So apparently his freedom to speak wasn't important. It's just their freedoms. And I think their freedom means no social responsibility, no empathy for others, and it's a hollow, shallow idea of freedom, this just my rights and nobody else's rights. One of the freedom fighters who I think spoke last meeting got himself fired for being a racist. Another freedom fighter who spoke last time has pictures of herself holding a huge QAnon flag. These aren't the people who should be speaking for our kids in Seminole County. This is an infection that's coming in. They're coming in because it's a soft target in here that they can get up here for 3 minutes uninterrupted. They get their time. And I want the school board meetings are supposed to be about our students in the schools, and they're supposed to be about the staff, not their freedoms and not their conspiracy theories that are coming in as well onto the meetings. I would like the board to either say, I don't know with vaccinations how it would go, but to require masks, because I don't, what have you got to lose? And the age is coming down for COVID numbers each time as the vaccinations are no longer being implemented, as we're at 50%. So I just see my daughter will not be wearing a mask if nobody else is in middle school. And I don't want her bringing it home to my son who's in a vulnerable group. And I don't see what the point is of not saying, let's have a meeting about this, to even discuss it. I don't see why closing off. And somebody also mentioned about where the information is coming from, that you're basing not even discussing masks. I would like at least it to be discussed, because I don't see what the harm. We're not asking kids to put a boulder on their back and walk around all day with a boulder. It's a piece of cloth, as they keep saying. It's just a piece of cloth. It's
time, Alison.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good to go?
Yeah. So the next comment comes from Joanna from Oviedo. Thank you for listening to comments tonight. My name is Joanna, and I've recently graduated with a PhD in public health. My area of specialization is health and safety in education environments. My husband and I have lived in Oviedo for more than 10 years, and we have 2 children who are elementary and middle school, and they are both younger than age 12. I'm here tonight to explain why children younger than age 12 should wear a mask in schools. Right now, the best way to reduce risk from COVID-19 is the vaccine. When schools begin in early August, 3 distinct groups of individuals will return to school campuses. 1, the adults, teachers, staffs, admin who can decide to take the free and effective vaccine. Number 2, students age 12 to 17 who can take the vaccine with parent permission. And 3, students age 4 through 11 who do not have access to the vaccine yet. Given what we know at this point in time, the following actions are reasonable to reduce the risk of COVID-19 transmission. 1, healthy adults should be encouraged to take the vaccine via any reasonable incentive. 2, the families of healthy children aged 12 to 17 should be encouraged to have their children take the vaccine or wear a mask to school. 3, for typically developing children who are younger than 12, wear a mask to school. It is reasonable to expect young children to wear a mask given that they cannot have the vaccine. I know people are angry and frustrated about mask wearing at school. I worry about the long-term effects of this experience on my child's social and emotional development. I share concerns that the mask wearing could be a barrier to learning for vulnerable groups. We have to do what is reasonable and address specific needs on a case-by-case basis. However, I encourage the board to stay focused on the health and safety of all children, teachers, and staff at school, and avoid getting swept up in the issue of cultural and political divides. The majority of children have adjusted to wearing a mask in school, and a vaccine for younger children should be available soon. As more adults and teens get vaccinated, the risk lowers for everyone in the community. Children younger than 12 should continue to wear masks at school because it's the best way to protect them and reduce community risk of COVID-19 transmission. The next comment comes from Sarah from Lake Mary. Good evening, school board members. My name is Sarah. I am not only am I a teacher here at SCPS, but I'm a parent as well. Last month when I asked about celebrating and acknowledge Pride Month, I was extremely confused on the hesitation to represent all students and staff who are LGBTQIA+ community the way we represented all students in our classroom. All of you have been in my classroom at one point or another and have complimented me on my teaching, complimented me on the equity, diversity, and inclusion in my classroom. Yet there was hesitation last month when asked to celebrate many of our youth in school. Why? Why the hesitation? I teach 5th grade, and even in those elementary school years, crushes are formed. Trust me, I've heard my fair share of whom is dating whom and have had to handle all the drama that goes with it too. Last month, some of the folks in that room spoke about how they didn't want their children discussing sex and asked you not to acknowledge our LGBTQIA youth. I want to clarify for you, board members, that sexual orientation is about attraction, whom an individual thinks is cute, whose phone number they want to get, who they stay up for late hours texting, not what actions they take with that person. We are not asking you to open up a platform for students to actively engage in sexual activity with each other. That is utterly preposterous. What we are asking you to do is to let all your LGBTQIA+ staff and students know that who they are, who they have a crush on, who they like, who they want to form a relationship with does not matter based on their gender. That if they are questioning their gender or their sexuality, we are a safe place to go. That we as a staff and community and county will still love them and support them. I had several students come to me last year and ask me if they were normal. For whatever reason, they were scared to be their true selves because something or someone around them made them feel that way. The hesitation last month was heard by them and hid some of them back in the closet. Let them out. If we are to have diversity, equity, inclusion for all, it means all. I want to share that 40% of LGBTQ youth seriously consider attempting suicide in the past year, including more than half of transgender and non-binary youth. 75% of LGBTQ youth reported that they had experienced discrimination based on their sexual orientation or gender identification at least once in their lifetime. Only 26% say that they always feel safe in their school classroom, and just 5% say all of their teachers and school staff are supportive of LGBTQ people. I am asking you to fix that by celebrating them. As a mother, I am even more saddened because my child is entering your school system and asks me every day if she's safe. I tell her that we love her for who she is no matter what, and we are blessed with an amazing principal that fights for her too. But as I send her into those gates, a little piece of me breaks. Will today be the day that she's scared to go to school? Will today be the day that she is attacked? I will tell her to find helpers, find her allies, find people she trusts. I hope that that would be you too. The next comment comes from Tanya from Longwood. Dear School Board, I would like to ask you to pause for a minute and think about why did you run for your position on on first place? Was it because of money, power, politics, or was it because you wanted to improve the district, to enrich the children, to create a positive learning experience? Excuse me. Why are we playing politics with the lives of thousands of children and their families? We want our children to excel in math, science, reading, foreign languages, sports. We don't want the political expletive that you are trying to push on us. Vaccinating children with untested poison, forcing them to wear dirty cloth on their face for 8 hours a day, quarantining, contact tracing, dividing, and driving families crazy because the CDC says so. Do you know who funds the CDC, Pfizer, J&J, Merck, and many more? Of course, they will be recommending all of that. Stop with this nonsense and return to teaching. Stop again and think about it. Why are you here? If not for the kids, then why? Pushing pride propaganda, personal agendas, and someone else's political beliefs on our children. The remainder of her comment does not comply with school board policy on public comment, so it won't be read, but her comments in their entirety was forwarded to the school board for their consideration. The next comment comes from Emily from Oviedo. Thank you for your time. I would like to express my concern and frustration about the choice to remove masks for students, particularly elementary students. Many of us sacrificed a lot by keeping our kids at home last year so we could protect our families and look out for our broader community. It is incredibly frustrating to watch those who have already been given so much continue to take. We all wanted our kids in school last year. We all wanted to go back to normal. And those who lived relatively normal lives are the ones who continue to complain the most about any minor inconvenience. All we are asking for is a reasonable policy that considers all needs, a middle ground that anti-maskers refuse to allow. Do we think every child in SCPS needs to mask? No. Do we want kids wearing it all day long and no break? No. Are we forcing vaccinations like every family has agreed to just to enter public schools in the first place? No. It is perfectly reasonable to make mask option for the age levels that have had the choice to get vaccinated. It is reasonable to only require masks in indoor settings. It seems unreasonable to go against the major medical bodies, including the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics, just so a political group can get what they want. And if it's not about politics, I need a real explanation for why this board is choosing to ignore the science and medical community in favor of a political body, the Department of Ed. Kids are adaptable. Kids don't care about wearing a mask, except in rare cases where we can certainly consider exceptions. Most hardly realize they're wearing them anymore. It's only the parents who are up in arms. Please do the reasonable thing. Allow our elementary students to finally get back to school, and they have the opportunity to get vaccinated before moving to optional masks. Thank you, Emily. The next comment comes also from Emily, but a different Emily, in Sanford. Good evening. I am a former teacher who is currently a sales professional in the Sanford community, and I fully support the agenda item to introduce Pride Month in Seminole County Public Schools. My comments today stem from a variety of experiences. As a lesbian woman who has struggled with her identity well into adulthood, as a teacher who was forced back into the closet by a former administration to appear more acceptable to the community, and as a professional who participates in community mentor programs to help make a difference. At the heart of my argument is essentially all children feel seen, supported, and loved, and that no matter what their situation is at home, school should be an accepting, safe space for all. By embracing Pride Month, we are telling every child that we embrace and celebrate them, whether they are straight, gay, transgender, non-binary, etc. This support or lack of support, if Pride Month is not adopted, has real consequences during school and later in life. As a student and adult, I have personally known LGBTQ+ people who have self-harmed and committed suicide. I have known those who have been rejected by their families and left homeless. I have known students who were so afraid to be honest with themselves or hated themselves because of who they are and now are struggling later in life. If you have not lived a similar experience or know someone personally who has, then you are very lucky. These are intensely miserable situations that affect more than just school. I've attached a one-pager from the Human Rights Campaign to this request that lists more specific details about the consequences of discrimination and non-acceptance on the mental health of LGBTQ plus community. Some key points below. According to a study by CDC, 60% of LGBTQ youth reported being so sad and hopeless they stopped doing some of their usual activities. LGBTQ young people are more than twice as likely to feel suicidal and over 4 times as likely to attempt suicide compared to the heterosexual youth. A third of transgender youth have seriously considered suicide, and 1 in 5 have made a suicide attempt. If we were to reject the idea of Pride Month in school, we would send a message to all students that it is not a priority and that we do not support the LGBTQ plus students. When it comes down to it, nobody is hurt by or loses anything by adding Pride Month, but how many will gain that feeling of understanding, support, and confidence? I appreciate the consideration of this proposal to the school board. I hope that it is passed so that the Seminole County can show everyone that we fully support all students, not just those who identify as heterosexual. Respectfully, Amy. The next comment comes from Connie from Castleberry. Dear Seminole County School Board members, my name is Connie, a Seminole County resident, and I'm writing to request that LGBTQ Pride Month be formally recognized by the Seminole School Board. I have personally witnessed how discrimination, bullying results in devastating effects on the mental health of our LGBTQ youth and adults. Please put yourselves in their shoes of a young person who turns inward, feeling shame because he, she, they are how they are. Fear of discrimination can be just as real as an obvious event and can lead to sustained stress. Long-term effects of sustained stress can lead to post-traumatic stress responses. Stress and anxiety can reduce one's ability to focus on learning. Please be an ally to LGBTQ students and staff by making yourself known as an ally. Please adopt these measures to help create a welcoming, inclusive, and affirmative environment that embraces all students and staff's identity. Respectfully, Connie. The next comment comes from Cheryl from Lake Mary. At the last meeting, Ms. Krause proposed that SCPS formally recognize LGBTQ plus Pride Month. I can't understand why this was never done before, nor why this was even an issue that required debate. Our LGBTQ students are far more likely to experience hostility at school, not feel safe, and suffer mentally and emotionally as a result. This negativity impacts SCPS' ability to fulfill its mission to ensure that all students acquire the knowledge, skill, and attitudes to be productive citizens. Recognizing Pride Month is the least you can do to show these students that they are supported. Please let it be the first step of many that you take in support of all of our students. Next comment comes from Owen from Oviedo. It's handwritten because he's a 5th grade student. Dear School Board, I think masks should be mandatory because it is more safe for everyone in school. If everyone wears a mask, it will be more safe to not get COVID-19 or the Delta variant. If kids get sick, they will be sent home, so it is less disruptive to have masks than keeping masks optional. I'm in 5th grade and can't get the shot yet. I want to go to school, but want it to be safe. That's why masks should be mandatory, Owen. And the next one comes from Chloe. And Chloe is a 7th grader. Dear School Board of Seminole County, thank you for reading this letter and considering my opinion. I'm a 7th grader in Seminole County, and I feel that we need to be safe in school. We must keep masks mandatory in school until children under the age of 12 can be vaccinated. I am not the only one who pleads for the safety of my peers and family. Children all over the county wish to be safe along with their parents. Some people will argue that it is child abuse, but this is false. Keeping children safe from the Delta variant of COVID-19 is not child abuse. I have read scientific articles and watched reputable news sources. Keeping your children out of the hospital is absolutely not child abuse. I have had friends and family who have caught COVID. It is not a myth, and it is not safe. The long-term effects of COVID-19 could cause multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children, MIS-C, and autoimmune conditions that cause organ damage or failure. This includes type 1 diabetes and lung, kidney, and heart damage. Some people who have caught COVID even come out with permanent brain disorders. Do you want children to permanently have a long-term organ disorder? Should children have to deal with horrible illness for the rest of their lives? I hope your answer is no. The American Academy of Pediatrics strongly recommends universal masking, as this slows the spread of COVID. For more suitable, comfortable masks that do just as well, if not better, as normal masks, I recommend the KN95 COVID masks. I hope that you consider making masks mandatory in schools until vaccines are available for all kids. It's important for our peers' safety, our neighbors' safety, our siblings' safety. This is not abuse. It is to protect our students in schools. Mandatory masks will help Seminole County Public Schools to be a safer place to live and learn. Sincerely, Chloe. The next comment comes from Olivia from Oviedo, and Olivia is a 5th grader. Dear school board, I believe that you should make masks mandatory. If masks are optional, the kids don't wear masks to school, aren't protecting the kids that are wearing masks. If masks are mandatory, then all kids will be protected until the vaccine is ready for kids. We need to help the community. Some parents think it's child abuse, and I understand that masks are annoying and uncomfortable, but we should be protecting everyone's health. So why do people need to wear masks? We should wear them to protect each other from the virus and ensure people's safety. Making masks optional isn't going to work. Masks work better if everyone wears to slow down the virus. Making masks optional is making masks useless. Sincerely, Olivia. The next public comment comes from Polly from Sanford. Good evening, board members and superintendent. My name is Polly, and I'm a parent of an incoming 3rd grader at Ottawa Elementary. I watched the LGBTQ student and friend of my older daughter being bullied out of SCPS brick and mortar classes and into virtual school during middle school. Instead of receiving recognition and support, the student's unique needs were rejected. National statistics show that youth who are rejected because of their LGBTQ+ status are 8.4 times more likely to commit suicide. Suicide is the 2nd leading cause of death among LGBTQ+ youth. Their suicide risk factor increases 2.5 times if they face bullying or harassment in schools. It is not the fact that their LGBTQ status, but the negative response of family, school, and community that puts the youth at risk. I urge the school board to lead our community in reducing the risk of our LGBTQ youth. Please support the recognition of the diversity and value of LGBTQ+ students, staff, and community members, just as you support Blacks, Hispanic, heritage, women, and veterans. For some struggling with family rejection because of their LGBTQ+ status, their school may be their first refuge. Please lead at Seminole County Public Schools to present a positive and affirming message to those LGBTQ+ communities. Actions such as recognizing Pride Month, supporting GSA clubs, and allowing teachers and staff to identify themselves as allies to our LGBTQ+ students are low-cost and proven means to reduce the suicide risk and to the vulnerable population. Thank you. The next comment comes from Mary Anna from Oviedo. Dear school board members, my name is Mary Anna, and I am a parent of a student at Parton Elementary. I would like the board to consider a mandate requiring masks to be worn by all students and staff in all indoor settings while at school. I realize that the decision to remove mask requirements was made in June with the Delta variant was not rampant in our community, but I believe strongly that this decision should be reconsidered at this time. Florida is currently a major hotspot in terms of COVID cases, and transmission in Seminole County is considered high. The American Association of Pediatrics has recommended that masks be worn indoors whether a child is vaccinated or not. My child, as well as others in our elementary schools, do not have the choice to be protected by a vaccine. I believe that masking recommendations is not sufficient, but rather a mask requirement is necessary in order to truly protect all of our children. This includes those with a high-risk condition and those whose family members might fall under the category as well. Furthermore, a mask requirement sends a message that we are all in this together, whether vaccinated or not, high risk or not. Please don't miss this opportunity to show our children what it means to take care of each other. I believe that the school board, our principals, teacher staff are committed to the health and safety of our children. This is the reason I am voicing my concern. I would like to express my appreciation for all of your service during these challenging times and to thank you for your consideration on this matter. The next comment comes from Sarah from Sanford. As a mother in the SCPS community with a child that can't be vaccinated and a partner that is a high risk for serious illness, I implore you to mandate a mask mandate for all children, teachers, and staff in the K-12 school. The AAP and CDC both recommend masking because of the highly contagious Delta variant. Wearing a mask helps prevent transmission of COVID-19 and saves lives. If you will not do this, SCPS parents should have more options, including the return to save your seat option at Seminole County Virtual. The Delta variant is not only putting children's lives at risk, but it is spreading more rapidly than any other variant we have seen so far. Masks have been proven all over the world that they do not work, and masks have been proven all over the world that they do work and they do prevent the spread. As parents, we should not need to choose from a good education and our child's lives. We are begging that you reconsider your decision on masks and follow the science in implementing mask mandates in our K-12 schools. I would also like to show my support and ask for you to consider recognizing the LGBTQ plus community and SCPS. All the children in our community need to feel welcome, safe, and supported. Schools all over the country have awareness months for LGBTQ students. Teachers and staff in Seminole County is falling behind in supporting our community. We need to step up as a school district and do better and be better by making sure everyone is supported. Next comment comes from Danielle in Castleberry. My name is Danielle. I'm a resident of Seminole County, the Diversity Inclusion Chair for my local elementary school, and perhaps the most importantly, a mother of 2 SCPS children. My family just celebrated our 4th year in our house, which falls 3 weeks before the start of school. We are what you'd call Florida transplants, and when it came time for our oldest to start kindergarten, we felt it imperative to be a part of the Seminole County public school system. We literally had a checklist of several cities of interest and their school ratings. It was Seminole County that checked all of the boxes for us. SCPS is synonymous for excellence in education. In fact, any measurement we found to judge a school, SCPS was the leader, which leads me to why I'm writing today. The past year and a half have been, well, we all know what that kind of year has been. It started with the constant complaining of lagging internet to the daily monumental task of getting kids dressed, fed, and out the door for school with masks in tow. Then ensuring that they came home, washed their hands, did their homework, ate dinner just in time to do it all over again the next day. This is what the past year has been like for many of us. However, I'm married to a therapist who runs an intensive outpatient treatment center for adolescents and adults. With what I've witnessed through the lens of a supportive spouse is a trend that is troubling. For some background, intensive outpatient means that those children and adults spending 7 hours of their day receiving specific mental health treatment to help them overcome whatever their issue may be. That's 7 hours each day that child isn't able to go to school and be a kid. Don't get me wrong, those individuals are exactly where they need to be, but the number of those kids that identify as LGBTQI+ are steadily rising over the years to where it is uncommon for them to be the majority of the facility population. If we are truly to be leaders in education, we must act now. We must provide a welcoming environment where teachers say hello to their students using pronouns that help the children feel safe. We must call our children by the name they feel comfortable using. We must step in and stand up for our children and when others are trying to tear them down. And we must educate ourselves and our students that we are all different in our own unique way, and that is what makes SCPS what it is, because that is what allows us all to show up to school and be our best and put our best foot forward, ready to face the day, ace the test, run the race, whatever it may be. Is that all we need to do? No, but it sure is an easy, cost-effective, timely way to start. From there, let us, those of us who have spoken here today and those of us who want to create an environment for all of our kids to grow and prosper, let us provide direction on how SCPS takes a stand and becomes a leader for their LGBTQI+ students. Let's not wait until the problem becomes so big that it is a monumental task to overcome. Let us help sprinkle a little extra empathy into our school days to ensure more of our kids in our classroom learning from the amazing SCPS teachers we have in this district, and less time spending their days with my wife and her team trying to overcome the hardships that come with trying to be ourselves in a world that won't take time to understand you. The next comment comes from Christina from Oviedo. I am writing in support of a mass choice. I stand for individual choice regardless of what their choice may be for others. I believe health choices should be left up to the individual, their family, and their doctor. Unfortunately, there is no one-size-fits-all way of doing things. I hope that the school board continues to align with Florida DOE, who has reportedly stated children should have a normal school year, including mass choice, extracurricular activities, and no need for wide-scale contact tracing. If children do not have symptoms, they should not be punished. This is the only way to be fair to everyone. Thank you for listening to us parents who are fighting to provide our children what we feel is best, fighting to provide them with a bit of normalcy. I hope the upcoming school year is a year to look forward to for all of our children. Christina. The next comment comes from Cindy from Lake Mary. I'm a resident living in the city of Lake Mary with 2 children in SCPS, one in high school and one in middle school. My request for the board is simple. Keep the mask option policy for the 21-22 school year. The decision was a great compromise for our children, and our children are thrilled to be rid of those germ-infested face muzzles. As we all get ready to start the new school year, let's get back to the basics when it comes to educating our children. The schools need to bring passion back to the teaching, reading, writing, science, math, and history. As parents, we did not vote for this board to be our co-parents. We voted for all of you to focus on education and not indoctrination. Social justice, wokeness, and CRT are nothing but divisive subjects. Let's be the county that refuses these toxic teachings. Let's get back to the basics and let kids be kids. Thank you for your time. Next comment comes from Dawn of Winter Springs. Good evening, my name is Dawn, and my pronouns are she, her. I'm a parent of 2 SCPS students, a former public school teacher, and resident of Seminole County since 1998. First, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you for guiding this district through challenging and extraordinary times. I appreciate the hours, the care, and the work you've put into our schools. As we look forward to this coming school year, we continue to need to lead with the compassion and the evidence-based decisiveness you've demonstrated in the past. Tonight, I ask you to acknowledge and meet the needs of our LGBTQ+ students. Both national and state research has found LGBTQ+ youth to be more likely to experience bullying, homelessness, and suicidal ideation and attempts. Teachers and students are heading back to school in 2 weeks. For this district achieve excellence and equity, we must provide safe, affirming learning environments for all students, including the LGBTQ+ youth. Not only should Pride Month be recognized in June as proposed by Member Krause, but so should LGBTQ+ History Month in October. Furthermore, as a parent and an educator, I would ask you to inform and inspire SCPS staff and faculty to incorporate best practices for supporting LGBTQ+ youth. Equality Florida's Safe and Healthy School program offer great resources for this work. Also, I look forward to progress regarding the work on the Equity Advisory Committee. Given the hostile environment LGBTQ+ youth may be experiencing outside of school, creating and maintaining a supportive school environment is more important now than ever. Thank you for your consideration. The next comment comes from Braden. Hello, board members. I am a middle school student in Seminole County. I want to thank the board members for voting and allowing mass choice. Last year was difficult to watch my siblings suffer daily headaches and bloody noses due to the mask. Mask made it hard for me to concentrate in class and hear my teacher. It also caused me to get 2 sinus infections. Toward the end of the year, I chose to remove mine in class while some friends kept theirs. It should have always been a personal choice. I support my friends regardless of their choice. I was also quarantined twice last year, once right before winter break, so I wasn't in school for almost a month straight. I was completely healthy, no symptoms, yet I sat at home with a computer trying to keep track of my classes. It is depressing, lonely, distracting, and very hard for me to learn on a laptop. One of my friends was very upset last year as she was working towards perfect attendance throughout school, but was also quarantined because of contact tracing. I wish you would reconsider the contact tracing guidelines to include only those showing symptoms. I don't understand why healthy people not showing symptoms should be sent home too. Thank you for your time. Next comment is comment number 60 from Ryan in Sanford. Dear SCPS board members, there is a revised guidance from CDC today stating that all children K-12 should wear masks indoors regardless of whether or not they've been vaccinated due to the deadliness of the Delta variant. In light of this guidance, please be advised for the record that you are now going into the upcoming school year eyes wide open. You are completely aware of the risk of not protecting our children with every possible measure, including but not limited to mandatory masking, limited class size, physical barriers between desks, and opt-in mask-only classes. Any and all harm done to children in Seminole County that could have been prevented by employing these measures may be classified in the 2020 Florida statutes as the following. 1, aggravated abuse, section 827.031A3, knowingly and willingly abuse a child and in so doing cause great bodily harm, permanent disability, and permanent disfigurement of a child. 2, child abuse, section 827.031B2, an intentional act that could reasonably be expected to result in the physical or mental injury of a child. Number 3, neglect of a child, section 827.031E1 through 2, a caregiver's failure or omission to provide a child with the care, supervision, and services necessary to maintain a child's physical and mental health, including but not limited to food, nutrition, clothing, shelter, supervision, medicine, and medical services that a prudent person would consider essential for the well-being of a child, or a caregiver's failure to make a reasonable effort to protect a child from abuse, neglect, or exploitation by another person. Pursuant to Florida Statute 775.082 and 775.083, if these crimes result in the death of a child, the punishment is up to life in prison and or up to $15,000 in fine. Let the record show that you have been fully advised as of 7/27/2021 CDC guidance that describes the risk that your actions and inactions will directly impose on the children in your care, and you have been advised regarding your own legal liability of making irresponsible decisions that will undoubtedly result in great bodily harm, permanent disability, permanent disfigurement, and death. The choice is yours to either give in to those who would pressure you to put our children in harm's way by showing up and screaming over the proceedings, or to execute the oath of office to protect our children by all means possible. Please be advised that aggravated abuse, child abuse, neglect, and culpable negligence resulting in the harm of children will be pursued to the fullest extent of the law with no exceptions. Sincerely, a concerned parent of multiple kindergarten children in Seminole County. The next comment comes from Salvador from Altamont. My name is Salvador. I'm a Seminole County resident. I am reaching out today to make a public comment regarding the Pride History Month. As a proud out gay man living in Seminole County, I understand that it is like to grow up in school and be silenced about who I love and who I am. Being LGBTQ+ is not a choice. It would be life-changing if LGBTQ History Month was recognized in October, like surrounding counties such as Orange. This will show our LGBTQ+ youth that it's okay to be who they are, and we must always be uplifting and supportive of our children, not silencing and stifling their growth. Thank you. Comment 62 comes from Peter in Winter Springs. As a father of 3, 2 in Seminole County school system, and as a dedicated volunteer youth coach, I'm asking that you reinstitute mandatory masking in Seminole County Public Schools for the fall 2021 semester. At the least, consider this for child groups who cannot even get vaccinated yet. Since the date of this last meeting, COVID-19 cases in Seminole County are on the rise in a big way, and the CDC has updated its mask guidance to recommend that even fully vaccinated people wear masks indoors when in areas with substantial and high transmission of COVID-19. Making masks voluntary during the 21-22 school year does not follow the science or make sense. Last school year, Seminole County Public Schools was a model of how to keep kids safe in the classroom and safe from COVID-19. Let's not reverse that trend now. Follow the guidelines set up by AAP, WHO, and CDC, and keep our community safe. Thank you. Comment 63 comes from Diana from Altamont Springs. My name is Diana, and I'm a parent of an upcoming third grader and kindergartner. I made the decision of sending my children face-to-face for the upcoming school year due to lower cases of COVID-19. However, due to the recent increase in transmission and the fact that they are not able to get vaccinated and masks are optional, I want to enroll them in Seminole County Virtual School. However, due to the unforeseen circumstances, along with having a newborn, I missed the deadline to enroll my children. I request that you make the decision to reopen enrollment for Seminole County Virtual School so that I can enroll my children and they can continue to be safe and healthy. Thank you, Diana. Comment 64 is from Ursula from Winter Park. First, thank you so much for all your effort and patience you had during the last school year. You have done a great job under all circumstances given. Next, I would like you to be aware that there are many children with Asperger's conditions or high-functioning autism assisting regular settings. Not many children are diagnosed, but it is a condition that people live with. It is not a sickness, it is a condition. Elon Musk, Einstein, and the creator of Pokemon are some of the people who live and have lived with this condition as examples. These children are usually very bright and gifted in specific areas, and if supported, can achieve great things. My experience in Seminole County as a mom of an elementary student who has been great within the knowledge of the personal helping me with an IEP and my son. Thanks so much for the research and the help of the school. He has had a very successful school year. These children usually need support on the social and speech language areas, not all of them, but most. However, I did see a flaw at the start of the school path of my child. Besides the IEP group, teachers and other staff in the school, including police security, need to be trained on this condition. As I mentioned before, for these children, it is difficult to communicate, especially in the kindergarten, first grade years. Knowledge is power, and more people involved we get to be aware of this condition, the more opportunities these children will have. I am so thankful that I was able to get an evaluation from the school early on in the elementary level, since it wasn't detected at the pre-screening and in pre-K. The pre-K screening was made to detect intellectual disabilities, not social. However, under the regular social settings, these children will see the world in a different way and are very literal with words. They need to be thought of as socially acceptable. For this reason, these children need support on social settings to avoid calling the police because a child made a tantrum for not being understood when they were having a meltdown due to a sensory processing probably. My request is to please have a mandatory program conference for Asperger's, high-functioning autism for school personnel teaching or personnel working in school setting. All the undiagnosed and diagnosed children will thank you, and I will also thank you from the bottom of my heart. Bullying due to this condition is present at schools, and if each school can work on a program that will accept the differences on their peers, it would be a better world. Thanks, Ursula. Next comment comes from Greg from Oviedo. Your Superintendent Beeman and the school board members, allowing parents to have a choice about their children's taking safety precautions becomes meaningless if the child is sent to an environment that does not support that choice. We ask that the school board allow a forum where teachers can, if they choose to, voluntarily identify themselves as supporting masks in classrooms and allow parents to request a teacher for their children. Our kids understand and embrace mask wearing as a safety precaution, but if the teachers are not motivated to encourage this simple practice and they are surrounded by peers who may put pressure on them to disregard it, then our family's choice to follow CDC recommendations is no longer being supported by their school. Furthermore, the most current evidence indicates that mask wearing loses effectiveness when in proximity to several who are not masked. And according to the current trends in this region, the likelihood of infection among the population, both masked and unmasked, is continually worsening. As a much greater challenge we will face as a community is the looming crisis that may impact our families worse than it has in the last 16 months. ICU bed occupancy due to COVID at Nemours Children's Hospital in Orlando is among the highest it has been since the beginning of the pandemic. While there are many differing beliefs in the community about the virus, vaccines, and masks, one thing that no expert has certainty about is the long-term effects of the virus on children, even with little or no symptoms. There is at least some evidence of troublesome long-term impacts. It's heartbreaking that the vast consensus is not to choose a safer but perhaps less convenient approach. Another unknown, how will the current state of the pandemic play out when the school doors are opened? Every day there is more bad news. A disturbing amount of it is about where we live. It seems inevitable that what is taking place outside the classroom now will run rampant through the school corridors in a few weeks. The health of our families and teachers, let alone the continuity of learning that our kids desperately need, is in jeopardy. It is saddening that the leadership we look to in our children's education may still take the position of supporting the most minimal safety measures with so much at stake. Thank you for your time, consideration, and dedication to our community's children. The next comment comes from JG from Winter Park. And it just says, please note that face masks are a safety measure for everyone, and considering the uptick in the Delta variant of the COVID virus should be mandatory at all schools in the state of Florida. LGBTQ students need support and consideration with the supervised adult structure. Of course, they need their own organization. Regards, JG. Sandra from Oviedo. To the School Board of Seminole County, as a parent of 2 students in Seminole County Public Schools, I'm stating my support in favor of passing the motion to formally recognize June LGBTQ Pride Month. The importance of this cannot be understated. Among other concerns, we know that LGBTQ youth are at risk for bullying, harassment, and worse, assault. At the root of this treatment is social rejection. By supporting this motion to recognize June as Pride Month, Seminole County Public Schools has the opportunity to communicate acceptance to these youth and to model to their peers. I sincerely hope that the board will prioritize the importance of supporting these youth and thereby approve the formal recognition of each June as Pride Month in Seminole County. Warmly, Sandra. Comment 68 from Brian from Sanford. With the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics both updating their recommendations that all students over the age of 2 wear a mask for indoor use, why are we allowing the loudest, most science-adverse people in our community to pressure you into making masks optional when the science and the data show that it to be highly effective? Why is the answer that if we want our children to be safe, our best option is to no longer go to public schools? Masks that are not universally worn are not as effective since they are to prevent the wearer from spreading the virus more than the wearer from contracting the virus. Please reconsider the mask mandate in our county to protect our kids until there is a vaccine widely available for children. Why endanger children when there is an easy solution right in front of our faces? Brian. The next comment comes from Tricia from Oviedo. Superintendent Beeman and school board members, I am writing to urge you to reinstate the mandatory mask mandate in Seminole County Public Schools for the fall 2021 semester. Since the date of this last meeting, COVID-19 cases in Seminole County have increased nearly 600% from 8.1 per 100,000 to 47.8 per 100,000. Last week, Seminole County reported 1,618 new cases, the highest number since January when masking was required in schools. Furthermore, the American Academy of Pediatric Guidance for Safe Schools, updated July 19, 2021, recommends universal masking for everyone over age 2 in educational settings. All reputable medical organizations in the United States and worldwide make similar recommendations. The WHO currently recommends masks for everyone indoors. The CDC recommends masks for everyone indoors, which includes all children at the age of 12, and the American Medical Association, the American Heart Association, the American Nurses Association together have asked the American public follow the science when making decisions about COVID-19. Making masks voluntary during the 2021 school year does not follow the science. Instead, it puts our children and the adults who are responsible for their education at greatly increased risk for COVID-19 illness. The new policy also has the potential to cause disruption to students' education when they, their teachers, support staff are absent due to COVID-19 infection and exposure. A voluntary mask policy will have the most serious impact on our youngest and most vulnerable students, those who cannot be vaccinated due to their age and underlying health conditions. Please reconsider your decision to make masks voluntary. Last school year, Seminole County Public Schools was a model of how to keep kids safe in the classroom and safe from COVID-19. Let's not reverse the trend now. Follow the guidelines and set the AAP, WHO, and CDC to keep our community safe. Sincerely, Trish. Comment 70 comes from Anne Marie from Longwood. Let me start off by saying my children go to school to be educated in traditional subjects such as math, English, American history, world history, science, and so on. They do not attend school to learn about sexual preference and sex. Pride Month should not be celebrated or talked about, especially in elementary and middle school. Is there a straight Pride Month? Why does anyone on the school board think it's appropriate to do this to our children? It is up to the parents when and how the children learn about these things. Also, family values, social issues, tolerance, and acceptance are all things taught at home, not school. We don't need the teachers' union taking it upon themselves to shove their opinions on our young, impressionable children when it comes to sex and what gender to have it with. These are things to be discussed with family and in the home, not school. When a child decides one day during Pride Month to ask the teacher about how to have sex with the same gender, I can bet the teacher will say, well, Susie, that's something you should have to ask your parents about. Pride Month is already shoved in the faces on every TV channel and in every store. Leave school for learning the core traditional subjects and letting kids be kids. On another note, if mask mandate is put back in place, it will cause more harm than good. Masks don't work. Masks stress the children out, cause mental and physical health issues for children and even some teachers. They are a distraction, and it is child abuse. We, the parents, will find out if this is voted on again, who votes yes and vote you out. Public school is run by the government using our tax dollars and does not have our children's best interest at heart. The government and the teachers union has no place in our children's education, and they are even trying to teach our children how to be racist with critical race theory. At home, we teach our children that skin color doesn't matter. We are all the same. Everyone is equal and has the same opportunities. It's ultimately up to each person individually how they work to achieve their goals in life. There are so many successful people of all different races and colors, professional athletes, doctors, lawyers, firefighters, police, teachers, the list goes on. Teach our children that they can be anything they want to be as long as they put their mind to it and put in the effort. Instead, they want teachers to tell these kids, sorry, you can't do this or that because of your skin color, and certain skin colors have privilege that others don't. Insanity and sickening. Come on, people, wake up. I was also made aware that some disturbing stuff our children can access on Brain Pop through the portal that needs to be taken off ASAP. Icons that can click on, such as BLM protest, Pride 2021, interview with Fauci, election night 2020. Why does my 3rd and 5th grader need access to this type of information, or any student for that matter? Take it down. Thank you for your time in regarding these matters. I am a concerned parent, and there are many other concerned parents that will not be quiet and go away. Next comment comes from Chad from Castleberry. It's comment 71. Thank you for the opportunity to give my opinion on matters before the distinguished board, just as everyone in person has had the opportunity to share their opinion. Tonight, I am not writing as a city commissioner, nor as a past SCPS student myself. Tonight, I am writing as a hopeful future Seminole County public school parent who wants to create a welcoming future for all of our students. While most of us feel we are speaking tonight out of pride and respect, I feel many of us are speaking out of fear. Fear of the unknown with coronavirus cases on the rise, and no comment from local officials as to whether we will follow CDC guidance and require masks. Fear of difference in self-expression when fellow neighbors and students represent their identity, gender, and love differently than we do. May we all ask ourselves tonight, what are our true intentions? Are our intentions to follow good guidance and commit toward real unity that accepts each and every one of us in this room, watching online, or getting our kids ready for bed? Or are our intentions to force others to live the way we've been taught to live simply because we ourselves don't understand an alternative? During my time as an SCPS student, I saw too many friends fall victim to shaming and bullying due to their differences in sexual preference, sexual expression, and tragically lost one friend to suicide. Nationwide research has found that attempted suicide rates and suicidal ideation among lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender youth are significantly higher than among the general population. With us understanding that these students are vulnerable and in need of our help, how can we turn our backs? I firmly support the idea of LGBTQ+ Support Month during the school year, a period in which we can learn about the power of our uniqueness and learn to be less fearful of those who hold different preferences, customs, and beliefs than our own. I also heavily encourage all of us I also heavily encourage all to take the rise of COVID rates seriously. We already lost 38,670, too many of our Seminole County residents. We are one community, and everyone should feel welcome and safe. Respectfully, Chad. Comment 72 from Legia from Longwood. I'll make this short and sweet. As long as you all on the school board take part in trying to mask our children, take part in critical race theory, push any kind of segregation of the vaccinated versus the unvaccinated or take part in any gay pride issues, we will continue to walk through the doors and stand up for our kids. Ultimately, we will continue to push back as long as it takes. Parents, take your kids out of the public school institutions. Remember, at a flip of a switch, they can decide to change things up on us. We will not stand for that. Rise up. Our kids are being brainwashed. We all know the propaganda is going to get stronger and stronger as time passes. Public school is not going to get any better. Take control. Our children are given to us by God to love and protect. Protecting them mentally and physically is so important nowadays. It matters what we do right now with our children. Public school is not going to mold our kids well if we allow them to teach whatever they see fit. Homeschool may look really scary to many families, but I believe God will honor that decision and make way. The last public comment comes from Michelle from Winter Springs. Superintendent Beeman and the school board, I'm writing you on behalf of myself and the other concerned parents and our children. I urge you to reinstitute mandatory masks in Seminole County Public Schools for the fall 2021 semester. Since the date of this last meeting, COVID-19 cases in Seminole County have increased nearly 600% from 1.8 per 1,000 to 47.8 per 1,000. Last week, Seminole County reported 1,618 new cases, the highest number since January, when masking requirements in schools. Furthermore, the American Academy of Pediatrics Guidance for Safe Schools, updated July 19, 2021, recommended universal masking for everyone over age 2 in educational settings. All reputable medical organizations in the United States and worldwide make similar recommendations. The World Health Organization currently recommends masks for everyone indoors. The U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention recommends masks for all unvaccinated people indoors, which includes all children under the age of 12. And the American Medical Association, the American Heart Association, and the American Nurses Association together have asked the American public to follow science when making decisions about COVID. Making masks voluntary during the 21-22 school year does not follow the science. Instead, it puts our children and our adults who are responsible for the education at greatly increased risk of COVID-19 illness. The new policy also has the potential to cause disruption to students' education when they, their teachers, and support staff are absent due to COVID-19 infection or exposure. A voluntary mask policy will have the most serious impact on our youngest students, the most vulnerable students, those who cannot be vaccinated due to their age or underlying health conditions. Please reconsider your decision to make masks voluntary. Last school year, Seminole County Public Schools was a model on how to keep kids safe in the classroom and safe from COVID-19. Let's not reverse that trend now. Follow the guidelines set by AAP, WHO, CDC to keep our communities safe. Sincerely, Michelle.
Jill, thank you on behalf of all of us. Thank you, Jill. You know what, look to the audience who are out from outside of this building. It looks like she just read these tonight. She worked all day long. She sat at her computer. She ate lunch at her computer. She read them. She responded. She printed them. She organized and made sure she didn't miss anybody. So you did yes, Grace, you did a fantastic job. So thank you to both of you.
Thank you, Jill.
I'm going to try and stay awake for the rest of the meeting. It's many hours past my bedtime. Let's see. Superintendent, do you have a recommendation for the consent agenda?
The recommendation is that the consent agenda be approved as presented.
Motion. Thank you. Second, any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Board members, anybody need a break?
Anyone what?
No, just checking. Break.
Need a break? I do, but no.
I don't see anything removed for separate consideration, no discipline hearings, unfinished business. Superintendent, you have recommendation? A.
Yes. Prior to the recommendation, I'd like to invite Richard to the podium to
Tell us good morning.
to go through the presentation regarding the ILA.
58 more minutes and over.
Thank you, Mr. LeBlanc.
All right, thank you. Let me make sure I got this. All right, thank you. My name is Richard LeBlanc, Seminole County Public Schools Director of Project Management and Facilities, and I'll give a brief presentation on the 2021 Interlocal Agreement for Public School Facilities Planning and School Concurrency. The ILA, the background for this, in 2005, the Florida legislature enacted legislation to mandate a comprehensive approach to school facilities planning. Since the 8 municipalities have elected to apply school concurrency, it is required by state law for the municipalities to participate in the coordination of public school facility planning with land use planning and development approvals. In 2007, as amended in 2008, an interlocal agreement, known as the ILA, for public school facility planning and school concurrency pursuant to Florida statute was adopted by the school board, the Board of County Commissioners, and the city commissions. The 2007-2008 amended ILA is the version that the county, the cities, and the school district currently operates under. Recent activities. In 2019, the school board requested that the ILA be amended in order to align with school board policy. Throughout 2019 and 2021, the PTAC met 6 times, the PSFPC met 3 times, and there was various discussions between the legal representatives to provide amendment recommendations to that 2007-2008 amended ILA. These changes resulted in the 2021 interlocal agreement before you all today. A Seminole County Board of Commissioners, the BOCC, work session was held on January 12, 2021, where the ILA was presented to the BOCC by the school district staff. At that work session, the BOCC asked for additional clarification and amendments to the agreement. Based on discussion at the BOCC work sessions and follow-up meetings with the PTAC and PSFPC, the school board prepared a version of the agreement that was presented to the BOCC on March 23, 2021, where the BOCC voted 3-2 to adopt the 2021 ILA with a change to Section 15.1, which read, "This agreement may be amended by written consent of no less than 88% of all parties to this agreement. This agreement will remain in effect until amended in accordance with Florida statute." Subsequent to the BOCC action on March 23, 2021, the PSFPC asked that the parties consider alternate language with regard to the CSA configuration, which is Section 11.2 in the ILA, that the PSFPC review oversights of concurrency, Section 13.1A, and for the consent of the parties, which we just spoke of in 15.1. The county and representatives from Seminole County Public School further collaborated on revised language within these statutes, and the revisions were presented to the participating city managers on June 17, 2021, without objections. On July 13, 2021, the BOCC approved the 2021 interlocal agreement with the most recent changes reflected on pages 16 of 37, which involves Section 11.2, pages 17 of 37, which dealt with 13.1A, and 25 of 37 and 26 of 37, which dealt with 15.1. All of the sections of the ILA remain as presented to the BOCC on March 23, 2021. As it stands now, the following municipalities are scheduled to have the 2021 ILA on their August committee agenda: Longwood, Lake Mary, Castleberry, Sanford, Oviedo, and possibly Winter Springs. The benefit of school concurrency. Seminole County's growth has led to a growing demand for school facilities and capacity. School concurrency results in a cooperative and financial feasible process permitting the school board to address existing school capacity and to provide adequate capacity and facilities for projected new growth. It provides coordinated planning among Seminole County, the 7 municipalities, and the school district to ensure that school capacity keeps pace with residential development. It provides awareness of new residential development and its impact on public school. It allows collaborative data gathering, provides regulatory oversight and monitoring, and provides joint planning to meet future student growth. Some of the pertinent components of the 2021 ILA are the establishment of committees, that is the PTAC, which is the Planning Technical Advisory Committee, and the PSFPC, which is the Public School Facility Planning Committee, and that's located in Section 2 of the ILA. It involves the sharing of information, such as the district capital budget, the district educational plan survey, and the 5-year work plan in Sections 4 and 9. Provides coordination of new school site selection in Section 5. Provides a process for the review of school closure, again, Section 5. Provides a process for the update of the municipal and county comprehensive plans, Section 10. And finally, it contains the elements and process of school concurrency, Sections 11 and 12. Here's a timeline of the interlocal agreement where, again, we started back in 2019 all the way to where we are right now in 2021. And it shows the PTAC meetings that were taking place, the PSF meetings, meetings with the city manager, the Board of County Commission, and of course where we are today with the Seminole County Public School review of that and hopefully approval this evening. Some previous questions and concerns that have been addressed are, where in the ILA does it give land use rights to the school board? The answer to that is no land use rights are conveyed to the school district. And these sections are the sections that deal specifically with the land use rights. And just to kind of abbreviate that discussion, in Section 12 of the Uniform School Concurrency Process, in part it reads, no site plan may be approved by the cities or counties or until a SCAL, which is a school capacity analysis letter of determination, has been issued by the school board. Also in Section 12, this shall not limit the authority of local government to deny a site plan, a final subdivision, or its functional equivalent pursuant to its House rule regulatory powers. And last but not least, in Section 14, nothing herein represents or authorizes a transfer of this authority to the school board. Where in the ILA does it say the cities and other counties can force or impact school rezoning? In Section 11 of the School Concurrency Program, any party may propose a change to the boundaries. The boundaries will be governed by the school board's policy 5120. And prior to the school board holding an initial public meeting to consider whether to begin school attendance zone revisions process, the school board would notify the local governments with jurisdictions within the impacted CSA of the proposed revision. Why does the ILA need to be perpetual? Well, the Florida statute established concurrency requirements for public schools. Local government must enter into an interlocal agreement. The county and municipalities located within geographic areas of a school district shall enter into a legal interlocal agreement with the school board. And the oversight, the PSFPC, shall be responsible for evaluating this agreement and the effectiveness of the school concurrency system, commencing in 2025 upon completion of each periodic Seminole County Impact Fee Study update. The PSFPC shall evaluate the effectiveness, man, I am tired, of the CSAs for measuring level of service and considering making recommendations to this agreement. Almost done. Why does Section 11.2b.1 require a minimum of 2 elementary schools to a CSA? 11.2b.1 reads, in order to maximize school capacity, each elementary CSA must include a minimum of 2 elementary schools. And the reason for this is this language is to prevent creating single CSAs for each elementary school. Single elementary CSAs will eliminate the ability to extend the reach of adjacencies. Then with a minimum of 2 schools per CSA, It allows the reach of adjacencies to other schools that would be within the allotted busing limit. That's in section 12.3C. Setting a maximum number of schools would not be necessary because of the limit set by the busing time restriction. Why are there no maps in the 2021 ILA? The designation of the specific school attendance zones comprising each of the CSAs are provided in Appendix A of the ILA, Section 11.2. The school attendance zone maps continue to be available on the school board website. Once the 2021 ILA has been approved by all parties, the attendance zone maps will be updated to show the CSA boundaries that are reflected in Appendix A. In summary, since 2008, there's been a number of unsuccessful attempts at amending the ILA. During these last 18 months, a concerted effort has been made by the PTAC, the PSFPC, representative attorneys, the school board, the Board of County Commission, and city managers in bringing forward a much improved interlocal agreement. This presentation lists and hopefully answers a variety of questions and concerns. However, overall, the agreement allows for periodic reviews and room for improvement and amendments as deemed appropriate by the parties. In my presentation, any questions?
Board members, any questions? Member Calderon.
I don't have a question, just a comment. I wanted to publicly thank Mrs. Pennick for representing the board on these meetings and ask if you had any additional comments or input for us at this time.
No, other than to thank Richard, Jordan Smith, Joe, and
Joe, yes.
and Joe and Dr. Griffin. There was a real big concerted push between the four of them to get a better understanding with all the city managers and the county commissioners of why this ILA is so important, how it affects us, and why the changes that some of the Board of County Commissioners were requesting would be detrimental to us. And once they came to that understanding of how this works, they were all on board. So we have a list. Richard is keeping a list of all the commission dates we have that has requested some additional meetings, and working really hard to get all of that to them. Everyone, with the exception of Altamont, has it on their commission schedule in August. So have this signed, sealed, and delivered in September.
Is there a reason why Altamont doesn't have it on their meeting in August?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for them to get back with me on that.
Okay.
It
Yeah,
may
they're
very
still
well
setting
be.
up the date.
They just haven't sent us the date.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we were providing all the information. If there's any way
Yes.
we could help, we're
Well,
willing to
Altamont
help.
had signed off and approved it about a month or so back, maybe even longer ago than that.
Yeah, they were the original ones to sign off on
And then it
it.
changed, and so they probably were sitting back thinking everything was going along just great, you know?
In the last PSFPC meeting we had, all of the representatives said, we're okay moving this forward, but none of us are going to put it on our agenda until the BOCC approves it. BOCC approved it 2 weeks ago. So here we are with the final version to.
Thanks again for your help.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, so the next item on our agenda is unfinished.
We need to vote. Can I?
need a vote.
Sorry.
Make a motion to approve.
Sorry, I'm getting slapped.
Madam
at me,
Chair.
too.
I need to read my recommendation. Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just before you have the motion and the vote, I just wanted to point out to the board that if you remember, there was a previous approval of a previous version. This is a substitute for that. That version was never fully signed by all of the cities. I think as Ms. Pennick pointed out that Altamont had approved it, we had approved it, but then there were changes. So this is a substitute for that version.
You have a recommendation?
Yes, it is that the School Board of Seminole County approve the 2021 interlocal agreement for public school facility planning and school concurrency.
So
I
moved.
think you read it before, so I think we already have a motion. Am I correct?
No, we didn't
Okay.
have a motion.
Do we have a motion, board members?
Motion.
Second.
Second. Any discussion?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, motion passes.
Congratulations, Richard.
Thank you.
6
Now
more to
just
go.
One more, yeah.
Okay, so now we move to item B under unfinished business. The board needs to take up the pending motion made by Member Kraus and seconded by Member Sanchez that was postponed to time certain for today's July 27th, 2021 board meeting at the board's last meeting held on June the 22nd, 2021. Madam Clerk, will you please read the motion?
Sure. A motion to formally recognize LGBTQ Pride Month this June 2021 for the very first time in our district's history and for every June to follow.
Thank you. Member Kraus, are you prepared to move forward with your motion as read by the clerk?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. So now, where we're going. Now we're at a point for discussion. So board members, do you have conversation that you would like to have? Or Ms. Kraus, do you have anything you'd like to say?
I did have just a quick thought. First of all, my hope is, my sincere hope is the board will lead the charge with affirming all of our students and recognize Pride Month in June. We know that the data and statistics show this group is at risk, and we also know that to affirm them is to let them know that they are safe and welcome to our schools. Please support this motion.
Mr. Johnson, was I correct in moving to discussion? Did I need to ask Ms. Sanchez for a second?
No, there was a previous second, so
Okay,
it's
thank
as
you.
if the motion was just
Just
taken up
double-checking.
just as it was.
When things come up that are out of the ordinary that we don't deal
Understood.
with often.
No, you were
it's
correct.
Better to ask. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Member Sanchez.
From being in a classroom, and I know there were comments about, having this involved in the classroom and things like that, you wouldn't believe what our students know in middle school and high school and what's on TV and how many times, our parents aren't even really paying attention to that. They may be on social media or they may be doing something different, not realizing what their children are doing or what they're seeing. And experiencing children for over, 31 years of education. At first it was like, everybody needs to understand everybody and accept everybody. And we are behind the 8 ball on this one. And it has nothing to do with sexuality of someone. It has to do with the acceptance of somebody. And looking at like PetSmart and Walmart and all these places, if a parent doesn't want to discuss it with their children and a child asks them, well, why is this display say Pride Month? If that's up to them. It's not like we're pushing it in the classroom in that sense. Thank you.
Aldra.
My recollection of the last meeting was that, Member Kraus, you asked for a proclamation to honor and recognize Pride Month in the month of June. And so what I did from that meeting to this meeting is I went pause because, we didn't know you were going to make that motion. And so I wanted to take the time to do some historical research of what this board as a body historically does do. And I started by looking at our policies, policy 122, where it says, as prescribed by law, the general powers of the board are the determination of educational policies, the adoption of such rules and regulations to supplement those prescribed by the state board and the Commissioner of Education, as well contribute to the more orderly and efficient operation of the school system, the determination of minimum standards, and the performance of any duties that are assigned to it by law or by state board regulations and that are found by it to be necessary for the improvement of the school system in carrying out the purposes and objectives of the Florida Constitution and Florida statutes. And so I then looked at our policy for what does this board do to support all of our students and all of our employees. And I found policy 5517 of anti-harassment. The board will vigorously enforce its prohibition against discriminatory harassment on the basis of race, color, national origin, sex, including sexual orientation, transgender status, ancestry, or genetic information, which are classes protected by state and federal law. And that replicates itself, obviously, in policy 1122, 3122, and 4122 as far as discrimination. I truly thank from the bottom of my heart all the citizens, the students, the counselors that have emailed us recently with their input. We also got to hear a lot of input tonight, and I appreciate people taking the time to do that. Just to give you a little bit of background, I attended the All Together Now conference this year, and a lot of the data that was shared tonight I had already seen and heard in presentations. But what kind of stands out tonight is what some people were sharing of the bullying and things that are occurring. To me, that's where we as a school board have to really do the hard work. And historically, this body has only done 2 proclamations a year, and those are for, and both proclamations come from outside partnering agencies. They're not driven by the school board, because the school board is here to set policy. And so my feeling is a proclamation is almost counterproductive. What I heard loud and clear tonight is relationships matter. And relationships aren't a statement. Relationships are built and honored and valued when we walk the walk, talk the talk, and actually go face to face with people. I think we have to do the hard work and work face to face to ensure that every single person feels valued, honored, and respected. Some of the emails that I got, people were saying tolerated, and to me, that is not good, to tolerate something. If I look, I was shared from a very wise leader in this community, and he said, would you tolerate your spouse? No, you respect your spouse. And we should have that same love, kindness, and respect for everyone within Seminole County Public Schools. I feel our policies cover and protect people, but perhaps there's a disconnect in how it's communicated, how we're living that life. I mean, it hurt me to hear that students were bullied, and I don't want students bullied for any reason. I think the more that we label people, the more divided we come as a society. We don't live in silos, you know, and I'm passionate about we are one race, we are the human race, and we need to come together in love and respect. And I think this governing board has a job to set policy, and I think we've set the policy, and that's the work that we have to do. We have to do the hard work now.
Could I make a clarification?
Yes.
When this motion first started, I did ask for a proclamation, and in talking with legal counsel, it was determined that a celebration post or recognition on our social media was really what I was looking for, not a policy-based proclamation, just that we as a board collectively support our LGBTQ students, and we're doing that by putting a post on social media to acknowledge and to affirm them. And yes, Tina, I absolutely agree with you. We need to work on bullying at every level. Those students that are masked, the students that are not masked, we can do a better job, but we need mental health supports in order to do that. So my wish is not a proclamation. As the motion stated, it was to acknowledge, to affirm these students, and I was asking on it for a social media post.
Okay,
Not a policy, not a, we put up Pi Day, we put up Star Wars Day because Michael Lawrence is awesome. It is a connection with those students to let them know, we hear you, we see you, we affirm you. That's all.
Them to
Happy
have
Pride.
and for them to have a safe place and somebody to be where they can go and talk to someone if they need to.
Chair Pennock, do you want a chance before I talk?
I too did some of the same research Dr. Calderon did, in addition to pulling and looking at the district-wide celebrations that we do promote, which are all really statute-driven or tied to educational curriculum. I grappled with how I address this because we do support all students, and I think by celebrating one group, we're creating a little bit more division with other students, and that's an unintended outcome that none of us want. I, too, sat here and listened very loud and clear. The bullying, the threats, the intolerance of anyone is not accepted in our district. And I think that needs to be part of the discussion, the cultural review that we have voted for to get support, mental health support, get leadership support, get training support so that we can have a more empathetic and respectful and relationship-driven school system. To hear a teacher behave that way hurts my heart. A teacher, it hurts my heart. Anyone, it hurts my heart. I don't think a social media post is the answer. I think the hard work is what the boots on the ground. We have to get out and be in front of all of these students, regardless of everything that's in the discrimination section, regardless of who they are, and show them that we support every single one of them.
And Madam Chair, if I might, Madam Vice Chair, I would argue that to do nothing is the same as to be complicit in their pain and in their journey. And
saying something, but a social media post isn't the
but
answer.
it is affirming to them. We've heard that. I've heard that. That's what they ask for. It is affirming to them.
Well, again, coming back to this open discussion, I too looked at, because it was shared with the board about our social media post, and I don't ever recall any action coming to this board to ask, can we do a social media post for whatever the case may be. That is a staff function that it doesn't, and maybe we need to have a larger discussion of, is that something we as a board want to get involved with, of, making suggestions. I mean, Michael does a great job with it, with the one-man show, and he's doing the work of dozens of people, but we even heard some comments tonight. You just wonder, what level does something rise to? And I think a social media post, I get it. I try to stay off of social media these days because sometimes it could do more harm than good. But I think we need to do the real work and develop those relationships. And maybe we need to have a discussion of what do we even put out there on social media, because most of what we put out there, it's because we have a state mandate or a federal law. So we get a letter from the Commissioner of Education and that we follow order, or we have a federal holiday and to be nice. And we're doing these things to be nice, but in this environment, sometimes there's unintended consequences, and I don't want to put any student or any teacher in harm's way. And so I think we have to do the real work internally to make sure that we're all on the same page. We need to show that love and respect to all. And, you know, I think one of the comments said, oh, we do this for Women's Month. Well, no, we don't, because I have the list in front of me. So there is factual information, and then there's, you know, thoughts. But I think it's more important for us to concentrate on doing the work rather than the social media posts that may live for a half an hour. I agree with you, Mrs. Kraus, 100%. We need to have more mental health counselors. We need to have especially more PD. I mean, we heard loud and clear from the teachers that spoke with us tonight. You know, everyone has to understand how important this is for all employees and all students.
Well, and we have to stop and get to know our students better. I'm meaning our teachers are so slammed with so much on their plate, as well as administrators and counselors, that they really don't have that time to sit down and talk with the students, and their families really don't. Some, of course, we have some amazing families, but of course, in situations like this, it's harder for students to reach out to their parents and just open up. It's not as easy. And you heard some students talk about that tonight. One of the students I mentor just recently came out, and she's having a difficult time. And there is nobody else for her but me right now. And she needs a safe place, and she needs somebody to talk to. And if there wasn't anybody at the school surrounding, you know, I have to reach out to somebody to get somebody to help her, so I don't have her do anything that's irrational. We have a lot of people hurting inside or not sure what they want to do, and there's so many things on TV that they see too. We are there to educate as well, to make sure everybody feels a part of society, no matter what. But it doesn't have to be addressed in a sexual orientation way. Students know, believe me, they know. I taught every single grade. Now, I wouldn't say third grade and under or fourth grade and under, but believe me, they know.
You're right, I have to put you on the spot. I know the Youth Commission meets and has an annual summit, and it's probably coming up. We typically don't hear in a timely manner, and I hope that you change that. Is it too late for this topic of supporting this group of students to be on that agenda?
Well, as a matter of fact, we had a meeting this morning, and there's a lot of topics being thrown around right now. And
okay.
The sensitivity of cultures, the LGBTQ community is a topic that we're looking at. We're looking at the ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, and really the whole big picture is how can we, everything you're talking about here, how can we help our youth to accept that we have children that have different experiences, different backgrounds, and are all here together. We're all human. We're all part of that one race. And so that's part of the conversation right now, working with the Peace and Justice Institute to develop the curriculum a little further. And so there's great opportunity in this. But that's at the high school level.
Yeah, would you get back to us and also let us know the date and details?
Sure.
Thank you.
Excuse me, one final thing. The White House did do a proclamation on LGBTQ Pride Month this past year. We do have time, so I'd like to continue this conversation depending on how the vote goes tonight, because I think it is very important.
Thank you. So I've jotted down a bunch of random notes, and I've been making notes. The reason I voted not to move this forward at the meeting when you made the motion is I don't think we should make motions from this dais without it coming through the process and being brought to us and having the public know. We learned that lesson the hard way not that long ago, and it really resonates. Always on my shoulder, you know, give me time that I don't have to make a decision right on the spot like that. Give me time to process everything. So one of the things, and I again, it's very random. One of the things I learned in the process of questioning staff, if you had to guess how many students, even though the data is not collected, are within this district that might identify in a group like this? What would you guess?
20%.
Not percent, number, because I don't know what the
Out of the total amount of students? Well, I say 1 out of 5, so.
3,500 roughly, which is the size of a high school, which really took me back. You know, that's a lot of kids.
And those are the ones that are out.
Of course.
That aren't.
So they talk to people and they let them know that. It's not that they've committed, you know, or signed. That data is not required to be reported, so it's not collected. The one thing I remember as a brand-new school board member, and Tina and I came on at the same time, that was drilled into us, and it's always in conversation, is make your decisions on things that are student-centric, not how it reflects on you. Do it what you think is the right thing to benefit the students. Definitely hear and think that a recognition rather than a celebration at this point in time is something that would make students feel more accepted. And I'm literal, and I'm looking up definitions of, you know, acceptance and recognition and everything else. We all heard that they're the most vulnerable for depression and bullying and suicide. About supporting the students, very conservative parents said that to me. He said, social emotional learning for all children, because I heard it a number of times tonight in the math conversation, and I thought, gosh, it applies. And I would guess that many of you who are sitting in those seats are conservative. I don't think.
No, they've been nodding their heads, see? They agree.
Well, it's not political. It's, you know, you could look at it on TV and say, oh, here's who always leans here, here's who always leans there. I know people of political parties, both sides, and I know there's more than two sides, that identify here, you know? I heard without bias. And should be nonpartisan. We're not teaching this in our students. We're not encouraging them to be a part of this. We're encouraging them that we should accept. We always talk about meeting our students where they are. I would like to respectfully ask, since June has gone, and June will come around again, that you consider withdrawing your motion respectfully for this point in time, and let us have continued conversation, not for the whole entire year, and I'm not suggesting that. I hope the Equity Committee would discuss this, bring it up, as not what Christine's asking for, but just the problems that have been identified and some possible solutions to address.
Right, and I am not looking at the Equity Committee report, but I do recall that LGBTQ plus issues were identified as one of those areas for further study and consideration.
Thank you. And whatever takes place, if you recognize Pride in June, the majority of the students are not in school at that point in time. They're home. And the ones that are here don't really want to be here. They're probably not paying that much attention. It's summer school. I'd love to see the students through the clubs bring this forward rather than us. Student-driven for what they believe and what they feel they need, to me, is so much more impactful. I think it would be that much more meaningful for them. But that's what I'm suggesting.
I met with a group before COVID, prior to COVID, at Seminole High School, and they shared with me, and Dr. Griffin was there at the time. Sarita, I don't think you were with us, but we had the secondary team, and the students, it was part of the GSA, the Gay Straight Alliance, and there were allies, and they shared with us some of the discriminatory things that happen to them. They make posters and put on the locker, and they get ripped off, and they get vandalized with slurs and hate and flushed down the toilet. So they can't even get posters up to let kids know. And they expressed the need for acceptance, for identifying safe places in our schools. This was a high school. Identifying safe spaces or safe teachers that are an ally for their students. And they would like also to see, and I will talk to some of the GSA groups, but they would also like to see some history, like you heard tonight from a couple of speakers, of the contributions that LGBTQ people have given us that we don't study, we don't know about. So that was the other thing they'd like to have us understand the history. I will withdraw the motion if it means we can continue the discussion, because I feel like it won't pass tonight.
Johnson to just withdraw the motion. She needs a second from Ms. Sanchez.
No, so the procedure on a withdrawal is if the maker of the motion makes a request to withdraw the motion, the chair can ask for the consent of the board. If there's a unanimous consent of the board, it's not really even a formal vote, but a unanimous consent without objection, then the motion's considered withdrawn. And it's if it was never made.
Accept the withdrawal. Thank you. Yes. I look forward to the continued conversation.
I do too.
Madam Chair, just to be clear, there was no objection to the withdrawal of the motion from the board. Is that correct?
Correct. Except Calderon.
Yeah.
Well, and since we're starting the conversation, I don't want to have to wait till the next meeting, and the majority of our discussion was around students, because that's what we're here for. But I'm very concerned about staff too, so I'd like to, if the board agrees, charge our superintendent to have those discussions with cabinet or whoever needs to happen to make sure that our staff feels supported and respected. And if there's any action items we need to take from a policy standpoint, to bring it back to us. But and maybe at a work session, if you all agree, have a bigger discussion, because to me it wasn't just this issue, it was we as a body with proclamations, and I appreciate you withdrawing the proclamation, but I didn't know that until we just showed up tonight. So when I did my thought process and research, I was on a proclamation, but in social media, this board has never directed staff what to do with social media, and my assumption was social media was just done whenever we got a letter from the state of Florida or whenever it was a federal holiday. So if that's something that this board feels that we need to spend time on discussing, my problem is it's almost like Pandora's box, right? And again, coming back to my discussion of just labeling certain things. We even heard, a mother say tonight, if you're going to do this proclamation, then I want this proclamation and this being honored in social media. I think it's a slippery slope, and so we have to have some standards of what we expect.
If I could just read.
Okay, Member Sanchez, real quick.
Along with that, I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, it's important for us to have in the summits for everybody in different groups and organizations and clubs and sports and band and the arts. And you heard someone speaking that, they couldn't play the sport that they wanted to play because they wouldn't allow that person to go into the dressing room. We need our students to be able to communicate with each other, as well as our faculty to be able to communicate with each other. I don't want to put more on our teachers or anything more on anybody else, but at this point, mental health is our #1 concern. You cannot learn if you are not emotionally and mentally stable, period. And we all know that. We've all have been going through COVID. No matter who is in this room or out there, everybody in this world has been affected by it, one way or the other, no matter what. So this thing, we have to take care of this before we can even learn anything else, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm sorry.
Go
I
ahead.
keep going.
No, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just was going to say, in response to Member Calderon, the difference here, we are not the same. These students have the highest attempted suicide rate of any population. They are not feeling supported, and it is not the same. They can't be considered the same. They are not the same. They are sometimes not accepted at home. They're sometimes not accepted with their families. It is not the same.
Can I request maybe this be put on the next work session agenda? And is it possible that we, rather than you going out, can we have a group of students and faculty that maybe come in and present to us the feedback that we need to hear more of so that we can activate faster and get that firsthand information?
Yeah, I like that too.
And when we talk about it at a work session, I'd like, we all gather our own information, and of course, we couldn't talk to one another about anything. What I'd like to know, though, from a district-wide perspective, what schools have clubs? Are they serving the needs of their students? What do the supports look like if a student goes to a teacher or to a counselor? Maybe poll the, I don't know if we poll the students or not, but if we do, we have mental health counselor on your campus, so ask them 2 or 3 questions,
Yeah. But have that two-way discussion with.
Yeah, I like it too.
Get feedback. For me, it's more quality than quantity. One informative message versus 500 of the same thing over and over and over. I mean, it speaks that there's a quantity, but it's not giving me any help in informing my decision.
Well, I think it's powerful too, right? Because we are so fortunate when we visit the different schools that we can find some best practices and then share that with another campus that they perhaps don't even need. So if we know there's all hands on deck, that we are supporting all students and listening and maybe making it easier for another campus to be able to provide those services, knowing that we will support and provide services.
So, Member Krause, thank you for bringing it forward.
Yes.
Thank you for withdrawing for future, not too far in the future, further conversation. Very important. Thank you.
Board members, just to clarify, because we have a work session scheduled on the 17th and then an open discussion on the 7th of September.
That would be open discussion.
Okay, thank you.
I think we need to wait until 12 o'clock, because I don't think we stayed here that long.
Shush.
Abby,
I just want to say good morning to everybody.
We have new.
Whose birthday? Happy birthday.
Abby, we have new teacher orientation tomorrow.
Oh my gosh, at 8:30. Yes, I'm sorry, we have to get out of here.
We got staff that need to go home and get fresh.
I know, we have to, you got.
We still have an agenda.
items.
We still have items. So
Right.
Superintendent, do you have a recommendation, please?
Under new business, that the School Board of Seminole County approve the recommendation of the Insurance Committee and authorize the Employee Benefits and Wellness Department to move forward with renewing the dental insurance plan and bring the final policies and agreements back for final approval.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, first.
I was going to get you in discussion.
Motion. Second.
Discussion. Member Calderon.
Madam Chair, I must abstain from voting pursuant to Florida statute, section 112.3143, and to avoid even the appearance of a conflict, I'm abstaining from this vote as it may result in a special gain or loss for a relative of mine.
Thank you. Any further discussion, board members? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Superintendent, do you have a report?
It's a read-only report for the grants, but Chairman, if the board would like, I can have Ms. Elwood step up to the podium just to give a quick update on some of the reopening issues.
I think it's important. Please, Amy.
Sorry,
Thank
Amy.
you for staying up.
Thank you, everyone, for staying up.
Are we supposed to go tomorrow morning?
All right. So I wanted to let you know that, like everyone has talked about tonight, we have seen a rise since our last school board meeting in cases across the county. We do not at this time have any student-specific or school-specific data because we haven't been in session. Once the school year gets started, as outlined in the reopening plan, we will have a better idea of how schools and individual school levels are impacted, and we will be sharing that data with you. In addition, we will continue to contact Trace in collaboration with the Department of Health. They have the authority to determine that duration and length, and we take our directives from them for quarantine and isolation protocols. As outlined in the plan, there are a couple of exceptions for quarantine. Those persons who have been COVID positive within the last 90 days, that's still in effect, and persons who are fully vaccinated. In addition, on July 9th, the local health department has added as an exception a new definition to the close contact rule, because close contacts are those people who are within 6 feet of a COVID positive individual. So there is an exception now for the K-12 indoor classroom setting for students only if they are masked and the COVID positive individual is masked within 6 feet. That exposed person is exempt from quarantine if consistently masked, if both parties are consistently masked. So that is for students only. That does not apply to staff or teachers. So they will use that as a quarantine exemption as well. We've also had some questions on instructional continuity, and so I wanted to let you know we have moved forward. Big shout out to Department of Teaching and Learning. They have worked really hard at getting all of those lessons and framework prepared, and they look fantastic moving forward. We will use those consistent platforms as we outlined in the reopening plan, but in addition to that, we will be adding 6 teachers funded by ESSER to support the K-5 students if they are quarantined or isolated. So they will be receiving a combination of asynchronous and synchronous instruction. We're finalizing the details of that, so we will get those to you as soon as that is finalized. That's it.
Thank you very much. Okay. I'd like to respectfully request we not do board committee updates. Awesome, thank you. Anything else?
Nothing.
Anything, Mr. Johnson? Thank you. With no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
Good morning. See you all at 8:30.